The two entered the study. Maurice had already stepped back, while Thor handed a wooden box to Count Engelbert. When the purple gold grass inside the box appeared, Engelbert could no longer hide his excitement and joy. With this purple gold grass, plus the life fruit Thor gave him and the star and moon fruit hidden in his family, he could now ask the King City for a high-grade life potion. Having a high-grade life potion, he wouldn't guarantee a 100% breakthrough to Sky Knight, but there was at least a 50% chance. 50% was enough to drive many Earth Knights crazy. Even Engelbert was starting to hold back his excitement. Thor, this time it's really thanks to you. When I break through to Sky Knight, whatever you want, I will definitely fulfill it. Engelbert spoke seriously, looking at his son with gratitude and emotion. He never thought that his ongoing worries would be so easily solved by his son. Father, you're being too kind. Oh, and father, with the high-grade life potion, what's the chance I'll break through to Sky Knight? Thor smiled and shook his head, then seemed to remember something. His gaze turned serious as he asked Engelbert. It should be over 50%, maybe around 60. Our family's eagle breathing technique is still a bit lacking. If we had a higher-level night breathing technique, the chance could be higher. Hearing his son's question, Engelbert was not too surprised. With the star and moon fruit, the life fruit, and the urgent need for purple gold grass, there was only one likely explanation. His son, if he wasn't foolish, would naturally guess it. As for his son's question, he didn't hide anything and simply answered directly. A high-level life potion does have some chance to help a Earth Knight break through to Sky Knight, but it's only a probability. The only difference is that the high-level potion has a slightly higher chance, while the life fruit and star and moon fruit have smaller chances. It's naturally impossible to guarantee a breakthrough. Even reaching around 50 to 60%, his strength is still due to his rich experience. Compared to a Marquis Lehman, he is somewhat stronger. Otherwise, even the peak of other land knights would only be about 30%. Even if his night breathing technique level is slightly lower, he still has about a 50 to 60% chance. Is this a high-level night breathing technique? Father, look at this. Hearing Count Engelbert's words, Thor was not very surprised. Since he also practices the eagle breathing technique, he naturally understands how advanced it is. So, without hesitation, he took out the shadowing stone. What's this? Count Engelbert was a bit confused. He was familiar with shadowing stones created by shadowing magic, but he wondered why Thor was showing him this object. Despite his curiosity, Count Engelbert still accepted the shadowing stone. Then, life source energy surged. In the next moment, white light burst from the shadowing stone, and an image gradually appeared in the room. It was the scene from a few days ago, under the starry moonlight, showing the pile of scrap. Looking at these images, Count Engelbert first felt even more confused, but soon his pupils widened. His breathing grew heavier. Is this? At this moment, Count Engelbert felt his lips go dry and stiff. He stared fixedly at the scene on the shadowing stone and then looked at Thor. Father, this is something I unexpectedly found in Pate City. It's called the Silver Moon breathing technique. Although incomplete, it is clearly better than the eagle breathing technique. With this, the chances of you breaking through to become a Sky Knight should increase. Thor spoke softly, with a serious expression. After seeing the high-level night breathing technique in the daily intelligence reports, Thor had already thought about giving this to his father. No matter what, the Dressrosa family is his biggest backing. His ability to act in the northern province is mainly because he comes from the Dressrosa family. If he were just an ordinary wandering knight, he wouldn't even have the initial funds to develop his territory, let alone become a baron in such a short time. The stronger the Dressrosa family, the more solid his support. Thor knew this very well. So, when he obtained the Fruit of Life, his first thought was of Count Engelbert. The same goes for this high-level night breathing technique. A long, heavy breath was exhaled from his mouth. Count Engelbert looked deeply at Thor. From the previous encounter with Rain, he understood that Thor was almost blessed by the goddess of life. Otherwise, how could a commoner find such a talented guardian knight? But he didn't expect that the goddess's favor was just beginning at that moment. In the northern province, the other side created many shocking achievements and even brought back the urgently needed Fruit of Life. And that was not the end. During a trip to Pate City, he not only brought back the last main material, purple gold grass, but also a high-level night breathing technique that he almost dared not imagine. At this moment, even Count Engelbert was somewhat speechless. Until a moment later, he barely calmed his mind. His thoughts were temporarily suppressed. Then his words rang out. With this night-breathing technique, I have at least an 80% chance to break through to Sky Knight. Count Engelbert's expression couldn't help but show a smile. 80% chance was almost unimaginable for him. How could he not feel happy? 80%. Hearing Count Engelbert's words, Thor also showed a hint of joy. He didn't expect that a high-level night-breathing technique could increase his chances so much. It was only 50 or 60% before, and now it had directly reached 80%. Seeming to understand Thor's confusion, Count Engelbert softly explained. Thor, you must know that the night-breathing technique is the most fundamental. Only higher-level night-breathing techniques can give a greater chance to break through to higher levels. Especially after becoming a great knight, to break through to Earth Knight, you must have a night-breathing technique capable of doing so. Otherwise, it's impossible. The same applies to Sky Knights and Sacred Domain Knights. However, high-level night-breathing techniques are usually monopolized by the kingdom. Only the 3 great ducal families possess them. Other families find it very difficult to obtain such techniques. The eagle-breathing technique is already the limit for ordinary families. Among the 3 ducal families, only one acquired it in ruins, while the other 2 obtained theirs within relics. Count Engelbert sighed as he spoke. Over the past 300 years, the Dressrosa family has spent countless efforts and sacrifices known only to the head of the family, Count Engelbert. Even with such dedication, their gains are almost negligible. Not only them, but most noble families, including many Marquis families, face similar struggles. There's no other way. In this extraordinary world, knights are common, but they lack truly superhuman powers. Reaching the level of Earth Knights is different. Earth Knights, Sky Knights, and Sacred Knights each represent a transformation. An Earth Knight can easily defeat many regular knights, while a Sky Knight can even destroy a count's family with ease. Sacred Knights are beyond imagination. Naturally, the higher the level, the more restricted the power becomes. The kingdom grants each knight a chance to enter the noble class, but it also seals off the path to the top, ensuring power remains unchallenged and divided. Listening to Count Engelbert, Thor gained a clear understanding of the situation in the Tulip Kingdom. Thor couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder he was curious before. This world is surprisingly fair, giving everyone a chance. But he realized he was overthinking. Opportunities are always limited to the lower classes, even more unreliable than the imperial examination system in ancient China. The imperial exam at least offered a real chance to reach the top, but within the kingdom, there's no such way. Marquis is the highest opportunity granted to everyone. Beyond that, success depends on effort, not luck. There are 2 dukes who rely on luck, and another who is a member of the Tulip royal family. All right, you don't need to understand all this for now. I just want you to be aware that I'll be going to the capital again in the next few days. My family might need your help during that time. If you have no urgent matters, you can wait for my return before going back to your territory. There are some things I still need to discuss with you. As Thor listened to Count Engelbert's words, he realized these matters were still far from his reach. His main goal now was to obtain the Viscount title. Understood. Thor nodded and accepted Engelbert's arrangements without objection. Even though he has been staying in the Frost Moon province for some time, daily reports have not shown any signs of danger. This suggests that there is no real threat, and returning in a few days should be safe. I will try to return within a month. Also, if you can't wait, you can go see the butler Charlie. He has the things I gave you this time. Just take them and leave. Count Engel nodded, hesitated for a moment, then spoke again with instructions. All right. Thor nodded, not refusing. If there really was danger within a month, he would return early. Now is not the time for politeness. That's settled. Everything will be discussed when I return. You are tired. Go back and rest. Count Engel nodded and waved his hand. Yes, Lord Father. I will go now. Thor nodded and said goodbye to Count Engel. He watched Thor leave, looking at the keepsake stone in his hand, and then at the purple grass inside the wooden box. Count Engel sighed with emotion. Then he smiled. Thor, a son he had never paid much attention to, had unexpectedly given him surprise after surprise, even solving his biggest current problem. Engel smiled as Thor returned to his room. Night fell gradually. A familiar mechanical sound rang out. But that day, there were no surprises. The next morning, Count Engel and Michael set out again. This time, they planned to return to the capital city. Meanwhile, Thor stayed behind to take care of the little ones. During the month he was away, the young eagles of Dressrosa showed great change, full of vitality and progress. Some even had such strong life source energy that Thor could clearly feel it, indicating they were about to break through. Especially Carter. In just a month, his weak life source had grown significantly. Before he was 18, trying to gather a life seed and become a trainee knight was nearly impossible and losing hope. But now, there was a lot of hope. If he could win first place this month, he would definitely be able to gather a life seed. Of course, it's not just him. The changes in others are also very obvious. After a month of hard training, as mentioned earlier, these young eagles of the Dressrosa family have undergone a complete transformation inside and out. It is expected that these young Dressrosa eagles will spread their wings even more in the future. Thor also feels a sense of satisfaction about this. The strength of the family's heirs has improved, which means the family has grown stronger. A stronger family will also benefit him personally, creating a positive cycle. In the following days, Thor began teaching these young ones how to practice. Time slowly passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. This month was relatively peaceful, with no major events. The daily intelligence reports also yielded little new information. Clearly, opportunities within the Dressrosa family are quite limited. However, even without much news, his cultivation advanced rapidly. On the second day back home, he had already broken through to the mid-level of the Great Knight. This progress was affected by his hurried journey, so it could have been even faster otherwise. After a month, he was getting closer to the late stage of the Great Knight. The Silver Moon breathing technique is truly a high-level knight's breathing method. Its training efficiency is far superior to that of the Eagle breathing technique. Even though the Silver Moon breathing technique is incomplete, the Eagle breathing technique is very complete, and yet the difference in effectiveness remains significant. Moreover, this is only at the Great Knight level. Once reaching the Earth Knight, or even the Sky Knight, the gap will likely be even greater. After more than a month of training, Thor finally understood why his father said that the Silver Moon breathing technique could increase his chances of breakthroughs by nearly 20%, even over 20%. He also realized what high-level breathing methods mean for a knight. He understood why higher-level noble families have a much greater likelihood of producing powerful knights. It's not just about talent. Resources play a crucial role. In an ordinary knight's family, gathering the life seed is extremely difficult. But in a baron's family, gathering the life seed and becoming a trainee knight is not very hard. The only difference is whether you gather the seed at 20 or 50 years old. However, the challenge of becoming a great knight remains equally difficult. Being born into an earl's family makes becoming a grand knight much simpler. Maurice, who is only in his early 30s, has already become a grand knight. In the future, he will either break through to become a land knight or reach the peak of a grand knight. Both are inevitable outcomes. As for the Marquis family, and even the Duke family, the results are obvious. A single Silver Moon breathing technique has, in a sense, bridged a large gap between the Dressrosa family and the Duke family. The only difference now is resources. And while the Dressrosa family still lacks resources, Thor does not. With the Silver Moon Knight breathing technique, his strength is sure to improve rapidly in the near future. I wonder if I can become a land knight within 2 years. Thor speaks softly, a hopeful look appearing on his face. He previously couldn't imagine this possibility. His talent before was not enough to break through to become a formal knight within 2 or 3 years. As for becoming a grand knight, it would take at least 10 years, possibly even decades. As for becoming a land knight, that was beyond his previous talent. Even with the shared contract with the elves, which greatly improved his talent and helped him cross the threshold to formal knight and even reach the grand knight level, it would still likely take 5 or 6 years to break into the land knight level. Trying to achieve this within 2 years before the Kingdom's War seems very unlikely. But now, with the Silver Moon breathing technique, entering the land knight level within 2 years seems possible. Once he becomes a land knight, he will have more opportunities during the Kingdom's War, possibly even a chance to earn a noble title, an earl. An earl, after all, is an earl. The Dressrosa family is only at that level now. Just thinking about such a result makes his heart race. Lost in thought, Thor shook his head and quickly pushed these ideas aside. He is only at the middle stage of a grand knight now, still far from this goal, and it's not something he needs to consider right now. My father should be returning soon. I wonder how it went. He speaks softly, his gaze looking into the distance. It seems to be in response to his thoughts. A knight quickly ran over. Young Master Thor, Lord Earl has returned. Please go to the study. The knight approached and respectfully spoke. Father has come back. All right, I will go immediately. Thor's face lit up with joy. He quickly tidied himself up and headed toward the castle. After a short while, Thor saw Count Angle, looking tired but carrying a smile. Father. Thor spoke respectfully. Seeing his father's tired but happy face, he let out a sigh of relief. This time, although there were some problems, everything went smoothly. I managed to prepare 3 bottles of high-grade life potion. One was taken by a master as payment, leaving 2 bottles. Count Angle smiled, still showing happiness. Congratulations, father. Thor also smiled happily. He didn't expect his father to get 2 bottles. With this, everything should be safe. A smile spread across Thor's face as he looked at the wooden box on the desk. But he only glanced at it without asking questions. Haha. Next, I plan to go into seclusion for up to 3 days. I should be able to break through to become a Sky Knight. You focus on practicing. I will keep 1 bottle for you. Count Angle's smile was warm. After a hearty laugh, he spoke solemnly. What? Hearing his father's words, Thor was surprised. He didn't expect to have his own bottle. Don't refuse. Without the life fruit you brought and the Zijin grass you obtained, I might not have succeeded. And there's also the silver moon breathing technique you gave to the family. Count Angle looked at Thor's expression, then became more serious and spoke slowly. Thank you, father. Hearing this, Thor didn't hesitate anymore and simply expressed his gratitude. After all, even he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't need it in the future. Having it is a good thing. No need to thank me. These are what you deserve. This time, I called you here to give you this. Count Angle pointed at the wooden box on the table. What is this? Thor was curious and looked at the box instinctively. Open it and see. Count Angle smiled as he spoke. Thor nodded and then opened the wooden box. Inside, a completely black knight's sword caught his eye. Thor's eyes brightened at the sight. A knight's sword. He was really in need of one now. His previous sword had been shattered after several attempts to channel the energy of different life sources into it. He hadn't expected his father to have prepared a new one for him. This sword belongs to the legendary knight Cardamus of the kingdom, who is said to have used it to wound a great dragon. Use it well. Count Angle also smiled as he spoke. The sword was something he had gone to great lengths to acquire during his visit to the capital. It was all for his son. Thank you, father. I won't bother you any longer. I wish you success in your breakthrough, your excellency. Thor expressed his gratitude. Ha ha, good. Count Angle nodded. Thor then took the wooden box and stepped back. Meanwhile, Count Angle began preparing for his own breakthrough. Thor didn't do anything further. He had already done everything he could. Whether others could succeed depended on their own strength. All he needed was to wait patiently. After leaving Count Angle's room, he took the knight's sword and headed to the training ground to get familiar with it. This sword truly lived up to its reputation as a legendary knight's weapon. As soon as he held it, Thor could clearly feel how different it was from his old sword. It was not only heavier, but also, even with the energy of different life sources flowing through it, the Black Knight's sword felt very light and easy to handle, completely smooth. He even wondered if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to sense that the sword might be enhancing his life energy. Really impressive, Thor muttered to himself, feeling quite fond of it. With his sword and Anna's magic support, Thor was confident he could even face Taguli and hold his own. Of course, that was only against Taguli. If he faced his cousin, a true Earth Knight, Thor felt he might still be in trouble. Currently, he is in the mid-stage of the Great Knight level. If he can reach the late stage, or even the peak of the Great Knight, he will no longer just be able to resist the Earth Knight. This makes him very satisfied with this knight's sword. After that, he spent the next few days familiarizing himself with the sword and waiting for news about his father's release. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the 4th day, just as Thor was about to go to the training ground as usual, he was stopped by the butler, Charlie. Has your father been released? Hearing Charlie's words, Thor was a bit surprised. Yes, my lord just came out of seclusion. Please go to the study, young Master Thor, the butler respectfully said. Okay. Thor nodded without hesitation and quickly headed to the upper part of the castle. Even though he was about to train, he pushed it aside for now because nothing was more important than whether his father had broken through to become a Sky Knight. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Thor soon arrived at the door of the study. Knock, knock. He gently knocked on the door, feeling his heart pounding fiercely. Come in. A familiar voice responded. Thor carefully pushed open the door. For the first time in 3 days, he saw his father again. Compared to his tired and dusty appearance before, Count Engelbert now seemed to have regained his noble demeanor, gentle, modest, giving a feeling like a spring breeze. The previously unnoticed wrinkles on his forehead had disappeared, leaving only calmness and confidence. "Father, have you broken through?" Seeing Count Engelbert's expression, Thor immediately understood the result. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Fortunately, I succeeded in breaking through in one go. I didn't use up your bottle." Engelbert smiled and nodded. At this moment, he felt very relaxed inside. 10 years, actually, 20 years, had passed. He was almost hopeless. But just before giving up, he finally broke through. A Sky Knight. That is a Sky Knight. The number of visible Sky Knights in the entire kingdom is fewer than 10. Even if there are more in reality, it would not exceed 20. Each Sky Knight, even without noble status, holds a position higher than that of a typical marquis. Having a Sky Knight in one's family already means having the qualification or ability to help the family gain enough influence in the kingdom's wars to be promoted to Marquis, or even higher, to Duke. Most importantly, he is nearly 70 years old now. If he cannot break through to become a Sky Knight, his lifespan will only last about 100 years, which is less than 30 years away. Breaking through to Sky Knight would extend his life to 120 years, giving him another 50 years. 50 years with a Sky Knight's protection, as long as nothing unexpected happens, would be a true transformation for the Dressrosa family, enough for the entire family to leap forward. "Congratulations, Father," Thor quickly spoke, offering his blessings. At this moment, he was also very excited. A Sky Knight. This is different from Neil Morton. This belongs to the Dressrosa family, and it is his father. Neil Morton might ask for help once or twice, but after that, the relationship would weaken. But his father is different. And as mentioned before, the stronger the Dressrosa family becomes, the greater his security. His family's expansion in the northern province will also go more smoothly. Ha ha ha, Thor, this time I have to thank you. I told you that high-level life potion is reserved for you. As long as you break through to the peak of the Earth Knight, you can use it anytime. Of course, if you're worried, you can take it now. Count Engel smiled as he spoke. Looking at his son, he felt more satisfied. At this moment, he even directly handed the high-level life potion to Thor. Hearing his father's words, Thor couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. After thinking for a moment, Thor chose not to refuse. One high-level life potion can be used in many ways, not just for breaking through to Sky Knight. Living in the northern province, Thor couldn't guarantee he wouldn't need it. "All right, thank you, Father," he said, accepting it directly. "Haha, it's not that you thank me, but that I need to thank you." Count Engelbert shook his head and sighed softly. He didn't mind Thor taking away those things, since they were originally given by Thor himself. Count Engelbert knew very well that his breakthrough this time was mostly thanks to his son, over 90% of the credit. As he said, without the fruit of life that Thor provided and the purple gold grass, even with his channels to create high-level life potions, he couldn't use them. And he definitely couldn't use the Silver Moon breathing technique. As for his own accumulation, it was almost insignificant compared to the crucial factors that helped him break through. After all, in the entire Tulip Kingdom, there are probably at least 80 peak Earth Knights like him. But almost all of these peak Earth Knights are stuck at their level, unable to advance further. Without high-level life potions or advanced night breathing techniques, breaking through is just a dream. His gaze turned to Thor, and Count Engelbert felt a complex wave of emotions. But it was only for a moment. As the head of the Dressrosa family, Engelbert quickly adjusted his mood. His emotions settled, and he looked at Thor again. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "This time, Thor, I kept you here waiting for my breakthrough because I want to ask what you need. Now, I think I can get some of those things." His tone was serious. Hearing his father's words, Thor fell into deep thought. Engelbert's words were clear. Thor understood them perfectly. So he began to consider his options. Engelbert didn't interrupt him, but waited quietly. After a moment, Thor looked up at his father. "Father, I wonder if I could get some alchemists capable of making basic life potions. Also, I might need some administrative officials." He explained some of his thoughts aloud. The so-called alchemist is someone who exists between a mage and a wizard. They know how to mix low-level potions but are not true wizards. Every wizard is a qualified alchemist, but not every alchemist is a wizard. In the territory, Thor has already obtained the seed of the life grass and started planting it. Plus, with 2 now resource sites in the western northern region, all the basic ingredients for low-level life potions are ready. With Anna's help, Tor could already start mixing potions. However, after thinking, Tor decided to give up. The reason is simple. Using Anna's talent on mixing such basic life potions would be a waste. She would gain more value from practicing meditation and cultivation. So, after returning this time, Tor's main goal was to see if his father could find some alchemists for him. Compared to wizards, alchemists are much easier to find. Even if the success rate of mixing low-level life potions is a bit lower, it doesn't matter. He already has the materials and doesn't need to buy anything, so costs are not a concern. Alchemist? That shouldn't be a problem. Is there anything else you need? Do you want a or a high-level wizard? If so, I can try to invite a third-rank wizard. Count Engel paused briefly, then spoke thoughtfully. Father, can you invite a third-rank wizard? Tor was a bit surprised, showing a look of astonishment. A third-rank wizard holds a higher status than most land knights. Not necessarily, but I can try. Count Engel shook his head and then softly said, well, never mind. Father, there's no need to trouble yourself. Just help me find some alchemists, preferably young ones with more potential for growth. Tor's surprise faded, and he shook his head. He didn't want to spend a lot of effort on a third-rank wizard. He didn't really lack one. Anna, in a sense, was already comparable to a third-rank wizard, and she might break through to that level soon. Tor didn't want to invite an old master back. It's okay. I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll let you know. Gathering alchemists should be quick. However, using a pharmacist to prepare the life potion might result in a lower success rate. Count Engelbert shook his head and did not continue this topic. Instead, he spoke with a frown. Father, it's okay. I can accept that. Thor nodded and spoke softly. All right then. Wait a few days. I will arrange for you to go soon. It should take no more than 3 days to gather everything. Count Engelbert looked at Thor again deeply but said nothing, simply nodding in agreement. By the way, officer, I have prepared things for you. This time, I've assigned 10 people, which should be enough for your long-term plans. Also, I plan to have Marshall accompany you to the northern province. What do you think? Seeming to remember something, Count Engelbert added again. Marshall? Father, I don't think that's necessary. Uncle Marshall is one of your most capable helpers. If I assign him, it might be inconvenient for you. Thor was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head to refuse. Just as Thor was about to decline, Count Engelbert's words rang out again. Don't refuse yet. You probably don't know, but Uncle Marshall is about to break through to become a great Earth Knight. Going to the northern province could also help you with some matters. His tone was calm, but this calm statement made Thor's eyes widen suddenly. Father, is what you're saying true? Thor was genuinely surprised now. They had agreed there would only be 2 Earth Knights, so why was another suddenly appearing? Although he was about to break through and not yet a fully fledged knight, it was still enough to shock him. It's true. It will probably happen within these few months, Count Engelbert confirmed with a nod. Really? Hearing his father's certainty, Thor was momentarily speechless. It seemed he understood Thor's confusion. You must be wondering, right? Count Engelbert chuckled softly. Father, how many Earth Knights does the Dressrosa family actually have? Looking at Count Engelbert's gentle smile, Thor collected his thoughts, hesitated slightly, but couldn't help asking. There is no way around it. He was simply too curious about this matter. His cousin, Ruby de Roses, is a land knight, and Uncle Marshall is about to become a land knight as well. What about other family members? Over 300 years, the family has had many members, but not all are known. Not many, only 5. Seeing Thor's curiosity, Count Engel chuckled softly and then spoke with a smile. Only 5? Thor was momentarily stunned, looking a bit incredulous. It doesn't seem like too many. Actually, it feels like too few. Honestly, after all these interactions, I can't believe there are 10 members in the de Roses family. Even without considering others, his father Michael, Ruby's father Ruby, and himself already make 4. And that's just the visible ones. Thor doesn't believe there are no new land knights behind the family. That's impossible. Indeed, only 5. Of course, right now only 4 are active. I have already broken through to become a Sky Knight. The others are your Uncle Michael, Uncle Cesar, your second uncle, and your second uncle's son, Ruby, Count Engel explained with a smile. He was explaining to Thor. But Thor couldn't help feeling confused by this explanation. The numbers seemed to match, but something felt off. Suddenly, Thor seemed to remember something. He paused slightly in thought. As Count Engel's smile spread, his voice, tinged with doubt, finally spoke. No, wait, father. You said that since your grandfather's time, the Darrozes family has been choosing to expand. Has no land knight ever been born all these years? As far as I know, among the expansion knights, the Darrozes family still has a very strong reputation. This can't just be because of the Frostmoon Province family, right? Thor frowned slightly. This was undoubtedly the part that felt wrong to him. When he arrived in Lorenz City in the northern province, the Darrozes family had given him many conveniences. At first, he thought it was because he was a count's heir, but later he realized that wasn't the case. After all, many count heirs become expansion knights, and there are quite a few Marquis heirs as well. The Darrozes family didn't seem particularly special. Only later did Thor vaguely sense that the family's reputation among expansion knights was quite high. It is almost obvious how gaining reputation among the pioneer knights is easy. However, now it seems a bit unclear. Fortunately, the confusion hasn't spread too much. Count Engel simply chuckled and answered his question. Ha ha ha. Thor, this naturally does not include family members who become pioneer knights. If Marshall follows you, once he advances, he will no longer belong to the family's land knights. His words were filled with a smile. This single sentence made Thor's eyes widen suddenly. Not counted? He instinctively spoke, feeling his heart skip a beat. Of course not. If it were included, there would be more than 5, actually 12. Clatter. Count Engel spoke, then raised his hand. A large curtain behind him was pulled down. A huge map of the Tulip Kingdom appeared. There were many red circles marked on it. The location of Dressrosa Castle was marked with the largest red circle. Besides that, there were 2 circles in the Frost Moon Province, 7 in the South Moon Province, 2 in the capital city, and 12 in the Northland Province. Altogether, the map was densely covered with circles. Some were large, nearly half the size of Dressrosa Castle's circle. Others were tiny, just like a grain of rice. Thor even saw a familiar place. It was the main valley, which also had a circle, and it was not the smallest, about the size of a soybean. Count Engel's voice then slowly continued. For the past 200 years, our family has been expanding. Now, we should have 57 territories, including 2 count-level territories, 7 viscount-level territories, and with yours, a total of 17 baron-level territories, plus 31 pioneer territories. In the room, Count Engel's voice was quiet, but the impact of the map made it feel overwhelming. At that moment, Thor opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had known his family was powerful, but he never imagined they could be so strong. 12 land knights, this might even surpass the number of land knights in the Assad family. Although their strength is definitely not comparable, the Assad family has at least 3 peak Earth Knights. If the Dressrosa family had this kind of power, it wouldn't be the Assad Chamber of Commerce that appears, but the Dressrosa Chamber of Commerce or the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Even so, this level of strength is already considered terrifying. It surpasses more than 90% of Count's families. Even some Marquis families might not be able to match it. Thor even suspects that the previous Dressrosa family might not be inferior to Marquis Pat's family. Ha, how is it? Are you scared now? Count Engel looked at his son's expression and chuckled softly. Seeing his son's reaction, he felt quite pleased. His son had been too calm these days, which made him feel a bit disappointed. Now, finally, there was something that could truly shock him. Indeed, father. Thor took a deep breath, then nodded and sighed lightly. This time, he was truly deeply shocked. Even with some guesses, the magnificent strength of the family was still very impactful. It was like thinking your family was just a millionaire, and suddenly your father told you there were 12 families with 1 million, and dozens more with over 1 million. Billionaires, no, billionaires who were even richer. The shock was immense. Watching Thor shake his head and sigh, Count Engel couldn't help but show an even broader smile. In the room, Thor looked at the map, unsure of what to say. The dense red circles clearly showed the strength of the Dressrosa family. He tried to speak several times but couldn't say a word. After a moment, Thor took a long, deep breath, calming his turbulent heart. Yet, as his heart settled, a hint of doubt appeared. Father, with such strength, you should already be very powerful. Isn't it enough to gain the title of Marquis? Thor was genuinely curious now. Even from his initial understanding, the strength of the Dressrosa family was already terrifying. It seemed impossible that they wouldn't be able to obtain the Marquis title. This really left him somewhat confused. Indeed, these are enough. These even surpass what my grandfather's family, the Dressrosa family, had in the past. Thor, You must understand that the world is very big and danger is everywhere. Sometimes, a careless action, a single behavior, or a small disturbance can lead to the entire family being wiped out. For nobles, inheritance requires more than just strength. Count Angle nodded, then shook his head and began to explain. Listening to his father's explanation, Tor couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Not just strength? He instinctively asked, curious, looking at his father. Tor, do you think these are all there is to the Dressrosa family? Faced with Tor's gaze, Count Angle suddenly spoke. These? All of them? Father, you mean? Tor's sudden words made him momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized what his father was talking about. His eyebrows twitched fiercely. His words even became a bit dry. This, it turns out, it's not the whole story. Where do you think those wandering knights went? Your Uncle Five has quite good talent. Why did he also become a wandering knight? Faced with Tor's shock again, Count Angle's voice rose once more, this time with a reminder. And with this reminder, suddenly, Tor's eyes widened again. Ugh! At this moment, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Wandering knights. He had never considered wandering knights before. In his view, the so-called wandering knights were just a result of the Dressrosa family's selection process. Keep the good ones, filter out the weaker ones. But think carefully, do we really need to do that? Does a noble family not have enough gold to support a few children? And if this generation's talent isn't good enough, who can guarantee the next won't be? Even with a 1 in 1,000 chance, isn't it worth taking a gamble? And is this requirement too high? To reach 18 and gather the seed of life, then become an apprentice knight. Even for those with decent talent, completing their tasks is not easy. Those with average talent find it very difficult, and if they fail, they are expelled from their family. Even a marquis family probably doesn't have such strict rules. However, the Dressrosa family has always enforced this rule strictly, to the point of being cold and unfeeling. Moreover, even after gathering the seed of life and becoming an apprentice knight, there are two choices. One is to become a family guardian knight, which is obvious, and the other is to become a pioneering knight. The family provides some support, but pioneering knights must work their own. This alone doesn't seem problematic, but combined with the previous wandering knight system, it clearly causes many issues. At this moment, with Angle's words, Tor's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Thinking about what his father had said earlier, a faint suspicion began to grow in his mind. It seemed as if his thoughts were being confirmed. Angle Count's voice sounded again. The Tulip Kingdom has existed for over 2,000 years, but even the Tulip royal family has only a history of about 800 years. Most other noble families have only 400 or 500 years. His voice was calm, and Count Angle looked out the window. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to drift back into the past. Listening to his slow voice, Tor's already pounding heart was even more shaken. Well, he couldn't help but bite his lip and instinctively speak, but he didn't know what words to use. Count Angle's words were not finished, but Tor could already understand their meaning. A kingdom that has lasted 2,000 years, yet most of its noble inheritance is only 400 or 500 years, with the royal family only about 800 years old. In this feudal society, such a situation seems impossible. Although there is some renewal among the old and new nobility, it is very slow. Most are just viscounts or barons. Reaching the level of earl makes it even harder for old and new nobility to change. In the entire Tulip Kingdom over the past 100 years, only one marquis has been born, Marquis Ryman. As for counts, fewer than 17 have been created, and none have disappeared. However, the result was that within the Tulip Kingdom of 2,000 years, the noble inheritance only lasted 400 or 500 years, and the royal family was only about 800 years old. There was no replacement of old and new, no physical transcendence, and even with the invasion of orcs, it was impossible to wipe out so many nobles at once. Or rather, if it were possible to eliminate so many nobles, the Tulip Kingdom would not have survived at all. But the reality was that the Tulip Kingdom still existed, while nobles were being cut down one after another like chives. How could this be? No matter how unlikely it seemed, the truth had appeared. Even the problems involved were obvious, even to him. They were probably quite serious. Or perhaps, more accurately, they were even bigger than he had imagined. At this moment, countless thoughts flooded Thor's mind. Some thoughts involved captivity. Some involved brains in jars. And there were various messy plots flashing through his mind. There was no choice. As he said, the problems were too big, and he couldn't help but think more about them. Father, Thor instinctively spoke again, looking at his father. I know, you want to ask why? Sorry, I don't know either. Not only the Tulip Kingdom, but even several neighboring kingdoms are in a bad state. They're all almost the same. If you want to know more, either the Tulip royal family or the empire itself must be involved. Count Angle sighed softly, his mind involuntarily recalling scenes from his early travels through nearby kingdoms. At that time, when he received such information, the shock was still vivid in his memory, even now. He also wanted to find answers back then, but clearly he hadn't succeeded. Listening to Count Angle's words, Thor fell silent. Asking about the Tulip royal family was obviously impossible. If they knew anything, they would have already said so, and now was no different. As for going to the Empire, the kingdom's people couldn't just freely enter the Empire, let alone learn the situation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Thor's mind, and a figure appeared in his consciousness. Nil Morton. As a Sky Knight from the Empire, if anyone around him might know something, it could only be this person. Unfortunately, even if this person might know something and is willing to tell him, he currently has no way to ask. Count Angle shook his head. All right. Actually, this isn't something we need to worry about. What I want to teach you isn't that. It's to tell you that you should never reveal your true strength at any time. How big the Dressrosa family really is, even I don't know. If you want to survive on this continent, you must at least hide your full power from others. This is very dangerous. Even if it's not risky now, no one can guarantee the future. As he spoke, Count Angle earnestly advised Thor. Thor nodded, looking thoughtful. Seeing that Thor seemed to understand, Count Angle paused for a moment before speaking again. You're doing well now. No one can tell you're a great knight. But that's not enough. In Pat City, you don't need to fight. Going with Dagiri to the city hall, for example, even without your cousin, the Imison family can't really do much to you. Always keep your mystery from outsiders. This gives you more chances. If you break through to become a land knight, I hope you can hide it well. At least, don't show it easily. As a lord, you should focus on developing your territory, not on showing everyone how strong you are. That wouldn't be good for you. Count Angle shifted the topic back to the main point, beginning to talk about past events. Clearly, he already knew everything that happened in Pat City. Right now, he was using this incident to give Thor deeper lessons. Thor listened very carefully. Even though he had his own ideas, he didn't interrupt his father's words. After all, this was his father giving him his second lesson. It was also a father's concern for his son. Thor naturally didn't mind. And even if he had his own thoughts, what Count Angle was saying was useful. As a count with a centuries-old heritage, Count Angle's knowledge and understanding of the world far exceeded his. These lessons would surely help him in his future actions. They also made him reflect on himself. For example, his recent performance. He has been a bit too showy. I'm not sure if it's because he was made a baron, or because his talent and the breakthrough as a great knight have made him a little arrogant. Many times, there are better ways to solve problems, but he always chooses the simplest and most direct method. While this makes things easier, it also leaves many issues behind. If he wasn't already a baron in Pat City, and if the heir of the Emison family wasn't so foolish, he might have had bigger troubles. Also, in Pat City, without Ruby, he might struggle to finish things smoothly. Even with Anna's talent blessing, he might not have been able to defeat Gory at that time. If things drag on, no one can guarantee what will happen. As his father said, these problems could have been avoided. But in the end, they still happened. Not every time does luck favor him as it did before. He needs to be careful about this. Besides that, there are several other aspects. For example, his strength. He can hide some of his power. Revealing it at the right moment is better than letting others fully understand him. Even as his strength keeps increasing, constantly showing it could make enemies more cautious and complicate matters. As his father said, he is a lord, not a knight. He doesn't need to show his bravery unless it's absolutely necessary. Thoughts kept swirling in his mind. He didn't know how long it had been, or how long he had been waiting. He was waiting for his father to finish speaking. Thor slowly sorted out his feelings. Phew. He exhaled a deep breath. He felt a little lighter. His future path seemed clearer. I understand now. Thank you, father. He slightly bowed toward Count Angle, speaking very seriously. No need to thank me. As a father, it's my duty to teach you this. Your growth has been so fast that I hardly had time to keep up. Count Angle shook his head, then sighed with emotion. At that moment, he truly felt moved. Thor's rapid growth was astonishing. He had no time to do anything before Thor had already fully matured. Some matters that should have been advised and taught earlier were not addressed in time. But luckily, this moment makes up for it. After the series of conflicts before, he believes his son should now understand the meaning behind his words. "Father, you are being too serious." Thor shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. "All right, in the next few days, you should rest well. In 3 days, supplies should be nearly ready. Then, you can set out. Just a note, there's no conspiracy here. It will be explained later as a foreshadowing. All right, in the next few days, you should rest well. In 3 days, supplies should be nearly ready. Then, you can set out." Count Engel nodded, then smiled as he spoke. "Good," Thor responded, and his figure prepared to leave. But soon, Thor remembered something, and his movement paused. "Is there something else?" Count Engel looked at Thor with some curiosity. "Father, do you understand Titan script?" Thor asked hesitantly, pulling out the few scrolls he had previously obtained from his coat. He naturally thought of these scrolls he had just acquired. This time, he also planned to ask his father if he could interpret the Titan script. Some past events almost made him forget about this matter. "Titan script? I think I can barely interpret it." Seeing the scrolls Thor brought out, Count Engel's expression became serious, and he took the scroll from Thor's hand. "Can you really interpret it?" Thor was a bit surprised and happy. He had only tried, not expecting his father to actually be able to interpret it. "Don't get too happy early. I can only barely interpret it, and only the one in the capital can truly understand it. Let me take a look first." Count Engel shook his head and spoke. Years ago, he had received teachings from that person, so he knew a little about them. But Count Engel also knew that he only understood a bit. Translating it might be a bit of a stretch. However, this item was taken out by his own son, most likely from the northern province. He couldn't help but take it seriously. His gaze naturally fell on the sheepskin scroll. Is this a secret technique? From the Titan God? The great Titan God. Guanhui here is? Count Engel's thoughts quickly sank into contemplation. But as he looked, his brow gradually furrowed. Especially when he saw that the second scroll contained almost identical content, his frown deepened even more. The Titan God. Could this really be a divine message from the Titan God? No, the Titan God should be in control of the Baiman beast. Why would it appear here? And that's not right either. He muttered to himself, his brow tightening and his confusion growing. Amidst his doubts, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Count Engel's eyes instantly turned to Thor. "Thor, where did you get these things?" His voice carried a hint of urgency. "They were seized from orc tribes in the northern province." "What's wrong, father? Is there a problem with these?" Hearing Engel's hurried words, Thor was momentarily stunned, then thought with suspicion. Orc tribes. Orc tribes. He mumbled to himself. Count Engel's face kept changing, and he paced back and forth in the study. Seeing his father's changing expression, Thor was also surprised. But before he could ask, Engel already spoke towards the door. "Charlie." The voice rang out. The door was quickly opened. Butler Charlie entered respectfully. "Master." Charlie bowed politely. "A few days ago, did the cult of the false god appear again?" Engel looked at Charlie. "Yes, sir. Just a few months ago, the cult of the false god attacked the troops sent by the kingdom to the northern province, but they were defeated by 2 dukes." Charlie nodded respectfully. Hearing this, Count Engel's face changed completely. "Leave now. Bring Michael to me as well." Count Engel's voice rang out. At this moment, Thor could even see his father's hands trembling. "Yes, sir." Charlie nodded and quickly stepped back. It wasn't until Charlie left that Thor's face took on a serious look. "Father, what's wrong?" Thor asked again, his expression also becoming serious. At this moment, he naturally understood that something big was happening. "Thor, listen carefully. You need to abandon the territory for now. Write a letter immediately to call your people back. The ransom money, I will help you pay it." Count Engel's words were solemn and serious like never before. "Father?" Hearing Engel's unusually serious words, Thor's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he couldn't help but speak. In that moment, his heart was tense but also filled with curiosity. Seeing his son's expression, Count Engel finally reacted from his emotions. He exhaled a deep breath. Instead of explaining, he approached the bookshelf. After a moment, he pulled out a thick book. "Take a look at this, and you'll understand." Count Engel spoke softly, handing the book to Thor. "What is this?" Thor was a bit confused but still reached out to take it. However, at the moment he took it, his expression suddenly froze. Divine Revelation. The black cover of the book was simple, with only 2 characters. But these two characters were written in blood-red ink. "Open it and see," Engel said softly. Thor nodded and sat down to begin flipping through the pages. As the black pages turned, the words inside quickly caught his eye. And as he looked, Thor couldn't help but be drawn in. Count Engel didn't disturb him, quietly waiting. Swish. In the room, only the sound of pages turning could be heard. As the words on the pages gradually appeared before his eyes, Thor's heart surged with intense emotion. This was a book about history. It was also a history of the entire continent. But in his previous memories, he had never read it. This book tells the history of the entire continent from 10,000 years ago. Compared to today, 10,000 years ago was undoubtedly a mythical time. Back then, gods had not yet disappeared from the world. The whole continent was home to humans, orcs, dragons, elves, dwarves, and magical beasts, all living together. Each race was protected by a very powerful being. These beings were the true rulers of the continent. They were sacred, strong, shining, and majestic. They were both the end and the beginning of everything. Until 10,000 years ago, all gods vanished from the world. Many races on the continent also disappeared. In the end, only humans, orcs, elves, and dragons remained. The gods had long disappeared from human sight, becoming just legends. Humans started to speak about gods more quietly, as if they didn't want to mention them. Even Thor, who was observing, could clearly sense something strange. "Father? This?" Without thinking, Thor looked at Count Engel. He believed his father would give him an answer. And indeed, he did. "Thor, you must have noticed that the gods disappeared completely 10,000 years ago." Count Engel spoke in a deep voice, looking at Thor. "Yes, it seems they vanished mysteriously. There are no records of how they disappeared." Thor nodded. "Exactly. No one knows how they vanished. At least most people don't. But you should know, gods do not die. Gods are eternal and immortal. They have tried many times to return to the world, which is why the heretic religion appeared. The ritual to summon gods is called Divine Awakening. Every time it happens, the continent experiences great chaos. 100 years ago, there was a divine awakening in the southern Moon Province, and over 200,000 humans were lost. 68 years ago, it happened in the Blazing Kingdom, where over 400,000 people were sacrificed. If these scrolls you found are really from the Orc tribes, then it's very likely that an awakening will happen in the Orc tribes or even the entire Northern Land Province. This is not something you, nor the entire Dressrosa family, can face." Count Engel's voice was calm as he spoke, but his words made Thor's brow furrow with intense emotion. "Thor, you must write a letter immediately to withdraw the troops. I will do my best to cooperate with the family and minimize your losses. The ransom is just a baron's matter. The family can handle it. You don't need to worry about losing your title." Count Engel spoke seriously. Only after Engel's voice sounded again did Thor's restless heart begin to settle. "Father, could you tell me more about the divine inspiration? For example, the events in the southern Moon Province and the Burning Kingdom." Thor took a deep breath and looked at his father. "More details? They should be recorded in the second row, third book." Count Engel paused briefly, then pondered and pointed to a book on the bookshelf. "Father, I'll take a look first." Thor didn't immediately agree, but walked over to the bookshelf and pulled out the book. Compared to the one he held, this book was much thicker, but it was easy to find what he was looking for. After a moment, Thor found the information he wanted and began reading quickly. Count Engel didn't disturb him, but waited patiently. An hour later, Thor closed the book and looked back at his father. His inner panic had eased somewhat. This book detailed the divine inspiration events that occurred over different periods, giving Thor a better understanding of divine inspiration. "Father, it seems the book doesn't record how the divine inspiration was calmed. On the continent, in the past 100,000 years, it seems no true deity has descended, right?" He spoke with a slight pause, asking for confirmation. "That's right. Is there something you want to say?" After a moment of thought, Count Engel nodded and confirmed. But once he spoke, his brow furrowed with doubt. "Father, this book records a total of 103 divine revelations. Out of these, only 73 were extremely serious events. The causes of these serious events were mostly sudden and unexpected, and the major kingdoms did not notice them. The remaining 30 events did not cause much impact because the kingdoms quickly realized what was happening early on. Can I understand it this way? As long as a divine revelation is discovered in time, there won't be too many problems?" Thorn softly spoke, sharing the information he found in the book. Because of this, his originally nervous heart gradually calmed down. The situation didn't seem as bad as he had feared. Just now, he was truly startled by Count Engelbert's reaction. Wow! Hearing Thorn's words, the initially anxious Count Engelbert was also slightly surprised. Father, please take a look. Seeing the dazed Count Engelbert, Thorn handed over the book. The Count hesitated briefly but still took the book and started to read. With Thorn's reminder, he quickly noticed the differences in the records. This made his eyes light up with realization. Really? Count Engelbert murmured, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. Father, I can get these scrolls. Do you think the kingdom can obtain them? And once the kingdom knows about this, even if there is some influence from divine revelations, it probably won't be as bad as we imagine, Thorn said again, noticing that his father seemed to have discovered something different. In response, Count Engelbert began to walk back and forth, his thoughts racing. When he first received the news, he was undoubtedly shocked, like being struck by lightning. Now, in the entire Northland province, the Dressrosa family holds considerable power. The family might even be granted the title of Marquis and officially recognized in the Northland province in the future. After all, the Frost Moon province can no longer support a Marquis, and only the Northland province has that chance. If something happens in the Northland province, the family's losses would be unimaginable. Because of this, even he, usually calm, couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. In the room, Count Engelbert's mood fluctuated slightly. After a moment, his restless mind gradually calmed down. You might be right, he said. The situation may not be as bad as it seems, but what if it is? The damage caused by divine inspiration would be unimaginable. Many lives in the northern provinces could be lost. Thor, you are the eagle of our Dressrosa family and also its future. I don't want anything to happen to you. Even if it costs something, I believe it's worth it. Count Engelbert took a deep breath and looked seriously at Thor as he spoke. Listening to his words, Thor instinctively opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment. All right, I will prepare everything for you. For now, stay at home, he continued. I will try to recall Ryan and the others as soon as possible. Engelbert looked at Thor's silence and spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Indeed, what Thor said was correct. But this involved divine inspiration, and caution was always necessary. Especially since Thor had shown such talent, he might become a Sky Knight in the future. As long as he could safely break through to become a Sky Knight, the entire family would have a real chance to rise. Even if there was only a small possibility, Count Engelbert didn't want his son to take unnecessary risks. Seeing his father's determined expression, Thor hesitated slightly but decided to speak again. Father, flowers in a greenhouse can never face the wind and rain. Do you trust me? At this moment, he made a firm decision in his heart. He had to go to the territory. If there was real danger, the intelligence system would warn him months in advance. Under such circumstances, he couldn't simply abandon the territory, especially since everything was heading in a good direction now. If he continued, becoming a Viscount was inevitable, and he even had the potential to challenge for the countship. Remaining in the family might give him a chance to become a Sky Knight through the contract. But what about beyond that? His goal was not just to become a Sky Knight. He aimed for a higher level. Thoryu. Hearing his son's words, Count Engelbert frowned. Father, you probably guessed it. I have been blessed by the goddess of life. I can sense both danger and opportunity coming. The northern province is my chance. I hope Father will not stop me. Thor spoke seriously, looking at his father. Other than his own special talent, he had already made everything clear. Over the past days, Count Engel had come to trust him enough to hear these words. Listening to his son and seeing his serious face, Count Engel's brow furrowed even more. He wasn't surprised by Thor's words, because even without him saying anything, he could sense it. What mattered was the firm resolve in Thor's voice. Thorl, do you know that many others are also favored by the goddess of life across this continent? Not everyone who is blessed has a smooth path. Unexpected events can happen at any time. Sensing danger is not the same as avoiding it. After a moment of silence, and as Thorl's gaze remained fixed on him, Count Engel spoke again. I understand, Father. But, as I said, a delicate flower in a greenhouse can't withstand storms. My goal isn't just the Sky Knight. I want to see higher levels, to look at a broader sky. Thorl nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Count Engel's words seemed to relax a little, so he quickly added, Phew. As long as you understand. The young eagle has spread its wings. It's hard for me to make decisions for you now. I hope you won't regret it. He looked deeply at Thorl, then finally nodded in agreement. Thank you, Father. At that moment, Thorl finally let out a deep breath. All right, go prepare. And I hope you keep your word. Remember, if something isn't right, don't insist. Leave immediately. Staying alive gives you a wider future and the chance to see a higher sky. Count Engel waved his hand, speaking again. Thorl nodded and slowly stepped back. Watching Thorl leave, Count Engel sighed softly. He also didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. Logic told him he should force Thor to stay. With Thor's talent, there was a high chance he would become a Sky Knight in the future. Having a Sky Knight in the family would make the Dressrosa family even stronger. But Thor's words still touched him. Since the young eagle had already spread its wings, as a father, you shouldn't interfere too much. His thoughts drifted, and his mind tangled. After a moment, the door was gently knocked. Come in. Count Engel's thoughts were pulled back, and his voice responded. Sir, you called for me? Michael entered, looking a bit confused. Wait a moment, Count Engel said, then quickly picked up a quill and began writing. After a short while, a new sheepskin scroll was finished. Michael, pass this message along through the Fire Eagle. Count Engel handed over the freshly written scroll. Fire Eagle? What's that? Hearing Engel's words, Michael couldn't help but look surprised. If nothing unexpected happens, there are likely members of the Heretic Church active in the northern province, trying to start another divine awakening. Count Engel explained softly. What? Michael's face changed at Engel's words. Sir, are you sure about this? Realizing he might have been too abrupt, Michael carefully asked again. It should be fine, Engel nodded. This. Michael's right hand trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The kingdom already knows about this. Just pass this message along. How they choose to respond is up to them. Count Engel didn't react to Michael's surprise and added one more sentence. Understood. Michael finally reacted and quickly nodded in agreement. Then he hurriedly left. Count Engel looked out the window again. Tonight's blood moon seemed a little colder. His thoughts drifted freely. On the other side, Thor left the study and returned to his own room. He felt a bit nervous inside. Even though he had made up his mind, this time was really too big. It was like just leaving the beginner village and immediately encountering the final boss. Thinking about the description of divine awakening in the books, it was clear he couldn't just ignore it. If it weren't for the daily intelligence system, and nearly 2 years of constant proof of its strength, Thor might have simply followed his father's arrangements. After all, compared to his territory and future, his own life was the most important. Not to mention, his father had given him a redemption gift, enough to secure his noble title. His territory could be developed later, no rush. There would be chances again. Hope I'm making the right choice, he whispered softly, his gaze drifting to the blood moon in the sky. Master, water is ready. Anna's gentle voice sounded, and a faint green glow spread through the room, calming his restless heart a little. Night fell deeper. It seemed like a long night was ahead. The entire Tulip Kingdom was stirred awake. In the royal palace, figures gathered together. These were the top beings of the kingdom. Even the capital of Tulip personally came to the scene. Aristos, are you really sure this is divine awakening? A deep voice asked. A middle-aged man in golden armor looked at the oldest man in the center. Aristos, this is no joking matter. Yes, Aristos. One voice after another spoke, all eyes focused on the old man. Your Majesty, everyone, this is indeed a divine awakening ceremony. It has already spread across most of the northern province. With the current scale, it will take at most 3 months to fully activate. The old man named Aristos spoke seriously. Hearing his confident words, everyone's expressions grew serious. Suddenly, the hall fell into silence. Until after a moment, on the throne, a deep voice rang out. All right, I understand. This time, I thank the gentleman. Aspros, take the gentleman to rest. The words were spoken. Soon, a knight appeared, leading an elderly man named Eris away. In the spacious hall, with the old man gone, no one spoke. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. According to the God's covenant, the kingdom must prevent the arrival of the divine awakening. 800 years ago, the Tulip Kingdom's royal family couldn't stop the divine coming, and most of the kingdom was nearly destroyed. The royal family was then dismissed by the empire. Decades ago, a mistake by the Lu Puer family in the southern Moon province almost caused the divine to arrive. Although they stopped it, the southern part of the province is still a scorched land. I believe no one wants a similar event to happen again in the north. From his high seat, The king of the Tulip Kingdom's deep voice sounded again. Listening to this, the hall grew even quieter. Suddenly, a powerful voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, I will personally go to the orc tribe. An old man appeared silently in the hall. Not enough. The sudden appearance of the figure and the strong words did not change the calm expression of the king on his throne. His voice remained steady. Then add my old self to the list. A sigh was heard, and another old man appeared. With these two, the hall was filled with knights dressed in golden armor, who all slightly bowed. Not enough. The king's words continued. Your Majesty, I don't have many years left. A sigh sounded again, and another old man appeared in the hall. His figure was hunched, and his skin was deeply wrinkled, showing signs of old age and decay. The three looked at each other, feeling helpless. Anwar, Sabak. But the king paid no attention to them, and his words rang out once more. Following his words, two more figures appeared in the hall. This time, an elderly man and an old woman. You will go with them. I need to see the head that opens the divine awakening within 3 months. The king's voice echoed again. Watching the sudden appearance of the two people and hearing His Majesty the King speak, the three who were originally feeling helpless finally relaxed. Otherwise, just the three of them still felt a bit nervous inside. Divine revelation. Even if it wasn't a complete divine revelation, it wasn't something easy to handle. Yes, Your Majesty. After relaxing, everyone bowed randomly. Then, the 5 of them disappeared instantly from the hall. 800 years. On the throne, the man whispered softly, his thoughts drifting slightly. His heart felt heavy. As the king of the Tulip Kingdom, he knew very well how terrifying the gods are. Every change of the royal family was almost caused by the gods. Maybe this time they could stop it, but what about next time? It's not always so lucky, and not every being that activates divine revelation is so foolish. Once activated, divine revelation could bring devastating damage to the entire Tulip Kingdom. It was even more true for their family. After all, the royal family's role is to prevent the gods from returning. If they can't do that, the empire wouldn't mind replacing the royal family. He believed that families who earn merits on the foreign battlefield would be willing to take over, just like their family did back then. Thor naturally didn't know about the kingdom's actions, and he didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. Even knowing only a small part of the iceberg, Thor understood how terrifying divine revelation is. With his current strength, once involved, Thor had no doubt that even Nil Morton, the Sky Knight, might not be able to protect him. If divine revelation could be solved by a Sky Knight, then there wouldn't be such chaos in the kingdom. A kingdom normally has at least a dozen Sky Knights. But even so, if divine revelation gets out of control, the damage it causes is still unimaginable. Thor even thought with his toes that this thing must be dealt with by either a Holy Domain Knight or someone above the Holy Domain. Besides this terrifying aspect, there is also one thing that can be confirmed. The kingdom has the ability to resolve divine revelation. Even if divine revelation goes completely out of control, the kingdom can ultimately calm it down. There was no true divine intervention happening. This point already explains many issues. It is also the fundamental reason why Thor finally made up his mind. Otherwise, relying only on the daily intelligence system, Thor still felt a bit nervous inside. But with these in place, it seems he can try something. After all, if it really works out, this might be his true chance to soar in his territory. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Moreover, he has the ability to survive in turbulent times, so why not give it a try? Night gradually passed. Morning sunlight spilled in. In the following days, Thor began to wait quietly. 2 days later, Count Engel had prepared all the supplies and personnel for him. Thor's figure reappeared in the study. Thor, this time I've gathered 3 pharmacists, all under 30 years old, and 10 administrative officers. As for the knights, I will give you 20 full knights and 50 trainee knights. Also, Marshall will still accompany you. But remember, if there's danger, retreat immediately. Count Engel looked at his son, paused for a moment, then spoke in a low, serious tone. His expression was a bit complicated. Understood. Thor nodded, his words becoming more serious. Thor. He instinctively wanted to persuade him, but seeing Thor's determined look, Count Engel decided to give up. Father, I will prepare everything. I'll leave tomorrow. Facing Engel's complex gaze, Thor slightly bowed. Good. Count Engel nodded. Thor then took his leave. Watching Thor leave, Count Engel's eyes involuntarily looked out the window again. At this moment, a majestic eagle appeared in the sky. A loud cry sounded. The eagle spread its wings and flew toward the distant sky. Watching the eagle fly away, Count Engel's heart somehow gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Thor began preparing for his departure. First, he went to see the three pharmacists. The three pharmacists, 2 men and 1 woman, were all around 24 or 25 years old. Clearly, they all had good talent. Sir. Seeing Thor arrive, the 3 alchemists hurriedly bowed and looked at him with curiosity. The Earl had already told them that he would become Thor's person in the future. They were all very curious about this young nobleman who had become a baron at such a young age. Until now, seeing him in person, they were even more surprised by how young Thor looked. His determined face still showed a hint of youthfulness. There's no need for formalities. Since you become my people, I will give you opportunities. In the future, you will work and learn with Anna. I hope you can become magicians one day. Thor spoke calmly. Unlike before, when he went to the northern province, he needed to win over knights and offer real benefits. Now, as a young baron, he didn't need to do that anymore. Of course, to quickly gain their loyalty, Thor still gave them a big promise. For each alchemist, becoming a magician was a lifelong dream. But it was very difficult. Without magical inheritance, they had little chance unless they got extremely lucky. Right now, Thor was giving them hope. Sir, is what you said true? The 3 looked at Thor with surprised expressions. Then, one woman among them couldn't help but tremble as she spoke with disbelief. The other 2 also looked at Thor with excitement. Anna is a magician, and she will soon advance to the 3rd level. Facing their gazes, Thor simply spoke briefly. As he said this, a wave of magic energy spread from Anna. Sir, Christina is willing to serve you. Sir, Entos also wants to serve you. Sir. Seeing the powerful magic aura around Anna, the 3 couldn't hide their excitement. The woman among them was the first to kneel, speaking respectfully. Hearing this, the other 2 quickly followed, kneeling and speaking with respect. Work hard, and you will surely have opportunities. Thor waved his hand to signal them to stand up. Yes. The 3 nodded excitedly, their eyes full of passion when looking at Anna. Anna remained calm. She would only follow Thor's arrangements. Thor asked him to teach, and he naturally wouldn't hold back. After meeting with the 3 alchemists, Thor began preparing other matters. The day passed quickly. The next day, early in the morning, Thor's team had already gathered. Brother Thor, are you leaving now? Klein looked a bit reluctant at the training ground. Other young kids also looked at Thor. Ha ha ha. I've been away from the territory for too long. The villagers still need me. If Klein becomes the lord in the future, he can't forget his people while having fun. Thor smiled and patted Klein's head. Of course not. All right, Brother Thor, remember to come back. Klein pouted and reluctantly spoke. Of course, I will come back to see Klein. Klein, you should also work your training so you can become a strong lord someday. Thor nodded with a smile. Il, you've been training hard these days. It won't be long before you can gather the seed of life. He looked at the young boy beside him and couldn't help but remind him. Il nodded. All right, everyone, keep training well. I look forward to the day you become knights. Thor waved happily at the young eagles. His figure then headed outside the castle. At the training ground, Carter kept watching Thor's figure until it disappeared into the distance, and he didn't take his eyes back for a long time. Carter, why don't you go say a few words to Thor? A companion nearby asked curiously. Carter shook his head without speaking, but in his heart, he silently made a decision. He wanted to follow Thor. His fate had been almost changed by Thor. But at this moment, this thought was temporarily buried in his mind. After all, he hadn't yet gathered the seed of life, so even if he followed, he felt unworthy at this time. Seeing that he ignored him, the companion pouted and didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, Thor had already arrived outside the castle. This time, he didn't have many people with him. Heading to the northern province, he could prepare many supplies for the first trip. Besides the serfs, he could bring almost everything. But for the second trip, restrictions would be much tighter. So this time, Thor's journey was mainly just a few knights and Count Angle preparing for him. Father, Thor slightly bows to Count Angle, then turns and mounts Nia's back. May the goddess of life bless you, my child, says Count Angle. May the goddess of life also bless you, Thor replies. Then he no longer hesitates, pulls the reins, and begins heading north back to the province. He watches Thor gradually disappear from sight until he is out of view. Only then does Count Angle return to the castle. Above Thor's head, an eagle spreads its wings, full of life under the morning sun. The sun rises and then sets again. Time slowly passes. On the way back to the northern province, everything goes smoothly without any trouble. A month later, Thor re-enters the border of the northern province. He chooses a different route for his return journey. But every day, the intelligence gathered remains very limited. Thor sighs and shakes his head. "Sir, the checkpoint ahead is being inspected," reports a knight respectfully. "I understand," Thor nods. "Let's go." He leads his team into the checkpoint. The inspectors, seeing Thor and his group, quickly step forward. "Baron, sorry to bother you." The inspector salutes politely. He doesn't dare neglect a baron. He even gestures slightly, speeding up the inspection. In less than half an hour, the check is complete. Thor and his group safely pass the inspection by Marquis Ryman's team, with no issues. This is normal, of course. The Thunderstone they obtained earlier was already transported back to the territory through Racho's means, and the only high-level life potion was kept close to him. As a baron, no one dares search him. This is the only accepted rule for transportation. Nobles can only carry what they are allowed. Next, they enter the northern province and head towards their territory. It only took about 20 days for him to return to his territory. A few months' time. Even though there was correspondence, allowing Thor to have a rough idea of the territory, it was still almost a few months since he last saw it. He was very curious about the current state of his land. He even sped up his travel a little. As a result, on the 9th day of entering the northern province, Thor and his group arrived at Loren City. Upon entering Loren City, Thor's expression slightly changed. Compared to when he left earlier, Loren City seemed a bit more deserted. The previous prosperity had faded somewhat. On the streets, there were fewer signs of knights. Along the way, the area was even somewhat empty. Faced with this situation, Thor couldn't help but feel a serious look. "Pelros, go find out what's happening," he said. "Also, I need to know about the recent affairs in the northern province," Thor added, speaking to Pelros beside him. "Yes, my lord." Pelros nodded and quickly left. Thor and his group then returned to their previous camp to rest and prepare. It was already late in the day. They couldn't continue traveling. So Thor decided to rest in Loren City for a day and observe the situation, to learn more about the current state of the northern province before setting out again. As the administrative center of the northern province, this place provided information that couldn't be matched elsewhere. Earlier, in the Frostmoon province, Ryan would tell him about recent events, but due to the distance, there was always a time lag. So he was eager to learn the current situation of the northern province. Night gradually fell. About an hour later, Pelros returned again. "How is it?" Thor looked at Pelros, his question full of curiosity. "Sir, I've got the details," Pelros replied. "The northern defenses are now stable. Some nobles paid their redemption gold and resumed development, while others joined the northern defenses," Pelros explained. "In the kingdom's rules, as long as one has enough merit, they can offset the redemption gold needed to abandon their land. So after the north stabilized, many nobles from Loren City led their troops to move out." Pelros continued, sharing what he had learned. Hearing Pelros's words, Thor furrowed his brow. He didn't expect that just a few months after leaving, the situation would change so much. But this is quite normal. After developing a territory for many years, even over 10 years, not everyone can easily give it up. Even if there is a chance, they all want to regain what is theirs. As for the risks, in the stable northern region, many lords are not too worried. Transition. As a noble of the territory, the most important thing is the land. If you lose your land, you not only lose your power but also your future. The kingdom is unlikely to give you a new territory, and it's hard to get one again. For the expanding lords, to become a noble, they need more than just achievements. They also need land. 100 achievements can earn you the title of Baron in the kingdom, but that's only possible if you have land. If you lose your land, even 1,000 achievements won't be enough to become a noble. At best, you might be a court noble. Not every lord can accept such a result. So if there's even a small chance, they won't give up. But this might not be an opportunity. The Divine Awakening is about to begin. Even if the kingdom can stop it, or even suppress the losses before they grow, the nobles on the front line may still be affected. Of course, this has nothing to do with Thor. After understanding the general situation, the next morning, he headed back to Eagle's Nest. 7 days quickly passed. Everything went smoothly. Thor finally returned to Eagle's Nest after nearly 4 months. Compared to before he left, the entire territory had changed greatly, most notably in size, which had nearly doubled. More farmland was cultivated. New shoots of wheat sprouted everywhere. The water channels built by goblins ran through the wheat fields. In the farmland, busy figures worked with smiles on their faces. Thor's arrival drew many people's attention, but soon they recognized the Lord himself. Master! Master! Lord! Master! Voices echoed one after another. Along the way, whether they were slaves, free citizens, or knights, everyone respectfully saluted. Behind Tor, figures from the Frost Moon province looked on with amazement at this scene. Even though they had heard of the Eagle territory, seeing it in person still left them deeply impressed. This place was not at all the cold and harsh land they had imagined. Its development even gave them the feeling that it was no less than the Frost Moon province. Tor, the lord here, had an incredible reputation. Is this the Eagle territory? Among the three alchemists, Intos muttered to himself. Sir, you're amazing. Christie couldn't help but speak up. At this moment, their gazes on Tor changed again. Of course, it wasn't just them. Even Count Engelbert, who had sent a knight to accompany him, and the officials all looked on with surprise. Marshall's expression also showed some shock. They kept looking around the territory, then focused back on Tor. Amid everyone's amazement, a group of people appeared outside the small town in the distance. Leading them were Rain and Steve. Seeing Tor and the others approaching, Rain and Steve quickly ran over. Sir. Rain and Steve saluted respectfully. Good job. Thank you for your hard work these days. Tor nodded with a smile. He was very pleased with his two subordinates. While he was away, Steve managed the Eagle territory quite well. There were some problems, but overall it was good. Rain also did well in trade. Looking at the two, the people brought by Tor behind them looked quite shaken. Both of them radiated the aura of great knights. They couldn't help but glance again at Palos. Some knights couldn't hide their excitement. 3 great knights, plus young Lord Tor, that made 4 great knights. Such strength in developing the territory was truly impressive. It seemed they didn't need to worry about the future. Compared to their excitement, Marshall's expression was once again filled with shock. Reen knew about this. More than a year ago, Thor brought back someone from the small town. In less than 2 years, this person had already become a great knight. How long did it take Thor to reach the rank of great knight? 10 years? 15? Or even longer? Marshall couldn't remember exactly, only that it took a long time. Of course, Thor didn't care about the shock and impact he brought to these people right now. Reen and Steve also didn't pay much attention. Sir, you praise us too much. Hearing Thor's compliment, the two men, nervous, finally relaxed. Then Reen and Steve spoke at the same time. Let's go back first. Steve, organize everything about the territory during this time and give it to me later. Thor shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it, and softly instructed. Sir, everything is ready. You can check it any time. Steve nodded and led Thor towards the small town. Soon, they entered Eagle Town. Compared to before, Eagle Town was now truly a small town. More residents had moved in. Over the past 4 months, after consulting with Thor, Steve went to Loren City and bought 3,000 slaves. Now, the town's population had grown to nearly 10,000. With several patrols around the area, and under Thor's careful instructions, more free people had settled here, making the town much more prosperous. Even after 4 months apart, when Thor appeared, everyone quickly showed excitement and blushes as they greeted him. Thor nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone soon entered the castle. Inside the castle, the banquet had already started. After a sumptuous dinner, the figures following Thor became more settled. Because at this point, Eagle territory no longer needed anything to calm people's hearts, it was naturally a place that made people feel secure. In the study, Steve and Reen gathered again. Thor sat at the desk, flipping through the relevant information sent by Steve. No one spoke. Steve and Reen both waited quietly, tense. Time passed second by second. After half an hour, Thor finished reviewing all the documents in front of him. He paused and slightly frowned. It was not because of the Eagle territory's leadership that he felt dissatisfied. The entire Eagle territory, both what he saw and what was described in the documents, made him very pleased. Now, there are already 2 small towns, and a 3rd town is being built. The population has grown to nearly 15,000 people, with about 1,000 free citizens. His extraordinary powers have also improved quite a bit. Before he left, there were only 43 official knights and 132 apprentice knights in the Eagle territory. In just 4 months, the number of official knights increased from 43 to 45, adding 2 more. The number of apprentice knights grew even more, from 132 to 151, an increase of 19. This is a very impressive number. Adding the support from Count Engelbert, the total number of knights reached 65, and apprentice knights exceeded 200. His strength has clearly improved a lot. Even in the western region, he has the right to control a section of the Danube River. Considering Marshall as well, he could even control a large part of the Danube River rich in resources. At the same time, the grain production in the Eagle territory has greatly increased. Even with the population growth and thousands of goblins, the territory's needs are well met. And this is just the beginning. Once the newly cultivated farmland is harvested, grain supplies will be even more abundant. Not to mention the annual trade income. In 4 months, his total income has exceeded 5,000 gold coins. This is without fully opening the silver armor supply. Once it is open, the income could easily double. All of this shows that the Eagle territory has truly moved past the initial development phase and has begun to harvest benefits. However, what made Thor frown was the development of the Eagle Merchant Guild. Yes, the Eagle Merchant Guild. The guild has indeed brought rapid growth. The profits have indeed increased a lot. Thor, holding 50% of the earnings, made 5,000 gold coins. The entire Eagle Trade Guild earned up to 10,000 gold coins in the past 4 months. That is 10,000 gold coins, more than many count of noble territories. In just 4 months, the Eagle Trade Guild earned 10,000 gold coins. If we project this over a year, the income could reach 30,000 gold coins. This is definitely a frightening number. However, Thor senses something is wrong with this figure. The income of the Eagle Trade Guild stopped growing a month ago, and this month even saw a slight decrease. In theory, this shouldn't happen. Based on Thor's trading methods, the guild's income should grow like a snowball, gradually reaching a saturation point before slowing down. What is saturation? Thor doesn't know exactly, but it's definitely more than 30,000 gold coins. Marquis Layman's city, Lorraine, earns over 100,000 gold coins each year. Not to mention other areas, especially the ruined northern regions. There's no way they only earn this much. How could 30,000 be the saturation point? There must be a problem here. Rain, what's going on with the Eagle Trade Guild? Thor put down his documents and looked at Rain. Currently, Rajuz isn't here, and Rain has the most contact with the guild. He believes Rain will give him a proper explanation. Sir, Rain instinctively spoke, but he didn't know where to start. What's wrong? Seeing Rain's hesitation, Thor's expression darkened slightly. Sir, the situation is a bit complicated. Steve spoke up, also looking serious. Oh? Thor looked at Steve. Sir, at first, the guild's actions went very smoothly. They quickly established a significant route in the west. Lord Rajuz managed to connect with over 40 pioneering lords within a few months. Before last month, that number grew to 67 pioneering lords. But this also drew the attention of some in the west. Since last month, they've been interfering, blocking, and even attacking our guild. Yes, sir. Just last week, they even ambushed a merchant caravan. Although no one was hurt, the supplies were heavily damaged. More importantly, they started setting up checkpoints, forcing us to pay high taxes. This makes it harder for our guild to grow. Steve quietly explained the situation, with Ryan adding some details. Listening to both of them, Thor finally understood what was happening. Clearly, the appearance of the Eagle Guild directly threatened the interests of the powerful noble lords in the west. As powerful nobles, most of the western region, or rather the entire northern province, is controlled by them. Marquis Layman is in charge, mainly controlling the trade, with fewer restrictions on other activities. In this situation, the cake was naturally eyed by some strong noble lords. They have enough resources and strength to keep gaining more. But the emergence of the Eagle Guild broke this usual understanding. They thought the vegetables in their own garden would be safe, but someone took them. They would be angry if they weren't. Thor even suspected that the main reason the other side didn't destroy the Eagle Guild outright was because of the threat from the Dressrosa family. As a famous pioneering knight family, the Dressrosa family's influence in the northern province extends beyond just Tharon and Thor. They have many other holdings too. All this combined is quite powerful. Maybe that's why they haven't gone all out. But interfering, disturbing, or even annoying them is unavoidable, especially with the checkpoint tactic. Thor has seen this in the Frost Moon province. In places with almost perfect systems, like Frost Moon, the effect is significant. In the northern province, it's even harder to imagine. Because in Frost Moon, they worry about draining resources, but in the northern province, they don't have to worry about that. And only the Eagle Guild is restricted, so they don't need to worry about other issues. This response is inevitable. As long as the Eagle Guild expands, it will face this kind of result, unless the guild stops spreading into the west. But the most valuable part of the northern province is the west. If the western region is not expanded, the Eagle Business Guild cannot develop at all. But if expansion happens, then the current situation is bound to occur. Thor didn't expect that these guys would come up with a way to collect taxes at the kingdom's border checkpoints. This problem is indeed very difficult to solve. They set up checkpoints within their own territory to collect taxes, which is allowed by the kingdom's laws. Unless he can defeat each one individually and eliminate or subdue them all, he can't solve the issue. But if he does that, not to mention whether he can actually do it, even if he can, such actions would easily anger many people. At that point, the problem would be much bigger. Thor's brow furrowed deeply as he fell into thought. Steve and Ryan exchanged a glance, both silently waiting without disturbing him. A gentle knock on the desk broke the silence. Thoughts kept crossing his mind. He didn't know how long it had been, or how long it lasted. Steve, Ryan, has my second brother responded? Thor shook his head, then looked at the two, asking with a hint of inquiry. Lord Tono is currently contacting other knights from the family. He said he will come to Eagle territory in a while. Ryan respectfully replied, "Contact other family members." Thor shook his head. He roughly understood Tono's meaning, but in his view, such actions wouldn't really solve any problems. Even though he knew the Dressrosa family was very powerful in the entire northern province, no matter how strong they are, they can't truly dominate all the powerful noble lords in the west. And as long as they can't do that, such contacts are of limited use. Sir, should we eliminate one? The recent unrest in the northern province hasn't settled yet. Steve suddenly spoke, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Recently, he had received many messages, which made him very angry. Right now, even without considering the strength of the Eagle Business Guild, their Eagle territory's power is more terrifying than some powerful noble lords. Destroying one is completely possible. Hearing Steve's words, Thor looked at him with some surprise. But he quickly shook his head. No. This is very obvious and easy to cause these guys to unite completely. Right now, they haven't fully united yet. The words were softly explained. Currently, the Eagle leader is indeed strong enough. Even without considering the Eagle Commerce Guild, they could easily eliminate one or two families. But the problem remains the same as before. As long as he can't completely resolve all issues, dealing with just one or two families won't solve anything. In fact, it might even make these noble lords band together against him, which would cause real trouble. Once these people unite, even the Eagle Commerce Guild, along with their lords and the Dressrosa family, wouldn't be able to resist. The entire northern province isn't just the main river valley, nor is it only the Dressrosa family. Although the three great dukes rarely have core descendants becoming pioneering knights, the Marquis families have many heirs, including several core members. These people are already formidable when scattered and united. It's hard to imagine how powerful they would be. Hearing Thor's words, Steve was also startled. All right, let's leave it at that for now. When my second brother arrives or Rachos returns, we can get a clearer picture. Steve, go arrange those people I brought. Thor shook his head, temporarily suppressing his thoughts and giving orders. Yes. Steve nodded. Then the three of them discussed some land matters again. Thor waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Sitting in the room, Thor fell into deep thought. Night gradually passed. When late at night arrived, the familiar system notification sounded. The next day, as the morning sun shone, under the summer sky, even the northern province had begun to feel some warmth. In the room, Thor finished his grooming under maid Karen's service. Then he went to the training ground to practice the knight's breathing technique. After an hour of training, he began to handle land affairs. Since he had been away for a while, there were still many things to deal with in the territory. Although Ryan, Steve, and some officials had taken care of some matters, there were still tasks that required his direct attention. These had been left pending. Reopening 2,000 acres of farmland? Looking at the document in his hand, Thor couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Karen. He spoke loudly and called out toward the door. Master. The maid Karen quickly entered, respectfully bowing. Go and call Kuwait. Thor ordered. Yes. Karen nodded and quickly left. Soon, Kuwait, who was busy handling food in the town, arrived at the room, taking a breath. Sir. Kuwait respectfully greeted. Tell me, how do you plan to reclaim another 2,000 acres of farmland? Thor asked, with a look of curiosity, his eyes fixed on the young official who seemed to be in his 30s. This was one of the 5 officials given to him by Count Engelbert, and the youngest among them. Thor valued this young man very much. When he left, he entrusted him with the affairs of Eagle Town. He didn't expect that the first thing he would deal with upon his return was a plan made by this young official. "Sir, do you have a map?" Hearing Thor's question, Kuwait's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded. "Yes." Thor nodded, and Karen stepped forward swiftly, unfolding the map behind him. A large, detailed map appeared. It showed not only Eagle Town, but also the surrounding areas clearly. "Sir, look, this is the main river. Here is Eagle Town, and this is the shape of a bay. From here, Eagle territory can start a new river, allowing the main river to flow through this low-lying area, converge downstream, and finally meet here. Once completed, this whole region could become fertile farmland. Not just 2,000 acres, but even 10,000 acres could be cultivated. Plus, doing this can help divert the floodwaters of the main river during the rainy season. Relying solely on the reservoir you built, if a severe flood occurs, it might be hard to handle. A few months ago, the reservoir was already full and had to be drained." Kuwait spoke earnestly, moving closer to the map and explaining carefully. He seemed so excited that his young face was slightly flushed. Listening to Kuwait's words, Thor's eyes brightened. He carefully looked in the direction indicated by Kuwait. There was indeed very fertile land there, but it couldn't be developed due to lack of water flow. If a new river could be opened to flow through that area, it would surely become good farmland. And just as Kuwait said, it could also help divert the large water flow during the rainy season. The main river valley was too wild. Even Thor underestimated the huge flow of water there. The reservoir did prevent floods from happening, but based on previous information, it was still quite risky. During the flood season over a month ago, the reservoir almost couldn't hold the water. In the end, they had to release water to keep it from overflowing. The cost was that many downstream areas were once again ravaged. Fortunately, there were no lords or human settlements downstream of the main river valley, so there was little impact. But if this continued, the fertile lands downstream would never be developed. For Thor, this was a complete waste. His eyes gradually lit up. "Good. Kuwait, I leave this matter to you. I will send the young Eagle Knights to assist you. Additionally, I will send 3 knights and 5,000 goblins to help. With these, how long do you think it will take to open this river?" Thor thought for a moment, then made a firm decision and spoke. Hearing Thor's words, Kuwait's expression brightened with joy. He didn't expect his lord to give such strong support. 2 years. No, I only need 1 year to finish this. Kuwait spoke excitedly and with a flush on his face, his eyes shining with hope and excitement. "Good. I look forward to your good news. Here, take this and go find Pelos. He will provide you with manpower." Thor nodded, then quickly wrote on a blank sheet of paper and handed it to Kuwait. "Yes, sir. Lord, I will not let you down." Kuwait eagerly took the message. "Go now." Thor waved his hand, and Kuwait immediately bowed and stepped back. Watching the figure leave, Thor's expression naturally softened into a slight smile. He didn't expect that among the officials his father appointed, there was such a talented person. Although in this world, extraordinary powers are fundamental, top-level talent can also have a huge impact on a territory. After all, more farmland means more food, and more food means more gold coins. With more gold, a territory's extraordinary strength can continue to grow. Since Thor is also a traveler from another world, he understands the importance of basic skills even better. So, after considering the feasibility, he immediately gathered a large force to assist Kuwait. "About a year. We should be able to catch up before the kingdom's war." He whispered softly, then stopped paying attention to it and continued handling the remaining tasks. Time slowly passed, until the evening glow gradually spread across the land. The busy eagles and the people of Eagle territory, bathed in the sunset, began returning to their homes. Thor finally lifted his head from a pile of work. "Phew, it's almost done. It seems I also need a butler." With a soft voice, Thor thought of his father's butler, Charlie. As a butler, Charlie undoubtedly helped his father handle many matters and screened many tasks. Now, Thor also seems to need one. After all, Eagle territory is no longer as sparse as before. With over 10,000 people in the Eagle Business Association, there are many things to handle. Dealing with everything alone is truly exhausting. Thinking of this, Thor once again thought of Kiewit. But he quickly shook his head. Such talented people are only suitable as butlers, and that would be a waste. Then Thor thought of a few others. But these people clearly lack enough ability. Hopefully, these 10 people will be good this time. He muttered to himself, then stopped thinking further. There's no need to rush now. Since he was away for 4 months, he can take his time to choose. Especially since Count Engelbert has given him 10 more people this time. He can observe how these 10 perform before making a decision. He stood up and stretched. Thor was preparing to inspect his territory. He also wanted to see how the new settlers were doing. The others were fine. He mainly wanted to check on the 3 alchemists and Marshall. Since Marshall was like an uncle to him, even though Count Engelbert had asked him to follow Marshall, Thor still felt he should care about him. As for the 3 alchemists, they were very important for his future wealth. He valued them greatly. But before he could act, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Thor called out. The door opened with a creak, and Maid Karen entered. "What's wrong, Karen?" Thor asked, looking at her. "Master Tono has arrived," Karen said respectfully. "Oh, my second brother is here." Thor was surprised at first, then his eyes lit up. "Let's go," he said, standing up and heading toward the door. Outside Eagle Town, Thor quickly saw Tono and his group from afar. Tono didn't bring many people, only about 20 riders. They looked tired and seemed to be rushing quickly. When they saw Thor's group, Tono's team slowed down. They dismounted. Second brother. Thor was the first to go forward. Tono. Tono also smiled. They hugged tightly. Then, led by Thor, everyone entered the town. "Thor, your land development is really fast," Tono said, looking at the rows of houses, busy workers, and the farmland outside the town. He had been in the northern province for over 10 years, but he had never seen such rapid growth. Now, in less than 2 years, Thor's territory was as large and developed as his own. He couldn't imagine how Thor managed to do it. "Big brother, you're flattering me," Thor said with a smile and shook his head. "This is not flattery. I've seen many marquis heirs develop their lands, but none as fast as you." Promise shook his head and spoke seriously. Thor smiled slightly. Promise just sighed and quickly changed the subject. "Thor, is father doing well when you returned?" Promise asked with a hint of nostalgia. "Father is fine. Maybe in a few years, there will be a surprise," Thor said with a smile. "A surprise?" Promise looked curious. "Brother, you'll find out in a few years," Thor replied mysteriously. "Haha, I'll be waiting then," Promise nodded with a smile. As they talked, everyone soon entered the castle. But this time, unlike before, the castle was not hosting a banquet first. Tono and Thor went straight to the study, asking everyone to step back. "How is the situation?" Thor looked at his second brother, Tono. "I don't think it's needed anymore. The situation is troublesome." Promise's expression grew serious, and his brows furrowed. "What happened?" Thor was surprised. Although he didn't expect much from Tono contacting other Dressrosa family members, there shouldn't be any problems. Tono's reaction was clearly unusual. "Did you receive a message from father while you were away?" Promise asked, looking at Thor. "A message?" Thor was stunned and confused. He didn't react right away. 10 days ago, father sent a letter. He said the northern province might soon face a divine awakening and asked if I considered evacuating. The family would provide compensation. "Did you receive that?" Promise looked puzzled. He thought his brother should have received the letter earlier. "That father told me at home, but I refused." Thor was stunned for a moment, then understood and shook his head with a light laugh. "Do you know what a divine awakening is? Every time it happens, the continent experiences great chaos. 100 years ago, the southern moon province had a divine awakening, and over 200,000 humans were lost. 68 years ago, the Blazing Kingdom experienced an event where over 400,000 people were sacrificed. Whenever a divine awakening occurs in the northern province, the disaster it causes is unimaginable. Our strength alone cannot handle it. Not even the Dressrosa family could manage it." "Torn, you." Tono's eyes widened, then suddenly became urgent. He looked at Tor with a hurried tone. He was afraid Tor didn't understand, so he explained the event of the divine awakening. As he spoke, Tono felt a strong emotional wave inside. Recently, this information made him very uneasy and confused. He thought about abandoning his territory and giving up the efforts of the past 10 years. He really didn't want to, but the threat of the divine awakening was real, not to mention other things. From what he knew, those powerful noble lords had already begun to evacuate. Even the 2 strongest expansion lords in the west were preparing to leave. This alone showed how serious the problem was. I know, my father already told me. I've also read about it. But I think it's not a big problem. The records show there have been a total of 103 Divine Awakening events, with only 73 being extremely serious. Most of these serious events were sudden and unexpected, and the major kingdoms didn't notice them. The remaining 30 times didn't cause much impact because the kingdoms detected them early. Can we understand it this way? As long as a Divine Awakening is discovered in time, it won't be a big problem. After all, in the entire continent, there's no record of a divine visit in tens of thousands of years. Thor spoke slowly. Hearing Thor's words, the originally anxious Tono was stunned. Wow. He instinctively opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His heart was pounding intensely. Thoughts kept swirling: joy, worry, hope. He finally let out a long breath. Various emotions kept spreading. Phew. After a long while, Tono took a deep breath and looked at Thor with a serious gaze. Then he spoke again. To be honest, Thor, you are still too reckless. Are you sure you want to stay? Tuonua asked, still looking hesitant. Yes, I'm sure. There is a future here that belongs to me. Even if there's just a small chance, I will stay. Thor spoke seriously. There are some things he can't explain, so he can only express it this way. After all, he can't reveal his special abilities. His biggest confidence isn't these pieces of information, but his special talent. As long as there are no danger signals from his talent, it means he is safe enough. Just this is enough for him to not worry. I understand. Indeed, Thor, you're right. This place holds our future, and we can't give up so easily. I will also stay, Tuonua said earnestly. At this moment, he made up his mind. As Thor said, this place is their future, and they won't give up just like that. Even if there's only a small chance, they must try. They can abandon their territory, but what about the future? Losing their land. Even if they use redemption gold to keep their titles, how long will it take to start over and reach their current position again? Will there still be a chance? No one can be sure. Since Thor is willing to take a gamble, why wouldn't Tuonua be? Brother. Thor looked at Tuonua with some surprise. He didn't expect his older brother to also be willing to stay. Thor, don't look at me like that. Since you, who just became a pioneer knight, have the courage, I do too. And your nephew has already been sent back to the family. Even if something happens, I don't have to worry. Tuonua smiled as he spoke. Hearing Tuonua's words, Thor couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. His brother clearly isn't impulsive, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the threat from Divine Awakening is very real. It's impossible to block everything completely. Tuonua doesn't have his special talent, so he can't be sure what the outcome will be. As he chuckled softly, Thor seemed to think of something. He asked with a hint of doubt, Brother, you said before that the powerful lord in the west has started to withdraw. Is that true? He looked again at Tuonua. Hearing Thor's words, Tuonua nodded slightly. Indeed, they have already begun to withdraw. As I understand, the two powerful lords, Spencer and Campbell, have shown signs of retreat. Additionally, the heirs of several other strong marquises are also indicating they plan to leave. Tono nodded and slowly explained the current situation he had learned. Listening to him, Thor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was clear. Those who noticed something was wrong, who paid attention to the scrolls, and could interpret them, not only the Dressrosa family, others from powerful families also had some understanding. As a result, the secret of the Divine Awakening was hard to spread among the lower-tier frontier lords, but among the upper-tier frontier lords and noble families, it was no longer a secret. Thor had no doubt that the lords planning to leave were probably more than just those Tono mentioned. The number would only be larger. The threat of the Divine Awakening was not so simple. Even if some discovered the same pattern, who would dare to gamble? Not to mention these frontier lords. Even the marquis families might not have the courage to take such a risk. So, retreating seemed to be the only choice, at least to protect their strength from being destroyed. Honestly, not just them. If Thor didn't have the daily intelligence system, he wouldn't even have the courage to come here. It seems we are quite lucky. As his thoughts flowed, Thor's expression suddenly turned into a light smile. Lucky? Tono was slightly stunned and looked puzzled. Rain said that the Eagle Trade Company has run into some obstacles, hasn't it? Most of these obstacles come from these powerful frontier lords, Thor explained with a light laugh. Exactly. Those guys are really over the top. They set up checkpoints in the northern province, lowered taxes, and for goods worth 100 gold coins, they dared to charge 50 or even 70 or 80 coins. Tono nodded, then suddenly spoke with a tone of indignation. But as he spoke, Tono suddenly froze, his eyes widening. He instinctively wanted to speak. However, Thor's voice sounded first. Currently, only the top nobles probably know this news. Most likely, only these top nobles are choosing to leave quietly, avoiding attracting too much attention. If they made a big show, it might not reduce their loss as much. Brother, have you noticed that the income of the Eagle Trade Guild has been decreasing this month? Thor's voice was calm. Hearing this, Tono's eyes brightened. He knew the guild's income was dropping, but he thought it was just because the major nobles were causing trouble. Now, hearing Thor's words, he suddenly understood what was really happening. Brother, go ask someone to check if the checkpoints are still there, he said. Also, find out how many nobles and lords are planning to leave. This time, it might be our chance. Maybe the Dressrosa family can become the true leaders among the northern province's pioneers. Thor's eyes sparkled as he spoke slowly. He had been thinking about how to solve this problem. In his previous thoughts, it seemed almost impossible to fix quickly. The alliance restrictions among these nobles were based on interests. Even if he wanted to divide the benefits, the Eagle territory's current profits weren't enough to attract these top nobles. So, it seemed almost unsolvable. But unexpectedly, just when he was about to doze off, fate sent him a pillow, an event of divine revelation. The divine event made his problem disappear before he even found a solution. Now, with many top nobles leaving, even if one or two remain, they wouldn't pose much threat to the Eagle Trade Guild. He had been worried about a united noble front and public outrage. But if only a few remain, he doesn't need to worry at all. If there are objections, with the chaos in the northern province and the divine event about to happen, losing one or two more territories, even powerful noble territories, doesn't seem impossible. Good. I'll go back immediately and investigate. Within 3 days at most, I will find out which lords are planning to act or have already taken action. Thor nodded confidently, a look of excitement on his face. At this moment, he also saw an opportunity. If they can grasp the opportunity, and if divine inspiration is indeed as Thor said, then their chance will truly come. Not just theirs, but possibly others as well. Even for Tono, this is hard to imagine. He could use this chance to expand his territory further. Although he expanded a few months ago, now it seems that's not enough. This is really an opportunity. The core of the northern province lies in the western region, but after 20 years of development, most important resource points there are now controlled by powerful nobles. Other nobles and pioneering lords face many restrictions when trying to grow their lands. Even the Dressrosa family doesn't hold much influence in the west, only a slightly better position. This situation is hard to change. Under the siphon effect, the stronger become even stronger, and the weaker grow weaker. Lords who control more resources, along with powerful nobles, will become stronger, pushing other noble lords out of the way. Until the entire northern province is fully developed, new counts, viscounts, and barons will emerge, and the system will stabilize amid conflicts, just like in past pioneering territories. But now, because of the arrival of divine inspiration, a different beginning is undoubtedly underway. When divine inspiration arrives, many powerful nobles receive information and start to withdraw. However, people cannot leave their territories easily. These territories are a huge benefit. If they can be acquired and survive this divine inspiration crisis, the gains will be unimaginable. Especially for Tono. His expansion a few months ago already brought him great gains. Now, he seems to see another chance. After the conversation, Tono didn't even have dinner and hurriedly left. He headed back to his territory. Thor didn't stop him. Every moment now is crucial. Currently, not many people are aware of the real problem. Most who do are already informed landowners who are preparing to leave, so their departure doesn't cause much impact. But if too much time passes, other expansion lords are not fools. They can naturally sense what's happening. Once they realize, they will also take action, and if they do so a bit later, the losses could be significant. Thor also urgently wants to learn more news. The powerful noble lords who are planning to withdraw might have some opportunities to seize valuable items. After all, some things cannot be taken away by the lords here, like slaves. Rain. Send someone to inform Rachos to return immediately. Watching Tonon leave, Thor then turned to Ray and gave instructions. Yes. Rain quickly nodded. Soon, a knight headed west. Within the territory, Thor was handling affairs while waiting for news. 7 days later, the news from Tonon arrived first. In the study, Tor's gaze fixed on the letter. Time slowly passed. After half an hour, Tor gently put down the letter given by Tonon. Phew. He exhaled deeply, a faint smile appearing on his face. The situation was as he had imagined. According to Tonon, more than 27 lords had already begun to withdraw, mostly powerful lords from the west. And this was only what they knew so far. The actual number of active lords was likely higher. The checkpoints had indeed been evacuated. The decline in profits was because these powerful noble lords were selling off various items, causing prices of goods in the west to drop quickly. The price of silver armor even dropped back to 300 gold coins. The price of Na stones fell to rock bottom. Previously, one Na stone was worth about 1 gold coin, maybe a bit more. But now, 1 Na stone is worth less than 50 silver coins and continues to fall. It is expected that with more powerful lords selling off their goods, prices will further decline. This is only regarding supplies. Slaves have dropped even more sharply in value. Officially, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce in Loren City strictly controls trade, but in such a large northern province, trading cannot be completely banned. As long as the slaves are not from outside, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce generally does not interfere. So, the entire western region has always had trading, but it was small and the prices were not much different from Loren City. However, at this moment, prices have also dropped sharply. According to Tano's understanding, the price of slaves has fallen below 5 silver coins. Tano even asked if he needed to buy a batch of slaves. He exhaled a breath of relief, and a faint smile appeared on Tor's face. The situation was better than he expected. With the current circumstances, his gains might not only solve the Eagle Business Guild's problems but also, taking advantage of this divine revelation, he could make a real big profit. He lightly tapped his desk with his right hand. In front of him, a knight was waiting respectfully. After a moment, Tor finally spoke. Go back and tell your brother that there's no need to rush on the matter. Wait a bit longer. Send someone to inform the major production areas and some large nearby iron mines. Never mind, I should write a letter instead. He began giving instructions to the knight, but as he spoke, he shook his head and picked up a quill to start writing. The knight dared not disturb him and waited respectfully. After a while, Tor finished the letter, sealed it, and handed it to the knight. The knight responded respectfully and quickly left. Watching the knight leave, Tor's eyes flickered with a hint of sparkle. In his mind, thoughts kept flashing. This opportunity was unexpected. Even from Tano's few words, he sensed endless possibilities. If he could seize this chance, his territory could truly soar. While pondering, thump, thump, the door was gently knocked. Come in. Tor's thoughts shifted as he looked toward the door. Creak. The door made a soft sound. Maids Karen entered. Master, Lord Rachos has returned and requests to see you. Karen spoke respectfully. All right, let him come in. Tor nodded. Karen then left. A moment later, Tor saw the hurried Rachos. Compared to a few months ago, Rachos was noticeably darker and looked a bit more worn out. Sir, you wanted to see me? Lehos respectfully spoke, and by this time, his way of addressing Thor had already changed. How are things going? It is said that the Eagle Guild has been somewhat affected. Thor asked, with a tone of inquiry. Yes, they were affected earlier. The noble lords opened the passes, making it hard for the guild to expand. But most of the nobles canceled these restrictions about half a month ago. However, now, no one knows what happened, but the prices of many goods in the western region are dropping sharply. The guild is inevitably affected too. Lehos nodded, then shook his head with a faint smile. Recently, he had been exhausted from constant travel, feeling overwhelmed. But more importantly, the situation had not improved. Initially, when the noble lords canceled the passes, he was puzzled but also happy, thinking they had passed the worst. But unexpectedly, then came a collapse in the prices of various supplies. And it's easy to predict that the impact in the coming days will be even greater. This made him feel very uneasy. Don't you know yet? Hearing Lehos's words and seeing his expression, Thor was momentarily stunned and asked with confusion. Sir, what do you mean? Lehos looked confused. Nothing much. Has your family sent you any news? Thor asked curiously. What news? Lehos was even more confused. The northern province might face a divine awakening. These powerful noble lords are rushing to escape, selling off their supplies to reduce losses. Thor spoke with a light smile. His tone was calm, but what he said caused Lehos to tremble and his eyes to widen involuntarily. Lord, what are you saying? Leho stammered. On the day of the Divine Awakening, my father translated some texts written in Titan language. Some top nobles probably discovered it too, but the Assad family didn't notice anything. Thor nodded and explained, looking a bit surprised. Of course, at this moment, he didn't know that although many people knew this news, only a few top nobles, especially those with significant power in the northern province, had truly realized it. Although the Assad family is highly prominent among the noble families, they do not hold much power in the northern province and are not well informed about this matter. This. Hearing Thor's confirmation, Raju suddenly became quite nervous, his face turning pale instantly. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any big problem this time. The kingdom has already noticed it, so it won't be too serious. Of course, if you're worried, you can choose to withdraw. I will buy back your shares for 5,000 gold coins. Seeing Raju's pale face, Thor offered some reassurance, then seemed to think of something and added another sentence. Raju's had helped him a lot recently, so Thor naturally wouldn't force him to stay. He still remembered the kindness. Sir, Raju's instinctively wanted to speak, but Thor waved his hand to stop him. You can think about it carefully. I won't insist. Just give me an answer within 3 days. Thor shook his head softly and spoke quietly. Raju's felt quite anxious, even unsure how he managed to leave the study. Watching Raju's leave, Thor didn't say anything. This is only human nature. It's not a crisis situation. Once the divine revelation erupts, it's almost a symbol of destruction. Panic is a natural response. If there's no panic, that would be strange. He could understand this. Even if Raju's chose to leave him, Thor would accept it and truly give him the 5,000 gold coins. Some things Thor could still distinguish clearly. Night gradually fell. Raju's, back in his room, was extremely anxious, thoughts swirling in his mind. Fear, worry, confusion. He even thought several times about leaving. 5,000 gold coins, plus his current status in the family, would allow him to do many things he never imagined before. The divine revelation, that's the divine event. Once it erupts, it's truly a matter of life or death. Thor wanted to stay. Why should he also stay and face death together? Maybe I should persuade the master. Raju's thoughts kept shifting again and again. He didn't know how much time had passed or how long it lasted. Until the scene of Loren City appeared vividly in his mind, scenes from his territory also surfaced. The image of his family's rising status appeared. Somehow, Lachos's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Other thoughts gradually faded away. He made a firm decision in his heart. Without Thor, none of this would exist. Even with great risks, since Thor was willing to stay, he couldn't leave either. He turned over, got up, and went to his desk. He picked up a quill and some paper. He started writing. Since he had decided to stay, his strong business talent immediately made him think of many opportunities in this situation. Time slowly passed. Night fell as scheduled. The next morning arrived. Lachos knocked on Thor's door again. Knock, knock. The door was gently knocked. Lachos, who hadn't slept all night, looked fresh now, with no sign of tiredness, but instead, he seemed excited. He held the results of his work from last night. Come in, a gentle voice said. Lachos pushed the door open and entered. Lachos? Thor looked surprised to see him. My lord, Lachos respectfully said. You don't need to rush. You can think about it for a couple more days. Thor looked at Lachos, paused for a moment, then spoke seriously. My lord, time is very precious now. This is our chance. If we seize it, both the Eagle territory and the Eagle Business Guild will develop quickly. 3 days is too long. Moreover, without my lord, Lachos might have already been expelled from the Assad family. I won't leave. Lachos shook his head and then spoke seriously. In the study, Lachos's words were firm, and his gaze was fixed on Thor without any hesitation. After the chaotic thoughts last night, he had already made his decision. He wouldn't change it now. Seeing Lachos's determined look, a smile appeared on Thor's face. Lachos, I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. That's right. Thor's smile spread, and his words followed quickly. Although he was prepared for Lachos to leave, Lachos's willingness to stay would undoubtedly be more beneficial to him. The Eagle Guild could develop so quickly, and much of the credit certainly belonged to Lachos. His abilities, even within the Assad family, were among the best. Such talent was incredibly valuable to him. Master, these are some strategies and plans I made last night. Please review them. This time, if we handle it well, the entire territory and the Eagle Guild will experience unprecedented growth. Lachos spoke again, and the draft he was holding was handed over. He looked excited, with a flush on his face. Good. Let me see. Thor nodded and took Rachos's draft. The document was messy, clearly just roughly organized. But Thor didn't mind and quickly focused on the pages. Rachos didn't disturb him, but waited quietly. Time slowly passed. Thor flipped through the pages one by one. At first, it was quick, but as he continued, his movements slowed naturally. He sometimes frowned, stopping to read carefully and occasionally reread previous pages before moving on. The morning sunlight gradually reached noon. Thor finally put down the last page of the draft. He still hadn't spoken, frowning in deep thought. Neither knew how much time had passed or how long it lasted. Just as Rachos began to feel uneasy, Thor's gaze suddenly turned to him, and his voice rang out. Rachos, isn't this behavior a bit too reckless? We're quite far from the west. If something goes wrong, it might be hard to handle. His words carried a tone of doubt. In Rachos's writing, there were detailed plans for the entire Eagle territory and the development of the Eagle Guild. From the next steps to subsequent actions, everything was carefully arranged. Most of these plans pleased him greatly, even making his eyes light up. But there was one plan that made his eyebrows jump in surprise. That plan was for Lajos to have the Eagle Leader or the Eagle Guild directly buy and occupy those mines belonging to lords who were planning to escape. These powerful noble lords would be very willing to sell their lands to escape, and once sold, the Eagle Guild could take control early to prevent others from occupying the territory later. They could also buy at the lowest prices. With the backing of the lords, these lands would belong to him within Loren City. Unless he died or chose to give them up, no one could take them away. Controlling these mines would greatly expand the size of the Eagle Guild, and its output would grow even more. Honestly, when Thor saw this plan, his eyes lit up. Just as Lajos described, the purchase would go smoothly. And once they occupied the territory, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Thor realized a big problem. The western part was too far from the Eagle Leader's territory. Even with the strength of the Eagle Guild, controlling such a vast area covering the southeast, southwest, and northwest was extremely difficult. What Lajos described was almost impossible to achieve. Sir, it's indeed difficult for the Eagle Leader's territory, but the Eagle Guild might not be impossible. Hearing Thor's words, Lajos shook his head seriously and spoke earnestly. The Eagle Guild? Currently, our strength is not enough. Even with the large knights I brought this time, less than 10 in total, we can manage 1 or 2 places, but more than that, we simply can't defend. Thor shook his head and spoke softly. Your Majesty, the Eagle Guild isn't strong enough now, but if we expand the territory, why can't the Eagle Guild grow too? Sir, we can expand the Eagle Guild into the Northern Land Province. We don't need many people, just give an additional 10% share, and the Eagle Guild can double or even triple in size. Then, controlling all major mines in the Northern Land Province and over half of the Western region wouldn't be a problem. Lajos spoke slowly. His words made Thor's eyebrows jump again. Expand the Eagle Guild? Whispering to himself, Thor's furrowed brow showed a hint of deep thought. Sir, I am willing to give up another 2% of the shares. The other few can also ask to give up their corresponding shares. Not to mention, 10% more would be no problem at all. Lajos spoke again with confidence. Even now, he was willing to give up another 2%. Currently, he only held 6%, so losing 2 would leave him with just 4%, almost a 30% decrease. But Lajos believed it was worth it because once the Eagle Business Guild expanded, the value it brought would be unprecedented. For percent profit would definitely be higher than 6% before, even a completely different level. Lajos knew this clearly and found it easy to make his choice. However, Thor was shaken by this decision. After the shock, his eyes brightened. Indeed, as Lajos said, if he took out 2% and the others also contributed some shares, plus what he paid, they could easily offer 20% or more. With the current size of the Eagle Business Guild, even if profits declined, it would still be enough to further expand its power. What once seemed impossible could become a reality then. But as his eyes flickered, Thor took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his inner excitement. This matter cannot be decided so easily. All right, go contact the other members of the Eagle Business Guild. Let's hold a meeting and make a final decision. He spoke to Lajos, giving the order. Now, many people were involved in the guild, and he couldn't make such a decision impulsively. Otherwise, the purpose of their joining the guild would be lost. Yes, sir. Lehos's face lit up with joy, and he quickly nodded in agreement. As long as Thor agreed, he believed there would be no problem. Perhaps it wouldn't even be so complicated. The matter of divine inspiration isn't something everyone dares to risk. Now, among the other 7 members of the Eagle Business Guild, it's hard to say how many are willing to stay. Leaving one person behind will free up a share of the ownership, making things easier later. Even if everyone stays, Rajuz believes that no one would refuse his plan, even if their shares are diluted. After all, choosing between 6% of 30,000 gold coins a year and 4% of 300,000 gold coins a year is obvious to anyone who is not foolish. Go ahead. Let's set the time for 3 days from now. I will write to my brother and Bibiros. They should reply quickly. Thor nodded, then thought for a moment before responding. Understood. Rajuz nodded in reply, and then stepped back. Thor hesitated briefly, then picked up his quill and started writing again. After a moment, he finished 2 letters. Kareen, the voice called. Maid Kareen quickly entered. Hand these 2 letters to Rain. Have him ride Nia immediately and deliver them to my second brother and Lord Bibiros. Thor gave the order. To speed up communication, he even asked Rain to go himself. With Nia's 3rd-level speed, it should take no more than 3 days to reach the west, and he could return within 7 days. Yes. Kareen quickly responded and then left. Meanwhile, Rajuz quickly spread Thor's orders. 5 pioneer lords received the message the next day. Faced with Thor's invitation, all 5 were somewhat confused. 4 of them immediately set out toward Eagle's Peak. Only Joe's Anabai hesitated. Young Master Joe's, we need to leave now. If the Divine Awakening occurs, the entire North Province might turn into a disaster zone. An old servant spoke urgently. Ford, let's go first. Joe's Anabai's expression kept changing, but finally he shook his head and spoke softly. Young Master Joe's. The old servant couldn't help but speak again. But Joe's Anabai interrupted him. Let's go. Don't keep Lord Thor waiting. Plus, going to sea won't take much time. Once we arrive, we can handle things for Lord Thor, and we might reduce our losses further. Joe's Anabai spoke first. The old servant hesitated, then finally sighed and nodded in agreement. Soon after, Joe's Anabai also set out. The 3rd morning arrived. All 5 lords of the main alliance had arrived one after another. As they looked at each other, everyone felt a bit confused. Last time, it was because of the Eagle Business Guild. This time, Thor suddenly gathered them again. What could it be for? They talked among themselves. Most thought it was just about the problems the Eagle Guild was facing. Only Joe's Anabai slightly frowned and did not join the conversation. The lords were very interested in the Eagle Guild, but right now, he was not very interested. After all, with the Divine Awakening, not to mention the guild, even their territories might not be safe. The guild was no longer important. Lord Joe's, is something bothering you? You seem to have something on your mind, Baron Valmy asked with curiosity. No, nothing. Lord Valmy, I was just wondering why Lord Thor gathered us. Joe's Anabai quickly responded, snapping out of his thoughts. Could it be about the Eagle Guild? Maybe. I heard that trade in the West has been affected recently, and our earnings have decreased a lot this month. Huh. I said we should wipe out a few of them and show our strength. This is the northern province, not inland. Others chimed in. For a while, it was lively outside the castle. Until Rachos appeared. Rachos? Seeing Rachos come out, everyone was a bit stunned. They hadn't seen Rachos for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. Sir, we've been waiting for a while. Rachos smiled and gestured for everyone to enter. The 5 nodded and followed him into the castle. Under Rachos's lead, they soon arrived at a large conference room. In the big room, Thor was already waiting. Lord Thor. Seeing Thor, the 5 bowed respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. Everyone, I apologize for the sudden interruption. Thor returned their bows and then spoke. Lord Thor, you are too kind. A few people quickly shook their heads. This time, I called you all here because I have an important matter to discuss. Terrell looked over the group, took a deep breath, and then spoke. His expression also became serious. Seeing Terrell's increasingly solemn face, the others exchanged glances, feeling a growing sense of seriousness inside. Whatever this matter was, even if they didn't know the details, they understood it was not small. Especially Joe's Anabai among the 5, whose heart moved as if he had thought of something. But he did not speak. Of course, he didn't speak, but that didn't mean others wouldn't. Lord Terrell, has something happened? Baron Pape couldn't help but ask, feeling a bit nervous. As he spoke, everyone's eyes turned toward Terrell. All eyes gathered on Tyrell, who hesitated slightly before speaking slowly. Do you all know about divine inspiration? Tyrell's voice was soft, but it made everyone present suddenly freeze. Joe's Anabi's pupil shrank sharply. Divine inspiration? Lord Tyrell, are you talking about the divine revelation caused by divine intervention? Baron Pape was stunned first, then his eyes widened with shock as he spoke. The others looked at each other, their hearts trembling intensely. Lord Tyrell, what do you mean? Baron Glatton couldn't help but ask. Everyone, you should still remember the sheepskin scrolls we recovered during the recent purge. I recently returned to my family and had my father, Count Engelbert, interpret the scrolls. He discovered that the northern province is brewing a divine inspiration event. Seeing the shocked expressions around him, Tyrell spoke calmly, but his words caused some to suddenly stand up. Lord Tyrell, bang, are you serious? One after another, they stood up abruptly, some chairs falling to the ground. But at this moment, none of them could stay calm. Their hearts were shaken violently, and their expressions showed panic. Divine awakening is a term familiar to any knight, especially since decades ago when the Southern Moon Province experienced an incident. Faced with such events, people had to panic. Lord Thor, you're right. The Northern Land Province is indeed planning a divine awakening. Amidst the shock, Joe's Anabi suddenly regained his composure and sighed before speaking. Lord Joe's. His sudden words drew everyone's attention to him. Their expressions also showed surprise. 7 days ago, I received information from my family, and I believe it is accurate. Joe's Anabi nodded seriously. How could this happen? Their reaffirming words made the remaining 4 people even more anxious. Everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. The divine awakening has probably been discovered by the kingdom and is unlikely to fully erupt, so it may not have a big impact. This time, I called everyone here to inform you. If you want to leave, you can prepare in advance. In the chaos, Thor's voice sounded again. Lord Thor, the divine awakening may not end so easily. Back in the Southern Moon Province, Baron Varmi spoke, as if recalling something, his eyes showing a hint of fear. Yes, Lord Thor, we can't handle a divine awakening on our own. Lord Sachi also couldn't help but speak. At this moment, everyone found it hard to stay calm. Thor remained silent, not continuing to speak. Each person has their own choice. Thor wouldn't force them to stay, nor would he make decisions for them. Even Baron Pat, Baron Varmi, and Baron Glatton, who had contracts, thought the same. Everyone, think about it. The time is still early. If you decide to leave, I won't stop you. I can even buy your supplies. Amidst everyone's mixed feelings, Thor's voice rang out again. Hearing Thor's words, a few exchanged glances, their expressions showing some shock. Lord Thor, are you planning to stay? Joe's Anabi asked with doubt. With his question, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Thor. Yes, I have already spent too much effort here. I believe the kingdom can handle it. Thor nodded. Listening to his words, everyone began to feel a bit conflicted. The Eagle leader took up too much of Thor's thoughts, and their territory was no different. Abandoning it is really not so easy. However, the threat of divine revelation is no joke. After a moment of silence, someone finally made a decision. Thank you, Lord Thor, for informing us. May I ask, Lord Thor, how will you proceed with the acquisition? Baron Varmi spoke, looking somewhat defeated. For a population of 10,000, I can buy the Eagle Commerce shares for 500 gold coins. For the mines, depending on their size, I can offer the annual output as the purchase price. As for the territory, I will also base the price on its annual output. What do you think, Baron Varmi? Thor pondered briefly, then spoke. Lehos left. He was willing to buy the shares of the Eagle Commerce from the others, but since they were leaving, Thor had no intention of buying, only to take away their shares. After all, during this time, these people had gained quite a lot from the Eagle Commerce, and their departure meant less value for Thor. He wouldn't foolishly give anything away now. The decision to base the purchase on annual output was also a considered choice. He believed these people would be willing to accept it. And indeed, they did. Agreed. Lord Thor. Baron Varmi hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately shook his head, expressing thanks. Lord Thor, then add me to the list. Lord Sachi also spoke, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. The remaining 3 were silent. Finally, Baron Gradon also sighed. Lord Thor, please include me as well. Thank you for your care these past days. May the goddess of life bless you. After speaking, the 3 chose to leave. In the end, Only Baron Pat and Joe's Anabai remained. Lord Thor, I hope your decision is the right one. I've been here for over 10 years and don't want to leave. Baron Pape sighed softly and spoke. Lord Thor, since I have decided to stay, I will stay too. Joe's Anabai's expression kept changing, but finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke. He was originally very conflicted, but after seeing Thor decide to stay, he became completely sure. It seems everyone has made their decision. Baron Glatton, Baron Varmi, and Baron Sachi, you three go prepare. I will have Pelos and Rachos handle the handover with you. Thor spoke. Thank you. The three nodded and then stood up, bowing slightly as they left. Soon, only the three of them remained in the room. Since you are both staying, you can first look at this, Thor said, then waved his hand. Quickly, Maid Karen entered and handed the documents Rachos had given her to Baron Pape and Joe's Anabai. What is this? Baron Pape and Joe's Anabai both looked a little surprised but then focused on the documents. As they read, their eyes suddenly brightened. The plan detailed the future development of the Eagle Business Guild. With their sharp eyes, they immediately saw the huge benefits in this plan. They both looked up sharply, their eyes shining. Now, with the news of divine inspiration, many top nobles are starting to leave. We can seize this opportunity. The guild's income could rise from 30,000 gold coins a year to 100,000 or even more. But our current strength isn't enough, so I plan to bring in some expanding lords. I will contribute 8%, Rachos will contribute 2%, and each of you can contribute 1%. My second brother Tono will add 2%, Bobris 1%, and Baron Glatton and others will add 9%. This will allow the Eagle Business Guild to expand again. Thor explained, slowly revealing his plan. Hearing Thor's words, Joe's Anabai and Baron Pape couldn't help but feel excited. 10,000, or even more gold coins. Even if their shares are reduced, their income will undoubtedly increase significantly. 6% of 100,000 gold coins is 6,000 gold coins each year. If it's 300,000, that's 18,000 coins. Just thinking about it made them feel thrilled. And this may not be the end. According to the plan, earning over 300,000 gold coins in a year is just a matter of time. Both of them felt excited at this moment. Lord Thor, I agree with this plan. Joe's Anabai spoke up, choosing to agree directly. Lord Joe's, I also support it. Baron Pape nodded in agreement. Good. Then it's settled. Wait a few days. My second brother should get a reply soon. As for the team members, you two can consider your family members. If there are suitable candidates, you can recommend them. But at least, one Grant Knight must be able to join as a pioneer lord. Thor nodded, then seemed to think of something and spoke. Thank you, Lord Thor. Hearing Thor's words, Baron Pape's eyes brightened unexpectedly. He hadn't expected to be able to recommend a pioneer lord to join. Of course, this was also Thor's intention. Next, he planned to select from his own family members. If these people weren't recommended, it might look suspicious if only Dries Rosa family members were involved. Then everyone discussed some follow-up matters again. As for the departure of the three Baron Lords, no one paid much attention. They didn't even talk about it. Night gradually fell. As the sky darkened, the banquet quickly began inside the castle. By this time, only Baron Pape and Baron Joes remained at the banquet. When the banquet ended, both stayed at Eagle's Nest. They only returned to their territories the next morning. In Joe's Anabai's territory, not leaving? Hearing his young master's words, the old servant couldn't help but speak in surprise. Yes, not leaving. I've fought here for over 10 years. I can't leave like this. Joe's Anabai's words were firm. But, young Master Joes, if the divine awakening erupts, the consequences are hard to imagine. We can't handle it. The old servant couldn't help but speak again. Don't worry. This time, it probably won't affect us. Ford, do you remember the times when divine inspiration occurred? None were as grand as this. The Tulip Kingdom's ruler is not someone to be taken lightly. On the foreign battlefield, many strong fighters have fallen under his hand. Joe's Anabai shook his head. At this moment, he felt completely calm. Divine inspiration is terrifying, but Thor dared to take risks, so why wouldn't he? More importantly, he knew how powerful the Tulip royal family member was. Even within the Empire, he was not an unknown figure. Such a person, if they decided to act, divine inspiration wouldn't even need to appear. If it did, they could handle it easily. The recent big commotion was known by the Dries Rosa family. He didn't believe the Tulip royal family didn't know. As long as they understood, things would settle down, and there shouldn't be any problems. But the old servant couldn't help but speak up. There's nothing to worry about. Let's just decide this way. Additionally, Ford, you should go to the west and see my sister. Ask her to support me. Joe's Anabai shook his head and didn't continue talking. Instead, he quietly instructed Ford. All right, young master, I hope your choice is the right one. Ford shook his head. He knew he couldn't persuade him anymore. He could only nod reluctantly in agreement. Ford, you need to act quickly. It would be best if you could bring back 3 Grand Knights. Joe's Anabai said. At this moment, he already saw the dividend shares. Expanding the Eagle Hawk Chamber of Commerce and joining other lords was one way. But giving more power was another. If he could bring back 3 Grand Knights, he could gain more shares. Joe's Anabai, who had seen the plan, understood how vast the future of the Eagle Hawk Chamber of Commerce could be. If he seized this opportunity, he truly had a chance to soar within the entire Tulip Kingdom, to rise to power. When the time came, even if he returned, he would have a real chance. Ford quickly left. Meanwhile, Baron Pape also began to prepare. Although he planned to stay, he still had backup plans. Lawrence, this time returning to the family, stay for a good while. It's best to wait half a year before coming back. Baron Pape advised his son carefully. Yes, your lordship. Lawrence hesitated a little, but faced with his father's firm gaze, he finally nodded in agreement. Watching Lawrence leave, Baron Pape shook his head. He was willing to stay and take a gamble, but his son could not stay and risk everything. He had to leave hope for his heir. Hopefully, it's really as Lord Thor said, Pape murmured to himself, then collected his thoughts. As for the actions of these 2 figures, Thor was naturally unaware. Even if he knew, he might not care. After all, this was divine guidance, worry, and preparing a backup plan. These were inevitable outcomes. Not just Baron Pape, even Tona thought so. He wouldn't interfere. In the following days, Thor waited for Ryan's reply. Time slowly passed. Meanwhile, Ryan arrived at Tona's territory in just 3 days, thanks to Nia's incredible speed. Ryan? Tona was somewhat surprised by Ryan's arrival. Lord Toner, this is a letter from the Lord of the Territory, Ryan said, then took a letter from his pocket and handed it over. A letter from Thor? Toner looked a bit confused but quickly took the letter and started reading. The letter wasn't long, but it contained a lot of information. After carefully reading it all, Toner looked up at Ryan again. I agree with this. I will take 3% of the shares. As for Babulus, it shouldn't be a problem. Wait a day for me. I need to talk to Babulus. The family members should be responding soon. Toner instructed Ryan. Yes. Ryan nodded, not refusing. Soon, Toner went to Babulus's territory. As he said, Babulus didn't refuse Thor's proposal either. The profits from the Eagle Business Guild recently made him feel somewhat guilty, so Babulus voluntarily offered 2%. After Babulus agreed, meanwhile, the other heirs of the Dressrosa family also responded. 8 days later, the family meeting could be held in the Toner territory. In the study, Ryan, just tell Thor about these matters, Toner said thoughtfully. He explained all the details. Yes. Ryan nodded and then took his leave. He hurried back to the Eagle territory. On the 8th day after leaving, Ryan finally returned to the Eagle territory with Nia's help. Inside the castle, Thor saw Ryan again. Ryan looked tired and out of breath. How is the situation? Thor asked, looking at Ryan. Sir, Lord Toner and Lord Babulus have agreed to your proposal. Lord Toner even said he could contribute 3% for this expansion, and Babulus said he could contribute 2%. Additionally, Lord Toner has contacted other members of the Dressrosa family. They said they could come for a meeting in 5 days at Lord Toner's territory. Ryan quickly explained the details of this trip. 5 days. Thor nodded. He wasn't too surprised by the decisions of Toner and Babulus. In recent times, both his second brother and Babulus had been very honest. They thought the previous shareholding was somewhat advantageous to others, so now they wanted to divide some of it. What Thor cared about was another matter involving the family members' meeting. After returning to the family and having an honest talk with his father, Thor now knew the strength of their family in the entire northern province. Over 300 years, the Dressrosa family had expanded continuously, now owning 57 territories. Among these, there are 2 counts territories, 7 viscounts, and his own territory, totaling 17 baronial lands, plus 31 expansion territories. In the northern province, there are 12 territories, with 5 baronial lands and 7 expansion lordships. Before the recent chaos, there should have been 13 territories, but 1 expansion lordship was destroyed during the chaos. Thor was very curious about these family members. He even wanted to meet them again after returning to his territory. After all, these are the forces he can truly trust. Joining with them is the best choice. At this moment, he didn't expect that Tono would give him such an opportunity. But Thor also understood this. He wanted to achieve the result he desired. He still needed to solve one problem. That was how to keep these expansion lords. His father had already sent out notices, and most of the descendants of the Dressrosa family had likely received the message. No need to say, some of these people would want to leave. For Thor, the departure of other powerful lords was definitely good, but the departure of the Dressrosa family heirs was not. He had to find a way to keep some of them. Only then could he ensure the expansion of the Eagle Business Guild. But how to keep these people was a big problem. The threat of divine enlightenment was not something everyone was confident enough to stay through. The 5 expansion lords of the main alliance could lose 3 of their members. It was even harder to say for others. All right, Rain, you go down and rest first. You've been traveling these days, and you're tired. As he spoke, Thor shook his head, temporarily not thinking about these issues, and softly addressed Rain. Yes. Rain nodded and then stepped back. Watching Rain leave, Thor also began to prepare. For now, he wouldn't think about how to stay. He still had to go on a trip. Time slowly passed. One day quickly went by. The next morning, after giving some instructions, Thor set out. This time, he didn't bring anyone else, only himself. In 5 days, he could only rely on Nia to arrive quickly. He naturally couldn't bring others along. Fortunately, with his current midnight strength, even facing ordinary Earth Knights or third-tier beasts and monsters, he had some means to handle them and didn't need to worry about danger. And indeed, that was the case. Everything went smoothly on the way to the west. By the 3rd day, Thor arrived at Tono's territory. Now, after several months, Tono's territory had obviously changed. Compared to before, the most obvious change was the size. Originally, Tono's territory was about the same size as Eagle Town, but now the entire land has expanded more than twice as much. Outside the town, there are large areas of farmland that have been cultivated. It is expected that by the end of the year, Tono's territory will yield a very rich harvest. Recently, the benefits have not only gone to Eagle territory. Besides Eagle territory, Tono's land has undoubtedly gained the most. Taking over the territory previously owned by a member of the Assad family, Tono's land has expanded rapidly. With the recent gains, the benefits are starting to be converted, and the changes are almost visible to the eye. Brother. Looking toward the city gate, Tono greeted Tor and stepped down from Nia's back. Tor, your speed is really fast. I'm a bit jealous of the level 3 unicorn horse. Tono couldn't help but comment with admiration, his gaze shifting to Nia. However, Nia scoffed disdainfully and turned her head away. This made both of them laugh. Brother, your territory surprised me. In just a few months, it has grown so large. Tor chuckled softly and then also expressed his amazement. Ha ha ha, that's thanks to you, Tor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take such a large area. Tono said happily. Then the two of them walked into the castle, chatting and laughing. On the way, Tor learned more about the situation. Listening to Tono's words, Tor frowned slightly. Only 7 lords? Tor asked with a surprised tone. Yes, only 7. 3 have already left, Tono sighed. Even though he contacted them promptly, the speed at which some family members withdrew was frightening. In a short time, the land was already empty. The main reason was that these 3 new lords, having just become pioneers, didn't feel much psychological pressure to run away. That's not too bad. When will they arrive? Tor pondered briefly, then nodded and asked with curiosity. 3 lords have already arrived, and a few more are expected today. Only the uncle in the north might arrive a bit later. He promised to speak softly and explain to Thor. During their conversation, Thor learned more about the Dressrosa family's expansion in the northern province. The Dressrosa family controls 12 territories in the northern province, but now only 9 remain. Aside from him and Tono, there are 7 territories left. These 7 are held by 2 barons, 3 seasoned expansion lords, and 2 new expansion lords. Their strength is very impressive. Each of the 2 barons is nearly as strong as Tono, with at least 2 or 3 great knights and over 50 formal knights. The 3 seasoned expansion lords are also very powerful. Even without noble titles, each has 2 or 3 great knights, and one has over 50 formal knights. The 2 new expansion lords, who have been expanding in the northern province for over 3 years, are also quite strong. Each has a great knight and more than 10 formal knights. If they joined forces, their combined strength could rival top nobles. Even just hearing this, Thor's eyes lit up. But he also sensed that making his plan work wouldn't be easy. The two new expansion lords almost wouldn't need his help. They would stay regardless. Not only Thor saw the opportunity, but they did too. If everything went smoothly this time, their territories could develop greatly. Even with great danger, these two new expansion lords were willing to take a risk. However, only those two new lords were willing to gamble. The two barons and 3 seasoned expansion lords had been managing their lands for over 10 years and were reluctant to give up easily. Thor was conflicted, but this was just hesitation. Unless something unexpected happened, these 5 powerful lords would most likely give up eventually. After all, survival was more important than risk. To stay, they needed conditions and reasons strong enough to persuade them. His eyes sparkled as thoughts raced through his mind. As Thor was walking, he gradually formed a clear idea. However, this thought was quickly suppressed. Everything would have to wait until the meeting was held, so he could make the final decision. He followed Tono into the castle. Soon, Thor met the other heirs from Drius Rosa in the North Province. As Tono said, there were 3 of them. 2 of them were newly appointed pioneering lords. One was named Ratone, and the other was Moss. One came from a different noble family within the Drius Rosa clan, and the other from a Viscount family. In terms of status, they were all Thor's cousins. The third was named Born, who came from a Viscount family. He was like Thor's uncle, a senior pioneering knight who had been in the North Province for over 12 years. Thor was very curious about these 3. During this time, Thor's legend had been constantly heard around them. He had just entered the North Province. In less than 2 years, he had become a baron. Even the newly appointed pioneering lords Ratone and Moss had been in the North Province for over 3 years. They knew how difficult it was to be granted a baron title. They couldn't imagine how Thor was able to get his title so quickly. This also made them very curious. Thanks to the good education from the Drius Rosa family, every pioneering knight who could leave and survive proved their ability and strength. Ratone and Moss were both great knights, although they were only at the early stage of being great knights and seemed to have just recently broken through. But that was still impressive. They were both just over 30 years old, in their prime training years. Their talent, while not as good as Rain's or as transformed as his, already surpassed most knights. Even Tono, when compared to them, might not be much stronger. Not to mention Born. His uncle's strength had already reached the late stage of being a great knight. The powerful fluctuation of life energy made Thor feel heavy-hearted. Although he was his uncle at age 42, he was only just reaching the late stage of being a great knight. Before turning 50, one is sure to reach the peak of the great knight. Before 70, when the body begins to weaken, there is still a chance to challenge the Earth Knight. In the Tulip Kingdom, breaking through the huge barrier of being an apprentice knight is difficult. Usually, even with the knight breathing technique, not everyone can gather the life seed and become an apprentice knight. As long as one can gather the life seed and become an apprentice knight, they can generally advance to a formal knight. With enough resources, there is also a chance to reach the Great Knight. However, reaching the Earth Knight is another big challenge. If 10 people practice the knight breathing technique, at least one can gather the life seed and become an apprentice knight. Out of 10 apprentice knights, with enough resources, about 7 or 8 might advance to the Great Knight. But among 10,000 Great Knights, there might not be even one with the potential to become an Earth Knight. Most knights simply end their path at the Great Knight level. Even in the Count's family, there are few who can break through to become an Earth Knight. Otherwise, Earth Knights wouldn't be the main force of the kingdom. Of course, Thor was shocked, and the 3 people were equally surprised. They couldn't sense any life source power on Thor. Normally, if the strength difference isn't too big, it's possible to feel the strength of the life source power. Even between a formal knight and a great knight, one can feel the difference. But on Thor, they felt nothing. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. Either Thor is an ordinary person with no life source power at all, which is impossible because they knew he was younger than them and had already become a great knight earlier. The only remaining possibility is that Thor's control of the life source power is so strong that there's no leakage, and that's why they couldn't sense it. Thinking of this possibility, the 3 were silently shocked. His mastery of the life source power indicates that Thor has reached an unimaginably high level among great knights. The peak of the Great Knight. A thought naturally arose. Looking at Thor's young face, they could only fall silent. As for the thoughts of the 3, Thor was completely unaware. Although he sensed something unusual, he only thought they were curious. So, he continued to talk casually with the three people. Talking with these family members, Thor gradually learned more about the family's situation. At the same time, Thor subtly began to express his own ideas. Since he was already engaging with the three, Thor's goal was naturally to win them over first. This way, at tomorrow's family meeting, he could better take control of the situation. Especially with Bern. If he could gain Bern's agreement, things would become much easier later on. Inside the hall, a few people were talking. After some subtle hints, Thor gradually revealed his thoughts. Listening to Thor, the whole hall fell silent. Leighton and Moss exchanged glances, their eyes excited. They didn't expect Thor to want to take a gamble too. But Bern frowned. After a quiet moment, Bern spoke again. Thor, the divine revelation isn't a joke, you know? Are you sure you want to stay? His voice serious, Bern looked directly at Thor. Uncle Bern, I understand. But you should have seen the information about divine revelations. This time, it might not be very dangerous. Instead, it's a huge opportunity. If we can seize it, the Dressrosa family could dominate the entire northern province. Seeing Bern's serious look, Thor took a deep breath and slowly spoke. But those are just records. You must know, many things aren't written down. If the kingdom can't suppress the divine revelation, and the divine arrives, most of the northern province could turn to ash. I've seen the destruction caused by divine revelations in the southern moon province. It's more than we can fight against. Thor, you have a broader future ahead. Returning to the family, even if you miss this chance, you can start over. Brother Engel will give you opportunities. There's really no need to stay here. Hearing Thor's words, Bern shook his head and spoke again, trying to persuade him. In Bern's view, Thor's talent was so strong that there was no real need to stay and take risks. Indeed, the northern province now had great opportunities, many powerful lords fleeing, leaving behind huge benefits. If they could seize these, the Dressrosa family could thrive. But opportunity and risk often go hand in hand. What Thor said is indeed true. Looking at the records, the kingdom does have the power to suppress divine revelations. But what if? And even if there is no what if, just leaking information, it's more than they can handle, more than a count or a marquee family can bear. No one is a fool. If there were no great risk, why would those powerful lords choose to flee? Now they have chosen to escape. Clearly, the risk is much greater than the opportunity. Leighton and Moss took the risk, but I won't say much about that. Both are new Lord Explorers. They are talented, but they are not on the same level as Thor. If Thor truly has reached the peak of the Great Knight, he will surely be able to break through to the Sky Knight in the future. That is the Sky Knight. Having a Sky Knight can transform the entire Dressrosa family. And Thor, you must understand, having a Sky Knight is even more important than these things. If you can break through to become a Sky Knight, the benefits will be unimaginable. Fearing that Thor might not understand, Bern spoke again. His words immediately made Leighton and Moss fall silent. Thor's mood was also slightly affected, and he looked at Thor with a subtle change in his gaze. Only Thorno knew Thor's talent very well. Hearing Bern's words now, Thorno almost believed it might be true. As knights, they all knew how important a Sky Knight was. Even if Thor had only a 1 in 10,000 chance of breaking through to become a Sky Knight, the impact would be unimaginable. Moreover, with Thor's talent, it's not just 100% chance, but at least a possibility. Naturally, everyone didn't want Thor to take such risks. Seeing Bern's expression, Thor sighed. Even though he had anticipated this, he didn't expect the difficulty of convincing them to be so great. And this is only one person. There are still several others to consider. Convincing them to stay is almost impossible. Thorno instinctively spoke, hesitating as he looked at Thor. Brother, you should know I've already made my decision. I can't change it. Thor spoke softly, looking at Thorno's expression, and Thor sighed even more. Wow, he hasn't even had time to convince Bern, but instead, Bern has convinced him. Thor, this is not the time to be stubborn. Bern said with a frown. Yes, Thor, let's forget about the risk. You should go back. Raton also spoke up. The previous feelings of camaraderie with Thor faded away, and he started to persuade him. Moss instinctively wanted to speak too. Uncle Bern, this is not stubbornness. I have already received my father's permission. Thor shook his head and spoke seriously. Really? Big brother Engel probably won't agree. Bern frowned, surprised. The young eagle of the Dressrosa family must soar in the sky. Flowers in a greenhouse can never grow. Also, Uncle Bern, there's something you might not know. Our family no longer lacks Sky Knights. Thor's voice was quiet. Hearing this, Byrne was about to speak but suddenly froze. Not only him, but the other three also froze in shock. Thor, what are you saying? Tono asked confusedly, seeming to doubt what he heard. Over a month ago, my father broke through to become a Sky Knight. I believe your family already knows, but it hasn't been shared yet. Seeing their reactions, Thor took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Clang. Bang. The sound of a chair falling and a teacup breaking echoed. At that moment, all four stood up suddenly, staring at Thor with disbelief. Especially Tono, who felt his body trembling. Thor, what did you say? Tono stammered. But no one laughed at him. The other three fixed their eyes on Thor. Their hearts were pounding wildly. Whether it was Byrne, Raton, or Moss, they all felt their mouths dry and their tongues stuck. They even wondered if they were hearing things. My father has already broken through. Now he is a Sky Knight capable of soaring in the sky. Facing the gazes of several people, Thor clearly understood their thoughts, so this time he answered very simply. Boom. His mind suddenly roared. The sound echoed again, and at that moment, all four of them could no longer stay calm. Thor, are you telling the truth? Yes, Thor, you can't be joking about this. Lady of Life, am I dreaming? Their voices couldn't help but rise in excitement, and their breathing grew heavier. At this moment, they were filled with an incredible shock and joy. Sky Knights, that is the highest existence in the kingdom. Each Sky Knight is the foundation of a family's prosperity. The three great dukes, two of them rose to power because they had a Sky Knight among them. Now they had heard that Count Engelbert had become a Sky Knight, and the impact and excitement were almost uncontrollable. I'm not joking. When I left, my father told me himself. Thor nodded again and spoke. After finishing, he couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. He had thought about this for a long time before saying it. Originally, he didn't plan to say anything, but he didn't expect that convincing Boren would be so difficult, and instead, Tano almost convinced Boren. If things continued like this, he wouldn't need to start his next plan. Since Boren couldn't be convinced, the others wouldn't be either. What about the future? So, he could only play his trump card. As for whether revealing this would cause problems, he wasn't worried. In this era of noble republics, family cohesion is stronger than ever. The Dressrosa family has been around for 300 years and has never had a traitor. There's no need to worry about anything happening. In fact, revealing this news could further strengthen the family's unity and confidence. Having a Sky Knight in the family is unimaginable for a family. A family with a Sky Knight is completely different from one without. Right now, with Count Engelbert as a Sky Knight, the Dressrosa family has already surpassed 99% of Marquis families. Among the noble families, they are even unmatched. In the past, the Assad family was definitely stronger than the Dressrosa family, but now, they are no longer on the same level. Because that is the Sky Knight, truly a knight soaring in the sky. In the room, Leighton, Moss, Byrne, and Tono were all very excited. None of them expected such inspiring news. Their faces were flushed with excitement, and their expressions showed how thrilled they were. Especially Tono. That is his father. His father becoming a Sky Knight. Such news probably made him the most excited of all. Everyone, this is our chance. Dad becoming a Sky Knight and the Dressrosa family becoming a Marquis family is an inevitable result. If we seize this opportunity, it's not just about our family being promoted to Marquis. The northern province is large, and it's not just enough to support one Raymond Marquis or just one count. This is our chance. Once we gain these benefits and have the family backing, we can completely take control of them. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Tono naturally understood. But he didn't share the same goal, so after a moment of excitement, he spoke again. His voice was quiet but strong enough to reach the minds of the excited people present. Even Byrne hesitated a little when hearing Tono's words. Leighton and Moss's eyes lit up even more. Even Tono looked a bit moved. Before, what Tono said didn't seem to matter much to them. On one hand, there was the threat of divine revelation. On the other, Byrne knew that in the northern province, they couldn't swallow such huge benefits alone. Even if they used divine revelation to seize these resource points and expand their gains, once divine revelation ended and didn't pose much threat, most of what they took would have to be given back. And if divine revelation truly posed a great threat, then the benefits and risks were even more unbalanced. Most of their hesitation was just because of sunk costs, not because of other reasons. But at this moment, the situation seemed completely different. Count Angle became a Sky Knight. In the Kingdom's War, the Dressrosa family is sure to become a marquee family, and with a Sky Knight among them, they are considered one of the top families even among marquee families. These benefits they have gained may not need to be given back. No, it's not just that they might not need to give them back. They will definitely not have to. Because one Sky Knight is enough to protect them. What remains is only the risk of divine intervention. The risk of divine intervention is high, but given such great benefits, it seems worth trying. Uncle Bern, the kingdom records divine interventions, but any destruction caused is only when it was not detected in advance. Even during the Southern Moon Province incident, divine presence almost descended, but the kingdom easily calmed it down. Besides civilians, did the kingdom really suffer great damage? Seeing Bern hesitate, Thor spoke again. His words immediately made Bern feel a shock inside. They looked at each other. Finally, Bern let out a long, heavy sigh. "Thor, what are you planning to do?" he asked, his gaze turning to Thor. It was clear he had been convinced at this moment. Listening to Bern, Thor also let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected convincing someone to be so difficult. It almost went wrong, but luckily, the first hurdle was finally passed. "Uncle Bern, my brother and I have formed a trading guild called the Eagle Guild. This divine intervention event caused many powerful lords to flee, and they seized many resource points. We can fully utilize the Eagle Guild." After relaxing, Thor began to explain his next plan to the others. Listening to him, the people present, including Tono, gradually focused their attention. After all, Tono only knew the general situation at this point and didn't have such detailed information as Thor was sharing now. "That's the situation, Uncle Bern, Brother Ratone, Brother Moss. Brothers, what do you think?" Thor finished speaking and looked at the others. They all fell into deep thought. Until a moment later, Bern finally gathered his focus and spoke. "This plan is indeed good. No wonder it comes from the Assad family. However, your shares are still too few. It's best to keep your current shares. Tono has 3%, Lord Babulus has 2%, Rajuz has 2%, and your 3 allied lords from Maine hold 9%. That totals 16%, which is enough for expansion." Bern nodded and then spoke softly, deep in thought. Listening to Bern, Thor looked at him with some surprise. This was his uncle. "Don't look at me like that, Thor. You have great talent, much stronger than ours. You are the most likely to break through to the Sky Knight after Brother Angle. The more opportunities you get, the better the family's future." Bern understood what Thor was thinking from his gaze and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Thor's expression changed slightly, and he felt a wave of emotion inside. The unity of the family was stronger than he had imagined. Even under personal interests, they could still act so together. "Uncle Bern, I understand." He took a deep breath and nodded to show he understood. "All right. Tomorrow, I will try to persuade the others. With this news, I believe the others will also be willing to stay. I hope this isn't a wrong choice this time." Bern nodded again and sighed softly. Thor opened his mouth, but said nothing. He was sure that the others might not be so certain. There was no point in saying more now. He should wait for what comes next. Night gradually passed. A new day arrived quickly. The 3 lords who were supposed to arrive last night were delayed by some matters. It wasn't until early today that they, along with his northern uncle, arrived at Tono's territory. There were 4 lords in total, 3 baron lords, and 1 senior lord. Seeing these 4, Thor was secretly surprised. All 4 were very powerful. The 3 baron lords were already great knights, each accompanied by a great knight. The senior lord had also reached the late stage of the great knight level, though he was much older than Bern, about 60 years old now. This life, I fear I won't be able to break through as a great earth knight. These 4 people are 2 uncles and 2 cousins. When facing Thor, they all felt curious. Living in the northern province, even though they are in the west, they have recently heard many stories about their younger brother, their nephew. When they finally saw him, they couldn't help but be shocked. Of course, despite their surprise, all 4 were very enthusiastic. Later, everyone prepared a feast. After the feast, they all went to the meeting room. "Tanuo, why did you call us together this time?" One person asked curiously. As he spoke, the others also looked at Tanuo. When Tanuo called them together, they felt confused. They had many things to handle. Especially 3 of them had already decided to leave. Yesterday, they started packing supplies. "Let me speak, everyone," Thor said, seeing their attention turn to him. As he spoke, everyone's gaze shifted to Thor. "Thor?" They all asked, curious. almost instinctively. Well, as you all know, recently, many powerful nobles in the West have started to withdraw. Seeing their curiosity, Thor didn't beat around the bush but directly shared his plan. Hearing Thor's words, they exchanged glances, about to speak but held back, waiting for him to finish. Finally, when he finished speaking, one uncle frowned and said, "Thor, the matter of the divine revelation is no joke. If it erupts, we won't be able to stop it. And even if we hold these places, once the divine revelation is over, they will surely return, and we can't defend against them." His brow furrowed as he spoke, not expecting that Tanyuo had called them for this reason. The other three also frowned slightly. "Jelly, this is indeed our chance," Boren said, breaking the silence. "Boren?" Jelly, the uncle who couldn't hold back his words, looked at Bern in surprise. "Uncle Bern, you should know about the divine revelation. Even if we take over those areas, our Dressrosa family can't hold them. The risk is too high, and the rewards are limited, at most a few months." Among the three people nearby, someone couldn't help but speak up. The other two remained silent, but their meaning was clear. "Toll, our family wants to grow, and taking risks is okay, but these risks and rewards are not balanced. Staying here doesn't give us much of a chance. It's better to leave. Giving up the territory costs some redemption gold, but compared to losing everything, it's much better. I know you're reluctant, but making choices is something a noble should learn." Jelly spoke again, with a sigh on his face. He didn't want to leave either, but the risk of staying was too great. The rewards were almost negligible, so this was the only choice. "Uncle Jelly, brothers, no one says our Dressrosa family can't handle this," Toll said again, looking at their expressions and Jelly's advice. But his words made the four of them exchange glances and shake their heads. "No, Toril. Our family isn't weak, but in the kingdom of Tulip, we're not the strongest. The three major marquis families in the northern province are much stronger than us, not to mention the two duke families' heirs. We can't handle this. Being just counts, even if we were marquises, without Sky Knights, we couldn't take it." Jelly sighed and explained, feeling quite proud of his talented nephew, so he didn't mind saying a bit more. But just as he finished speaking, Bern's voice rang out. "Brother Engel, I've broken through to Sky Knight." His voice was quiet but loud enough for everyone to hear. "Yes, Bern is right. Now that we have Sky Knights, we can take over. We just need to wait." "Wait. What?" "Bern, you." Jelly was still agreeing, but suddenly he sensed something was wrong. He quickly turned his head to look at Bern, with a surprised voice. At the same time, the other three looked sharply at Bern. "Father, indeed you have become a Sky Knight." "Uncle Jelly, can we eat now?" Thor spoke again. Swish. All eyes turned back to Thor. Everyone was breathing heavily. Jelly even licked his lips nervously. "Thor, what did you just say?" Jelly's words were stuttering, trembling with shock. The other three were similar. At this moment, their hearts were just as shocked as the others yesterday. "When I left, Father had already broken through." Thor spoke seriously again. Suddenly, sounds of chairs falling could be heard. The four of them stood up quickly, their pupils shrinking sharply. They felt pure joy, excitement, and thrill. Their faces flushed red. Their faces changed quickly. At this moment, everyone felt their heads buzzing. After a while, the four gradually calmed down. But inside, their hearts still surged with strong feelings, and their happy expressions couldn't be hidden. A Sky Knight, that's a Sky Knight. Their family actually has a Sky Knight. It was hard not to feel excited about this. Even their thoughts changed completely at this moment. Just like Boren, when the stance and situation change, their thoughts naturally change too. Everyone was excited. After that, things went much more smoothly. With the news that Count Engel became a Sky Knight, the three barons and a senior pioneer knight made the same choice as Boren, to stay. With this foundation, Thor's plans with Rajus, based on the plan, went even more smoothly. Even the four pioneer lords looked at each other with bright eyes. They had new expectations. This time, Thor's share of the stock was definitely lower than before. In the previous main alliance, to unify strength, Thor offered 24% of the profits. Members of the main alliance could buy in based on their strength. A Grand Knight could receive 5%, a Formal Knight 0.5%, an Apprentice Knight 0.1%. This time, because the Eagle Trade Guild has grown stronger, even the descendants of the Dressrosa family have had their shares reduced accordingly. The Grand Knight holds only 1%, a Formal Knight has 0.5%, and an Apprentice Knight has 0.01%. Following Burns' advice, he did not continue to take his own shares but only used the previously gathered 16% for expansion. All 7 people had no objections to this subscription standard and the shares offered by Tor. They all nodded in agreement. After agreeing, they proceeded with the subscription. The 7 lords, together, contributed 12 Grand Knights, over 100 formal knights, and hundreds of apprentice knights. The entire Eagle Trade Guild's size nearly tripled instantly. After all, with the departure of 3 Baron Lords, the guild lost 3 Grand Knights. Currently, only 1 Grand Knight was provided by Bobru, 2 by Tono, and Baron Pape and Baron Jaws each had 1 Grand Knight, plus reigns sent by Tor, totaling only 6. Now, the number increased from 6 to 18. In the Northern Land Province, even if the powerful expansion lords had not left, this strength was enough to rank in the top 5. In just a short time, this power could truly make them the unchallenged kings of the Northern Land Province. Everyone, including Tor, couldn't help but feel excited and hopeful. They especially thought of Ragos' nearly perfect plan. Even though they only owned about 2 to 3% of the shares, they saw the future of vast gold coins. The wealth of the entire West and the Northern Land Province was probably more than anyone else understood. Although they only had 2 to 3%, holding even a small part of it was a terrifying number. If the plan was as described, the harvest could reach an incredibly frightening amount. Every year, earning thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins was not a dream. Just over 1,000 gold coins a year could train a Grand Knight, and thousands of gold coins could help their territory grow stronger again. With the upcoming Kingdom War, its importance was unimaginable. As for the divine revelation, well, that divine revelation. At this moment, everyone no longer cared about anything else. Anyway, this matter would either explode or not. If it exploded, there was nothing more to say. They had lost the gamble and could only wait for their fate. If it didn't explode, then they could look forward to making money. At this moment, everyone saw gold coins flying through the air. In the study, over the next few days, everyone spent their time discussing. Until the 3rd day, their discussions gradually came to an end. In the room, everyone's face was still flushed, and Thor also wore a smile. After 3 days of talking, he was very satisfied with the results. Not only did the strength of the Eagle Business Guild improve further, but more importantly, they had a complete plan for the upcoming actions. They also filled in many overlooked details. Uncle Burn, Uncle Jelly, Brother Tono, and a few other brothers, I've entrusted you all these days. Time is running out, and we need to understand the overall situation around us as soon as possible. But there's no need to rush the communication. We can wait a little longer. Maybe in a few days, those people might be willing to give up everything for free. Thor spoke with a light smile. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on it. This time, we definitely won't miss it. Ha ha ha. On my side, that fool Campbell was testing me a few days ago, trying to find out if I knew about the divine revelation, planning to sell the resources to me. Burn chuckled lightly, looking very relaxed. Indeed, those guys are quite anxious now. We still have time and can proceed slowly. Yes. This time, we will definitely make a big profit. When the family is promoted to a marquee family, with Brother Engel, the Sky Knight, the Northern Province will surely belong to our Drius Rosa family. In the study, after Burn spoke, everyone echoed his words. At this moment, everyone showed smiles, their faces full of hope for the future. During the few days of discussion, they saw a broader future. So much so that when they left on the 4th day, everyone still had smiles on their faces. After everyone left, Thor also departed. The matter here was finished, and he needed to return to his territory now. There were still many things he had to handle. For example, the territories of the 3 fleeing main alliance lords. In Jozanubi and Papiro Lunds, those 3 areas all belonged to Thor. He did not interfere. With his support, their retreat was much faster than that of the Western lords. Now, after a few days, Baron Varmi, Baron Glatten, and Baron Sachi have already begun to evacuate. He needs to quickly take control of those lands. Only then will they truly belong to him. Riding on Nia, his return was just as swift. In less than 3 days, under the evening glow, Thor returned to the Eagle territory. The Eagle territory was still lively and bustling. The 3 territories brought in a large amount of supplies, making this period very busy. Even in the glow of the sunset, many figures were busy and active. Outside the Eagle territory, a large number of goblins had started digging. Clearly, his officer had already begun action. They had already dug out a small section. At this current pace, perhaps it could be completed within a year. Thor only glanced at this, but then paid no further attention. His figure returned to the Eagle territory. He quickly went back to his study. He summoned Pelos and Steve. How is the situation? Have Baron Varmi, Baron Glatton, and Baron Sachi already evacuated? Thor asked, inquiring about the two. Sir, Baron Sachi has finished evacuating. He handed over most of his supplies to us without taking any gold coins. Baron Glatton is the same. Baron Varmi is still handling the supplies. I believe they will be finished in the next couple of days. We have paid Baron Varmi a total of 1,200 gold coins so far, and it may increase a bit later, but probably won't exceed 2,000 coins. Pelos respectfully reported the entire situation. Baron Sachi and Baron Glatton didn't ask for anything? Thor was a bit surprised and asked instinctively. Yes, Lord Glatton and Lord Sachi said, thanks to your care, my lord, their territory has developed well. Otherwise, they might have been destroyed during the last orc incident. So we feel a bit embarrassed to ask for your gold again. Pelos nodded and then explained. Good. I understand. Tell Baron Varmi to hurry up. Thor was a bit surprised but nodded and spoke. Yes. I'll notify him immediately. Steve nodded, ready to act. But Thor stopped him. No need to rush. The main reason we brought you here isn't just that. Thor stopped Steve and waved his hand to speak. Hearing Thor's words, Steve and Pelos exchanged glances with some confusion in their eyes. Sir? Pelos asked instinctively, curious. How strong are you now? How long until you can break through to mid-level Grand Knight? Seeing their confusion, Thor suddenly asked with a tone of inquiry. Sir, probably about a year, Pelos replied. Sir, I might need a bit more time. I think I can do it within 2 years. Steve and Pelos were surprised but quickly answered. 1 year, 2 years. All right, go find Anna. Ask her to give you the things from Cabinet 2. I want you to break through as soon as possible. Also, Pelos, how's the Eaglet Knights group doing? Thor shook his head and began to explain. But halfway through, he seemed to remember something and added instinctively. Yes. Steve and Pelos exchanged excited glances. They didn't expect such a big gain at this moment. Sir, the Eaglet Knights are doing fine for now. Some of them seem close to forming their life seats. Pelos thought for a moment and then spoke with a smile. The Eaglet Knights of the Eagle territory made him very satisfied. Whether it's talent or perseverance, they are quite good. It can be expected that this will become the strongest foundation for the Eagle territory's future development. Oh, it seems quite promising. Additionally, inform Karen to notify Christine to come over. Thor waved his hand and signaled the two to leave. Yes. Steve and Pelos respectfully stepped back. First, they informed Karen, then they found Anna. Is it the second cabinet? Anna was a bit surprised but nodded. Soon, they arrived at a room and took out 2 wooden boxes. Focus on your training. It seems the master has high hopes for you. Anna spoke seriously. Yes. Steve and Pelos nodded, looking excited. Even without opening the boxes, they could feel the strong life energy inside. When they received the boxes, both were very careful, afraid something might go wrong. After handing over the items, Anna returned to her room to meditate. Recently, Thor also gave her a task, hoping she could quickly break through to become a 3rd-level mage. She wouldn't waste time. Back in the territory, besides spending an hour each day teaching 3 alchemists, Anna focused all her energy on meditation. She felt she was getting closer to becoming a 3rd-level mage. Maybe in less than a year, she would have the chance to advance. This made Anna more dedicated to her training. Meanwhile, Karen quickly found Christine. After hearing Karen's words, Christine didn't dare delay. She quickly put down her work and headed toward Thor's location. Soon after, Thor met this alchemist. Compared to before, Christine had clearly changed. There was even a faint sense of elemental energy swirling around her. Obviously, her meditation had succeeded. Next, she just needed to open her mental sea to become a qualified mage. Compared to the other two, Christine was much faster, not only in magic practice but also in potion making. Since returning to the castle, her success rate in making life potions had greatly improved. Because of this, Thor assigned her to be responsible for producing life potions. The remaining 2 pharmacists are managed openly. Sir, you called for me? Christine respectfully asked, with a hint of curiosity. How's the situation? How much of the life potion can we produce each day? And what is the failure rate? Thor raised his head and looked at Christine with curiosity. Recently, he has been busy with the Eagle Trade Association and hasn't paid much attention to the life potion matters, leaving it to Anna. Later, Christine showed her talent. and Thor even asked Anna to delegate the task to her. Now, as he prepares for the next steps, he needs to know the specific details. Only then can he plan the subsequent actions accordingly. In Thor's upcoming plans, the life potion plays a very important role. It is crucial for developing his power and expanding the influence of the Eagle Trade Association. For knight training, quick progress almost depends on the life potion. People with average talent might need 40 or 50 years to gather a life seed and become an apprentice knight without relying on the potion. But with the support of a basic life potion, even a low-level one, the speed of gathering a life seed can increase by more than half, possibly taking less than 20 years. This applies to ordinary talented individuals. Those with stronger talent can improve even faster. Like Reen, for example. Although that was thanks to a mid-level life potion, low-level potions naturally don't have the same effect. Still, even with some differences, they can reduce the training time for high-level talent knights by 99%. More importantly, even a low-level life potion can significantly help apprentices break through to become formal knights. Speeding up this breakthrough also shortens the time to reach the rank of Grand Knight. This not only increases the chances of becoming a Grand Earth Knight, but also makes entering that level attractive to many nobles in the Northern Province. That's why, at the Loren City auction, 10 bottles of low-level life potions can sell for as much as 3,000 gold coins. The Eagle Business Guild wants to quickly open up the entire Western trade route and build its own commercial path during this time. Life potions are undoubtedly the best choice. As for silver armor, honestly, the Northern Provinces probably don't lack it. Especially now, major powerful lords are freely selling off their supplies. It's expected that silver armor will remain in surplus for some time. Only if another war breaks out and these weapons are used up could the supply be reduced. But that's very difficult to happen. The Western region isn't on the front lines fighting orcs, and even during past unrest, the impact on the West was limited, let alone other times. To break this surplus, Tor needs to ensure that the production of life potions can keep up. It's been nearly a month now, and Tor wants to see how much progress these three alchemists have made. In the study, listening to Tor's questions, Christine started to feel a bit nervous. Just tell me. Don't worry, it's only the beginning. No need to rush. Seeing Christine's nervous expression, Tor shook his head but still tried to comfort her. Sir, currently, the success rate of producing life potions is about 10%. I can barely reach 20%. As for the output, with enough materials, we can make 1 bottle in 2 days. But with a little more time, it should improve. The materials we used in the Frost Moon province weren't now, but crystal flowers. I believe we can adjust that soon. Hearing Tor's words, Christine's nervousness eased a little, and she spoke with a slight blush. She felt a bit embarrassed. Here, Tor not only provided them with plenty of materials, but also gave them the chance to learn magic. Yet, their progress didn't seem very impressive. Now, they can only produce 1 bottle every 2 days, which made her feel somewhat shy. 1 bottle every 2 days? Tor raised an eyebrow, surprised. Christine's expression showed she had lowered her expectations, but she didn't expect the results to be so good. They could produce a bottle in 2 days. Although it's not much, it's important to note that this is the result of a modified formula. Low-level life potion recipes have several variations. Aside from the unchanged life grass seeds, the main ingredients vary. Na is a specialty of the Northern Province, which the Frost Moon Province does not have. Instead, they use crystal flowers as one of the main ingredients. Christine now needs to get familiar with the new setup, which is a difficult process. It has been less than a month since then. Torda has managed to produce a bottle in about 10 days. Surprisingly, he can now produce 1 every 2 days. Based on previous auction prices, each item is worth at least 200 gold coins, sometimes even up to 300. With this rate, his monthly income could reach at least 3,000 gold coins. Although the growth of life seeds limits the maximum, even with some difference, earning over 1,000 coins a month is not a problem, adding up to 12,000 coins a year. Sir, it should be ready soon, said Tordu. At most, a few more days. We should be able to produce 1 bottle every day, Christine said confidently. Tordu misunderstood her silence and quickly spoke up with a clenched jaw. Oh, you can now produce 1 bottle per day? Tordu was surprised and immediately looked at Christine with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He didn't want trouble to start just as the territory was beginning to develop. Sir, I've been meditating recently. I can pause my cultivation and focus on improving myself. I think I can do it. Christine quickly explained, not noticing Tordu's reaction. Hearing her words, Tor's dangerous expression eased, and he let out a breath of relief. Things were not as he had feared. Maybe we should forget about it. You should continue your cultivation, Tortoise said, shaking his head and rejecting Christine's suggestion. Torta knew Christine had good talent as a mage, so he wouldn't let her get stuck on becoming a pharmacist. Every mage is naturally a pharmacist, but not every pharmacist has the potential to become a mage. Most pharmacists find it difficult to become even a first-level mage, and the chances are very slim. If a mage can still be born within the territory, it will be very helpful for Tuar. Thank you, Lord. Christine heaved a sigh of relief and quickly expressed her gratitude. Although she had prepared herself just now, Tuar did not agree, which also eased her. Currently, she was reluctant to give up meditation to focus on potion making, but everything was given by Tuar. If Tuar asked her to do something, she would obey. All right, if you need any supplies, just let me know. Your training needs are also included. Also, if you have any recommended potion makers, you can bring them here. I won't treat anyone unfairly. Tuar nodded and then spoke slowly to Christine. Thank you, Lord. I understand. I know a friend whose potion skills are excellent. I can write a letter to him. However, I can't be sure if he will come. Christine's face lit up with joy, and she quickly spoke. That's possible. Try first. If he can come, I can arrange for Anna to teach you alone for a while. The same goes for others. Tuar's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise, and he smiled lightly as he spoke. Thank you, Lord. Christine expressed her happiness happily. Obviously, nothing was more attractive to him than this. In the study, Tuar again asked Christine about some matters, then told her to leave. Have you made 7 bottles? It should be enough now. Tuar watched Christine leave, tapping his desk with his right hand. His thoughts kept flowing. Now, 7 bottles of low-level life potion had been successfully prepared. At this rate, by the end of the month, there should be about 15 bottles. This could serve as the foundation for the Eagle Merchant Guild's upcoming expansion. As for the training needs of the Territory Knights, they could wait for the next batch. With time passing, the skill levels of the 3 potion makers would improve rapidly. By then, the output would naturally meet the needs, and it would only take a few months at most, so it wasn't a big problem. His thoughts continued to flow, weaving together various ideas. Meanwhile, during Tuar's contemplation, the door was knocked again. Come in. Thor's thoughts drifted back and forth as he looked out the door. Sir. Peros entered respectfully. What's the matter? Seeing Peros come in, Thor asked with a hint of curiosity. Sir, Baron Glatton and Baron Sachi's supplies have been checked. Do you want to see them? Peros respectfully offered. Have they been checked already? Yes, let's go take a look. Thor was a bit surprised but nodded. He stood up and followed Peros out of the study. Baron Glatton's territory and Baron Sachi's territory are in different locations. Thor decided to visit Baron Glatton's land first. One reason was that Baron Glatton's territory was located upstream on the main river, so he wanted to see the dam. Another was that Baron Glatton's territory had been developed longer and was larger. Peros led Thor toward Baron Glatton's land. Since they didn't rush, it took almost a day to arrive. Compared to Eagle's territory, Baron Glatton's land was just as impressive, with a very wide area. Seeing the connected fields, Thor's eyes brightened. It was clear that Baron Glatton's territory had expanded further recently. The farmland had nearly doubled. They could expect a good harvest this year, but unfortunately, it now belonged to Thor. As they passed through the wheat fields, Thor saw some of the villagers looking anxious and hurried. The territory seemed abandoned, and the remaining villagers were understandably nervous and uneasy. Fortunately, the officials from Eagle's territory had already arrived, and since there were no major changes, there was little chaos. But for Thor, the new lord, the villagers couldn't help but worry. Thor glanced over the crowd. He saw many timid eyes among them. He didn't try to do anything about it. In this extraordinary world, or in this feudal era, the people of the territory, whether villagers or slaves, were considered his property. There was no need to comfort their hearts. He only needed to ensure the territory could be incorporated into his Eagle's territory. Fortunately, during this period, he returned to his family and regained 10 administrative officials. Managing these matters became much easier for him. Otherwise, after suddenly taking over 3 baronial territories, he might have been overwhelmed for a long time. This almost tripled his territory. The problems he faced were not easy to solve. However, with 10 officials now, things became much simpler. In this feudal era, there was no need for such a complicated management system. Even if Thor joined the merit system, it would be much simpler than the system in the Chinese dynasty where Thor was born in his previous life. Thor stepped forward and inspected the entire Grayton Baron territory. Then he entered the castle and called the 3 officials responsible here. After understanding some issues, he immediately headed to Baron Sachi's territory. Compared to the Grayton territory, Baron Sachi's land was undoubtedly smaller. But just like that, this territory was also expanded. Not to mention other things, just the grain production of these 2 territories alone was enough to double his grain income this year. If he also expanded the territory of Baron Valmy, it could be expected that he would have a bumper harvest this year, enough to support the expansion for the next 1 or 2 years. By then, Kuwait's plan should also be completed, and food would no longer be a problem. Thor was very satisfied with this. Not to mention the population. The population of the Grayton territory reached 12,000, and Baron Sachi's territory had 7,000 people. Even if Baron Valmy's territory was smaller, it probably had around 8,000 or 9,000 people. Adding these together, his total population exceeded 40,000. In the entire northern province, such a large territory could even contend for the top 3. If he could absorb them, his territory's strength would greatly increase. With the acquisition of 3 territories, Thor had become the true ruler of the main river valley, controlling over 70% of the land. The resources he could develop and utilize reached an unprecedented level. Especially after taking over the territories of Baron Grayton and Baron Valmy, he had almost completely encompassed the core area of the main river. The area includes several mines and a large amount of cultivated farmland. There is also plenty of space for development. Currently, his territory is probably half the size of the Dressrosa family's land. Of course, this is just in terms of area. Reaching the scale of the Dressrosa family's territory will require a long time of development and management. Even so, such a size is considered top-level within the entire Frostmoon province. 3 days quickly passed. After inspecting Baron Sachi and Baron Glatton's territories, Thor also checked on Baron Varmy's land, which was even larger than that of Baron Glatton. Not only was the area bigger, but the population was too. Varmy's population exceeded 13,000 people. Among the entire main valley, only Thor and Baron Pape had larger populations. Varmy also cultivated more farmland than Baron Glatton. All these efforts cost Thor over 2,500 gold coins. With these coins, Baron Varmy almost hurriedly left, looking back several times. Thor then arranged for people to take over the entire territory. Now, all 3 territories were fully under his control. However, this brought up a problem. The 3 territories need knights to guard them. Neither Baron Glatton, Baron Sachi, nor Baron Varmy could leave their knights behind, so they had to send knights from the Eagle territory. Currently, the entire Eagle territory only has 5 Grand Knights, including Thor and Rain. Without Thor and Rain, only 3 Grand Knights remain, and there are about 60 official knights and over 100 apprentice knights. All 3 new territories need defenders. This means sending 3 Grand Knights, along with many official and apprentice knights, to guard them. Although they receive daily reports, without strong forces, these territories, especially the new ones, could face problems. However, Marshal Thor cannot transfer the 3 Grand Knights. They are already preparing to break through to become Earth Knights, and it's not suitable to pull them out unless absolutely necessary. So, only Steve and Pelos remain, and 1 more place is missing. Not to mention that the number of official knights and apprentice knights is also insufficient. After transferring some to the Eagle Commerce Guild, the number of official knights in the Eagle territory is only about 50. Basically, only about 10 more can be assigned to each location, and there are at most 30 apprentice knights. This amount of strength is actually a bit weak. In the study, Thor's right hand kept tapping on the desk, and his thoughts began to flow quickly. Thump, thump. The door was gently knocked. "Come in," Thor spoke. As he finished speaking, a figure immediately entered. "Sir," Mark respectfully said. "Mark, how long has it been since you broke through to the peak of the official knight level? How long do you think it will take to become a Grand Knight?" Thor looked at the figure in front of him. "It's been 3 months, sir. It should still take about 2 years, right?" Mark was a bit stunned but still respectfully reported. "Too slow. Mark, I can give you 1,000 merit points in advance. How long will it take you to break through?" Thor looked at Mark. "Master?" Hearing Thor's words, Mark's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his eyes looked at Thor with disbelief. "Tell me." Facing Mark's shock, Thor remained calm and spoke again. 1 month? No, at most 7 days, I can break through. Mark spoke excitedly, almost stumbling over his words. Good. Go find Anna and tell her what I said. Remember, you don't have much time. Within 7 days, I want to see you break through to the Grand Knight level. Thor said seriously. Yes, sir. I will definitely not let you down. Mark said excitedly, his eyes shining with excitement. 1,000 merit points are enough to exchange for a Divine Wood Fruit. With the Divine Wood Fruit, he was almost 100% sure he could break through to the Grand Knight level. He is only 33 years old now, a 33-year-old Grand Knight, and in the future, he really has hope to become a Land Knight, especially in the Eagle territory, where he can exchange for the Fierce Eagle breathing technique. As long as he earns enough merit points, he can try exchanging for the Blaze Eagle breathing technique. Go ahead. Thor waved his hand. Mark immediately bowed and stepped back. Watching Mark leave, Thor's expression turned back to deep thought. It's not just because of the Divine Wood Fruit. Although he now only has 1 left, as long as Mark can break through, that's not a small problem. Divine Wood Fruits only form in trees that are over 1,000 years old and contain life energy. Each one holds a large amount of life source power, not only as a main ingredient for mid-level life potions, but also as an auxiliary ingredient for higher-level potions. Their value is not as high as the Fruit of Life, but it's still quite significant, especially because they are very hard to find. Not every 1,000-year-old tree has one. The chances are low. To get one, you need to search tree by tree. But for Thor, it's very easy. Every day, his intelligence reports show all Divine Wood Fruits within 1,000 miles of him. Even now, there are several Divine Wood Fruits nearby that no one has taken. He doesn't lack these. What makes him frown is the current situation. Even if Mark breaks through to become a Grand Knight, 3 territories can be stabilized. But as time passes and more than 2 weeks go by, most powerful lords have started to act, and he can't help but feel a little nervous. Because the entire northern province still shows no signs of movement. The kingdom hasn't made any response. If the system really has a problem, and his suspicions are wrong, that would be a big joke. Though it's unlikely, he can't help but worry due to the lack of any reaction. Thump thump. His fingers kept tapping, and his furrowed brow deepened. Time slowly passed. Outside the window, night had fallen completely and deepened gradually. Looking at the stars outside, there began to drift into thought. Until suddenly, Daily Intelligence updated. Would you like to open it? A familiar mechanical voice sounded, and in the next moment, Thor's mind was pulled back. Open. He paused slightly, then responded smoothly. Beep, opening now. Daily Intelligence updated 1. Today at noon, Deli will awaken the seed of life and successfully become a qualified apprentice knight. At 27 years old, he is full of enthusiasm and vows to be the most loyal knight to the Lord. 2. In the stables of the Eagle territory, a unicorn was born along with 3 foals. Among them, one seems to be somewhat special. 3. In the river of Red Eagle Town, the farmed fish appear to have been frightened, and their spawning has decreased. 4. The Campbell family from the west will fully leave in 10 days. Among their departing team is a young elf girl who was tricked by them. 5. 8. 3 months later, in the Autumn Leaf territory, the bloodthirsty werewolves will hold a grand divine awakening. However, due to the arrival of the Tulip Kingdom and surrounding powers, the divine awakening fails halfway. The divine event does not occur, only the divine ruins fall to this place. 9. 3 months later, the bloodthirsty werewolf leader's divine awakening fails. Part of his body splits and he secretly slips into the northern land province, trying to reach the Arctic glaciers via the main river. The intelligence reports keep coming. Thorbin was originally watching casually. The resources of the Eagle territory had almost been fully developed, and recent intelligence reports didn't bring him much surprise. He naturally paid little attention. But as he kept reading, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. His eyes involuntarily widened. His breathing grew heavier. His gaze fixed intensely on Item 8. He couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement inside, because at this moment, Item 8 contained not only what he needed, but also an unimaginable surprise. Yes, a surprise. The divine awakening mentioned in the intelligence was stopped. He wasn't too surprised, at most he let out a sigh of relief. This eased his recently anxious mind. What surprised him was the subsequent content in the intelligence. The Divine Ruins. It was indeed the Divine Ruins. The place where divine beings fall is called the Divine Ruins. Every divine ruin is like a huge treasure. Why is the behemoth beast the unchallenged king of the orc tribes? Because it is the only 7th-rank orc tribe. The reason they could become a 7th-rank orc tribe is because they control the sacred land of the Titan god. Because of this, the Baiman giant beast's strength completely surpasses that of other orc tribes. Legend says that those who step into the sacred land may someday glimpse beyond the Holy Realm. Thor never expected that this time, not only was the divine awakening resolved, but a sacred land was also born. Even Thor felt his mouth dry at this moment. He is confident he can break through to become a Sky Knight, and even has some hope of reaching the Holy Realm. But beyond the Holy Realm, that is a level he dares not even think about now. Yet, right now, there is an opportunity. Above the Holy Realm. That is truly above the Holy Realm. If he can reach it, even just thinking about it makes his heart race. Amidst the ups and downs, Thor looked at the daily intelligence reports and became thoughtful. So that's how it is. He muttered softly. At this moment, Thor vaguely understood what was happening. The reason the kingdom hasn't acted yet is probably because they are waiting for the true start of the Divine Awakening event. Only when it begins or is about to begin can a sacred land be born. This way, they can maximize their benefits. Thinking of this, Thor's excitement made his mouth twitch. Wow, these people are really clever. The kingdom's move to turn a chicken into an egg is simply brilliant. Of course, while marveling, Thor also couldn't help but admire the kingdom's confidence. No matter how strong they are, they dare to allow the Divine Awakening to truly start. If something goes wrong, it could mean the arrival of a true god. That would be a big problem. This is no joke. Only those with absolute strength, capable of handling even a divine arrival, would do such a thing. This undoubtedly shows that the kingdom's strength is even more terrifying than he imagined. Sky Knights, the strongest in the kingdom. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. If it was just a guess before, now he is certain that the kingdom's strongest are definitely more than just Sky Knights. Sky Knights are powerful, yes. But if the only strongest are Sky Knights, he would never believe that the Tulip Kingdom would dare to play such a game. The only possibility is that the kingdom has even more powerful beings. Sanctuary, or perhaps even beyond it. The whispering voice began, and Thor immediately shook his head, not continuing to think. These are not things he can consider now. Compared to that, he should focus on how to make use of this opportunity. The Divine Ruins. This is truly the Divine Ruins. He doesn't want to miss it. It's best if he can step inside. As long as he can enter, he might not only break through the sacred realm but also be confident about surpassing it. Maybe I should wait a bit longer. 3 months. There should be a chance. Also, keep an eye on the Autumn Leaf territory with Rachos. He muttered to himself, and Thor quickly formed a plan. This chance, no matter what, he won't give up. But he also won't rush to try. He plans to observe the situation first. The Divine Revelation. This is truly a divine insight. Even if the Divine Revelation isn't fully activated, it's better to be cautious. He doesn't want to end up trapped inside. Thor is very careful about this. Opportunities are important, but his life is more so. This is different from before. Previously, he had a daily intelligence system and information that allowed him to be sure that the northern province was relatively safe. Even if there was danger, he could escape early. But the Divine Ruins are uncertain. The Divine Ruins this time, it was truly a surprise. Thor was even filled with anticipation. But there are still 3 full months before the event happens, so there's no need to rush now. He called Rachos to watch over the Autumn Leaf territory, then temporarily set aside those concerns. Compared to the Divine Ruins, the most urgent matter now is to develop the entire Eagle Business Alliance. A few days passed. News gradually spread from the western side. It has been confirmed that 27 lords have already withdrawn. Each one is a powerful lord, including 14 Baron Lords and 13 Pioneer Lords. There may be more lords who have left, but currently, only these 27 are known. For Thor, or for the entire Eagle Business Alliance, these 27 Pioneer Lords are enough. These 27 people almost control over 70% of the Danube River's output, and the Western production accounts for more than 80%. As long as they can control these people's mining resources, the Eagle Business Guild holds most of the resource points. The remaining ones have little impact. Now, a month has passed, and these people are becoming more impatient. Some lords are even thinking of leaving directly. After all, staying longer in the northern province is dangerous. The stable environment now makes them very uneasy. Under these circumstances, they have reached their limit. Thor doesn't want to delay anymore and begins to gather everyone for a meeting. However, As soon as the news spreads, new information comes from Baron Pape and Baron Rachos. It turns out that Baron Pape and Baron Rachos have once again requested to buy shares. Yes, Baron Pape has chosen to buy shares again instead of recommending other lords to join. He initially had this idea but decided against it after some thought. Instead, he paid his father a fee and gained support from 2 more knights. As for Jozanobi, he even brought 3 knights this time. Thor did not refuse their repurchase. However, as the Eagle territory expands further, the standards for buying shares have also lowered. Previously, a Grand Knight needed to own 1%, a full Knight 5 10,000ths, and an Apprentice Knight 1 10,000th. Now, the standard is 5 10,000ths for Grand Knights and 1 10,000th for full Knights. Apprentice Knights are no longer eligible. The lowered standards made Baron Pape and Jozanobi sigh, but they didn't say anything. After all, the Eagle Business Guild now has enough Grand Knights. They knew Thor had allied with the Drya's family, and now there are over 18 Grand Knights, with 5 more joining, which doesn't seem to matter much. The addition of these 5 Grand Knights increased Baron Pape's shares by 1% and Jozanobi's by 1.5%. After renegotiating the shares, 5 days had passed. Then, only 3 days later, when Thor went to inspect the dam and fish pond issue, Tono, Bablis, and the 7 lords of Drya's began arriving one after another at Eagle's Nest. The first to arrive were Tono and Bablis. Seeing Thor's vast farmland and thriving territory, Bablis couldn't help but be slightly amazed. "My goddess, Tono, are you sure we haven't taken the wrong place?" Bablis asked in surprise, glancing at his friend beside him. "Unfortunately, Bablis, we haven't taken a wrong turn," Tono replied. Surprised? It's been less than 2 years. I was also quite shocked at first. Tono sighed with emotion, recalling his first visit, when his expression was far from calm. "Oh my, this is truly astonishing. Lord Thor is simply a born leader." Bablis opened his mouth wide and spoke with admiration after a long pause. While the two were still amazed, Steve was already wading ahead and saw them approaching quickly. "Lord Tono, Lord Bablis, welcome," Steve greeted with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Steve, where's Thor?" Tono called out happily, then asked curiously. "The Lord went to inspect the new territory and might not return until tomorrow," Steve explained with a smile. "He's really busy. But this is the territory of 3 barons. Today we must entertain them properly," Tono said with a big laugh. "Of course, the Lord has prepared a generous feast," Steve nodded with a smile, then led the 2 into Eagle's Town. Later that day, as evening fell, Bun, Raton, and Moss, the 3 lords, also arrived. Even they were deeply shocked upon entering Eagle's territory. Their eyes widened in amazement. Even Bun was no exception. Though they had heard that Thor's territory was developing very well, no matter how good it was, they didn't expect it to grow so large in less than 2 years. Thor's cousin, this territory. Leighton muttered to himself, his heart stirring with intense emotion. The other 2 were not doing much better. When they were led into the small town by Steve, they looked at the lively, energetic figures everywhere and were deeply shocked. When did the town's residents become so full of energy? Not just the residents, even the slaves seemed to feel the vitality, their smiles bright. It was truly a miracle. "Uncle Bern, Moss, look at that. What is it?" In the town, Leighton seemed to notice something and gestured in surprise toward Bern beside him. As he spoke, their gazes turned in that direction. And when they looked, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Goblin slaves." Bern whispered to himself, his eyes immediately fixed on Steve. "Lord Bern, Lord Leighton, Lord Moss, the Lord said that if anyone needs to buy, they can do so at the Eagle's Nest. Goblins are very affordable." Steve seemed to understand their shock and smiled as he spoke. In fact, Thor had already told them about this. He had no intention of selling goblin slaves, but within the Eagle's Nest Trading Company, Thor didn't mind selling them. On one hand, it could bring him extra income. On the other, it could help other lords within the company develop better. This was good for the entire Eagle's Nest. "Do you really have goblin slaves?" Bern asked in disbelief, his heart pounding. This meant that Thor at least had a 3rd-tier mage behind him. A 3rd-tier mage. In the entire northern province, he had heard that only 3 lords possessed such power, but he never expected Thor to have one too. When did the Drya's family become so powerful? Despite the shock, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Of course, if Lord Bern needs, he can contact Pelos. He's in charge of these matters now, Steve said with a smile. "All right. Thank you." Bern nodded, exchanging a look with Leighton and Moss, their expressions also showing excitement. Goblin slaves, their usefulness needed no explanation. More importantly, they were cheap. The Habs Commerce Guild does not interfere with this matter. The three powerful lords who control third-tier mages do not sell goblin slaves, they only use them for their own purposes. However, this does not mean the thing is useless. As long as the price is right, there is nothing better for mining or than this. At this moment, the three of them thought of their own minds. If they could replace all the workers with goblins, they could free some of their slaves to cultivate more farmland and do other tasks. This would further increase their territory's income. While thinking, the three were led into the castle. The next day, other lords also arrived one after another. The entire Eagle territory suddenly became lively. Each lord was amazed by the development of the Eagle territory and deeply impressed by its progress. Thor's series of actions was beyond their previous knowledge, but the effects were clear to see. During this time, these lords even started to learn from Thor's territory. Thor, of course, did not know about this. His focus was still on the dam. Earlier, there was news that the tilapia in the fish pond at the dam seemed to be frightened, so after dealing with the issue, he came to check. He only inspected for a day and found no problems. Is it still unclear what the problem is? Thor asked, turning to a figure beside him. This was a civilian responsible for guarding the area. His name was Berg. Since he was good at fish farming and had gained enough merit to leave slavery, Thor entrusted him with this task. We haven't found the cause yet. The fish population's reproduction was significantly affected before, with fewer fish, but it seems to be recovering recently, Berg replied respectfully. He was feeling a bit nervous now. He didn't expect such an unexpected incident with the fish, and even he felt tense. It's okay. Keep watching and report any news immediately. Thor shook his head, not blaming him. Clearly, this wasn't caused by Berg. The daily reports had already indicated that. Thor was not going to blame him. After giving some instructions, Thor prepared to leave. He has a lot of things to do. Yesterday, news came from Eagle Town that Tono and Bablis had arrived. Since both of them are here, others should arrive soon too. He doesn't have time to stay and investigate further. Yes. Berg nodded respectfully. Inside, he felt nervous but also relieved. He was grateful that Tuo didn't blame him. If it had been another lord, he might have been in big trouble. Tuo waved his hand and prepared to turn around and ride Neo away. But at that moment, Tuo's brow furrowed and his gaze instantly fixed on the dam. Sir, what's wrong? Berg was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Tuo suddenly moved. He jumped directly onto the dam. Sir, a cry of surprise. Before the shout finished, Tuo had already landed on the dam. A cold aura burst out from his feet, turning the water beneath into ice, which spread quickly. White mist rose as the temperature dropped rapidly around him. His strength had already reached the peak of the mid-level Great Knight, just one step away from the late-level Great Knight. More terrifying was his ice attribute life source energy, which seemed to have grown stronger either from his breakthrough or from the ice spirit's growth. He even seemed to have some influence over the surrounding world, like natural spirits. This kind of power was usually only accessible to Sky Knights, but at this moment, Tuo showed signs of it. However, no higher-level knights saw this scene. The figures on the shore witnessing this were only shocked by Tuo's display and didn't understand what it meant. Tuo moved forward. His figure kept heading toward the middle of the reservoir. Behind him, the water in the reservoir was completely frozen into ice. Cold air kept emanating from the ice surface. Below the reservoir, the fish seemed unable to withstand the cold and sank quickly. But Tuo didn't care about that now. He continued moving forward, until suddenly his movement stopped sharply. And at that moment, a dark shadow suddenly darted past his feet at high speed. With just a blink, the shadow disappeared from his sight. So fast, Thor was surprised. After all, he was already a great knight. Thanks to the symbiotic contract, his senses were much sharper than those of an ordinary great knight. The opponent's speed was so quick that he couldn't even see clearly, which showed how terrifying it was. After the shock, Thor quickly focused his mind. In the next moment, a powerful burst of life energy erupted from him, spreading cold air in all directions around him. The ice began to spread visibly and very quickly. Thor followed his senses, walking step by step. He had already drawn his knight's sword. Cold energy was also spreading along the sword. Suddenly, Thor felt something and raised his hand. A terrifying burst of life energy exploded instantly, and a sword wave shot toward the water surface ahead. Boom! The water surface was instantly shattered, and then the cold ice spread rapidly. The water surface hit by the sword wave froze completely, and the ice continued to spread into the deeper water flow. A shadow, almost about to collide with him, suddenly turned around and darted in another direction. But just as the shadow turned, boom, water splashed again. Not far away, in the direction the shadow was fleeing, the water surface froze again as cold ice spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, that area was sealed in ice. The shadow turned again. No matter how it changed direction, it was met with a sword light and rapidly spreading cold air. Gradually, upstream of the dam, the cold had already frozen the river's surface. The shadow's escape route was completely blocked. Swish! Suddenly, a shadow shot across the water surface ahead, trying to enter the dam, hoping to hide in the deeper parts from Thor's cold ice. But Thor seemed to have anticipated this move. Clang! The knight's sword once again emitted cold energy. A sword light suddenly surged toward the shadow ahead. Boom! The water exploded, and the shadow seemed to have fallen into a trap, rushing directly into the ice. The cold spread quickly, freezing it and the surrounding water currents. Thor's footsteps moved forward. Cold air spread out. Gradually, he reached the frozen land. He lightly stomped his right foot. In the next moment, the ice began to. Then, under the flow of life energy, the ice blocks containing the dark shadow below slowly floated up. When the ice completely appeared on the water stream, Thor finally saw what the black shadow was. It was a very strange fish. It was gray-black, with a darker back and head, a pale white belly, and irregular black spots on its sides. The sides of its head had 2 rows of black markings. Its fins had black and white spots, and its pectoral fins had gray-yellow irregular spots. It was about the size of 2 adult tilapia, but it had fierce-looking teeth. More importantly, it was filled with a strong life energy. What's that? A giant venomous fish? Looking at this black fish, Thor first frowned slightly, but then a flash of insight appeared in his mind. He remembered reading about a similar fish in an old book. The giant venomous fish is a common fish in the northern provinces. Unlike tilapia, it's not as valuable as butterfly fish, but it is one of the main ingredients for mid-level life potions. Like low-level potions, there are several recipes for mid-level potions, and the giant venomous fish is definitely one of them. Using the giant venomous fish and sacred wood fruit as main ingredients, along with life grass, can produce a mid-level life potion. The resulting potion is even more effective than the initial version. At the Loren City auction, a bottle of mid-level life potion can sell for 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. The main reason is that the Habs Trading Company's mid-level life potion is made using the giant venomous fish. Thor never expected that the giant venomous fish was the reason affecting tilapia's spawning. At this moment, he was truly excited. He couldn't help but have bright eyes. Because the appearance of the giant venomous fish in the water dam meant that this area was suitable for their survival. Since there was one, there would surely be a second, maybe even a third. He might even try to breed them. If he could successfully raise the giant venomous fish, he might be able to produce mid-level life potions. He already had the life grass and sacred wood fruit. As for the personnel to make the potion, even if the 3 pharmacists are not enough, isn't Anna still there? Once he can ensure the production of intermediate-level life potions, his territory will truly soar. Basic life potions are only useful for formal knights, but intermediate-level life potions are very helpful even for great knights. They can even increase the chances for great knights to break through to land knights. If the Eagle territory can mass-produce intermediate-level life potions, the harvest would be almost unimaginable. Looking at the black fish trapped in the ice in front of him, Thor feels excited. His figure quickly pulls back the cold air. He doesn't want this fish to freeze to death right now. Fortunately, the cold air doesn't last long. Once the cold recedes and the frozen ice melts, the frozen black fish quickly recovers. It is surprised and a bit confused, but it only hesitates briefly. Its simple mind doesn't continue to think and quickly dives into the water, disappearing as a shadow. Thor glances at the frozen scene upstream and pauses thoughtfully. Then he walks over directly. The cold air spreads rapidly. Soon after, a layer of ice spreads quickly across the entire main river. In the blink of an eye, the ice freezes the upstream again. A huge ice wall cuts off the dam. Of course, this is only temporary. As the water continues to flow, the ice wall will melt quickly, and the water can flow over it. But Thor doesn't need to freeze it for long. He just needs to hold it for a day or two. He even froze the dam itself. Luckily, it is currently the dry season. During the flood season, with his current ice element power, it would be nearly impossible to freeze the entire main river. Now, he can barely manage it. After completely restricting the black fish, Thor calls Nia to bring Alan over. The three-step unicorn naturally understands his meaning. With Nia's speed, she can return in half a day at most. After giving orders, Thor tells Berg and others to secure the entire dam, then continues to explore inside. As night falls, during his continuous investigation, a look of surprise appears on Thor's face. The giant snakefish at this dam is indeed not just one, but actually 7 in total. They seem to have made a home here. Even if one gets frightened, it doesn't plan to leave. This is definitely a good sign. It shows that my guess was correct. The dam area is suitable for the giant snakefish to live. This also opens up the possibility of breeding them. Now, I just need to see if Alan can use his natural affinity for all creatures. In the sunset glow, Nia carried Alan closer. Master. Alan was a bit out of breath because Nia was moving too fast. His hair was messy. But at this moment, Alan didn't care and quickly got off Nia's back, speaking respectfully. Alan, I have something to give to you now. There is a kind of black fish in the dam. I want you to take charge of breeding them. Do you think you can do it? If you succeed, you will earn 500 merit points this time and 20 points every month afterward. Seeing Alan panting, Thor didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Blackfish. Master, may I see one? Alan's expression became serious, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. 500 points. That's a lot of merit points, enough to meet all his needs before becoming a Grand Knight. But he didn't agree immediately. He had never bred fish before and wasn't sure if his talent could work for it. Come with me, Thor said, and led Alan toward the dam. At this moment, the cold ice hadn't melted yet. Thor and Alan could still walk on the ice. As they stepped forward, Thor clearly sensed something unusual. A number of tilapia swam over and began circling around Alan's feet. When Alan crouched down, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The surrounding tilapia were frightened and hurriedly fled. But Alan's eyes lit up. Instinctively, he reached his hand into the flowing water. With this action, the dark shadow moved closer. Even when Alan reached out to touch it, the giant snakefish didn't run away. Instead, several dark shadows appeared around him. Soon, these shadows circled around Alan's palm. This time, I looked and found there were actually 9 instead of 7. Clearly, during his previous exploration, he didn't notice the other 2. After gently touching these giant fish, Alan withdrew his hand and stood up. Even so, none of the giant fish left. Instead, they circled around him. Sir, I think it's ready. They've settled here, Xiaosan, Xiaowu, and they've even laid eggs. Alan spoke excitedly, reporting to Thor. Ha ha, good. Excellent. When we return, I will reward you for your efforts. From now on, this is your territory. Try to increase the fish population as much as possible. If you need anything, just ask. Thor looked very happy and laughed loudly. Even with some guesses, when things were confirmed, he couldn't hide his joy. This is a key ingredient for mid-level potions. With these giant fish, it's likely that producing mid-level potions in his territory won't be a problem. Even the Dressrosa family might not be able to do this. Because, whether it's divine wood fruit, giant fish, or the other main ingredient, the Mephisto flower, they are all hard to find. More importantly, to make mid-level potions, you need at least a second-level mage. Yes, a second-level mage. Low-level potions can be made by alchemists, but mid-level potions require mages, specifically second-level mages, who can manipulate elements. Alchemists or first-level mages can't do this. Alchemists lack the ability to control elemental power, and first-level mages, even if they have it, don't master elemental control well enough to craft such potions. Main ingredients are hard to find, and mages are hard to acquire. Most Count of Counts or even some Marquis families probably don't know how to make mid-level potions. But at this moment, he could do it. Thinking about this, Thor couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. Sir. Alan nodded respectfully, then, seeming to remember something, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. The words hesitated slightly as they reached his lips. Is there a problem? Seeing Alan's hesitation, Thor asked with curiosity. Sir, I have a younger brother. Can I use merit points to let him join the Eagle Knight group? Alan clenched his teeth and spoke shyly. Yes, I said that as long as you have enough merit points, anyone can join. Family members can also be sponsored. There's no need to ask me. But you should think carefully. Earning merit points isn't easy, and you'll need many for your future training. Thor nodded, not objecting to this. Sir, I have made up my mind. Alan was excited and quickly spoke, feeling a bit nervous. Go see Cowett when you have time and have him register you. Thor nodded. Such small matters didn't concern him. Yes. Alan nodded in response. Then Thor gave some additional instructions and arranged for Bog to be moved elsewhere. Since he needed to raise giant pikefish, he couldn't keep farming tilapia anymore. Or rather, tilapia had become food for the giant pikefish. But Thor didn't want to give up on tilapia. So he chose another place downstream to set up a tilapia farm, which Bog was responsible for. However, building it would take some time. Bog didn't mind and was even a little happy, especially since Thor rewarded him with 50 merit points for this event. After arranging everything, Thor returned to the Eagle territory. Discovering giant pikefish was indeed exciting, but these creatures wouldn't bring quick profit. Currently, only a few giant pikefish had been found, and the goal was to expand the fish population as much as possible. Only then could they ensure continuous production later. Thor understood this well. As for Alan, Thor trusted him greatly. Alan's ability to harmonize with all things had a significant effect on plants. Even a transplanted live fruit tree survived, so the effect on giant pikefish would be even better. Now, he just had to wait for the harvest. 3 days later, he returned to the Eagle territory. At this moment, the Eagle leader is gathered. Many noble lords have already come together here. The 8 pioneering lords of Dressrosa, the Western Babulus, and the Barons Pape and Joes from the main alliance, totaling over 11 pioneering lords, making the entire Eagle Town very lively. These lords are constantly studying Eagle Town. When Thor returns, he is slightly surprised. Then he laughs. He naturally understands why these lords are so interested. Compared to other pioneering lords, Thor, who has memories from his past life, sees land development very differently. These things may seem simple, but the difference is actually quite big. These lords are all smart people, and they can see unusual things, learn, and explore naturally. Thor does not stop them. Now that they have joined the Eagle Trade Guild, they are part of his interests. Improving these lords' strength also means improving his own strength. Inside the castle, a banquet is held. Thor invites everyone to join the feast. It is only after the banquet ends that Thor and 11 others go into the meeting room. When they enter the meeting room, the smiles on their faces gradually turn serious. Brother Tono, how's the situation? Thor takes a deep breath, starts speaking, and looks at Tono. Currently, 27 pioneering lords have chosen to withdraw. 11 large iron mines have been found, 7 large copper mines, and a total of 17 non-deposits. Tono listens to Thor's questions, pauses slightly, and explains what he has learned recently. Lehos. Thor nods as he listens, then looks at Lehos at the end. Sir, the population wanting to sell in the Western withdrawal should be around 170,000. Since the Hub's Trade Guild controls the trade, they don't dare to do it openly. It's only small-scale circulation now. If we act quickly, we might be able to intercept some. Lehos also stands up and speaks respectfully. Hearing their words, Thor falls into thought. And just as he is thinking, another voice speaks again. The Northwest region has 3 lords about to leave, including a large iron mine, 3 small copper mines, and a small silver mine. No population trade has been found so far. Jelly softly spoke, and Tuon nodded slightly. Everyone, the known mines include 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 3 small copper mines, and a total of 17 Na mines, plus 1 silver mine. There are also 17,000 people. Our first goal is to take these mines. We don't need the small copper mines. We must seize the 12 large iron mines, the 7 large copper mines, the silver mine, and the 17 Na mines. With 17,000 people, our 12 lords will try to gather 12,000. Tuon tapped on the table. The others stayed silent, waiting quietly. Fortunately, after a short while, Tuon's voice rang out again. Listening to Tuon's voice, everyone felt a bit excited inside. Such huge resources. If we can take them, the value brought would be unimaginable. However, among the excitement, Rachos frowned slightly. Sir, it's quite difficult to take all these. There are 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 1 silver mine, and 17 Na mines, more than 37 in total. To take even one requires at least 1 Great Knight. We only have 23 Great Knights now, so it's very hard. 17,000 people to control 12,000. will also attract the attention of the Habsburg Trading Company. Frowning, Rachos couldn't help but speak. 23 knights are enough. If needed, we can use regular knights to fill in the gaps. 10 regular knights plus 20 trainee knights should be enough to guard one location. Even if there are problems, the trading company can provide support in time. As for the population issue, don't worry. The Habsburg Trading Company hasn't been paying attention to us lately. Facing Rachos' worries, Tua remained calm. It's a joke. Now that many powerful lords are leaving, the Eagle Trading Company truly becomes the unchallenged king in the West. Who would dare to do anything? Plus, with his intelligence support, safety is assured. Yes. Although Rachos was a bit doubtful, he quickly nodded. Everyone, this is our chance. We must speed up. In 3 months, I need to conquer these places completely, and if I can expand further, that would be even better. If we succeed this time, the Eagle Business Guild will surely rise. Watching Rajus nod, Thor looked at everyone and spoke calmly. Thor, understood. Understood. The remaining 11 people all nodded in agreement. Their expressions also showed a hint of excitement, as if they could see a brighter future ahead. After everyone nodded, Thor discussed some guild matters with the group again. That marked the end of the meeting. Then, one by one, the pioneers quickly left. On the main alliance side, many knights also departed. Next, it was time for the Eagle Business Guild to spread its wings. After 3 days, Thor handled some affairs at the Eagle territory, then left with Pelos and Anna heading west. On one hand, Thor needed to personally oversee the expansion of the guild to prevent problems. On the other hand, Thor hadn't forgotten the elf girl from the daily intelligence reports a few days ago. With Anna there, Thor was very eager to meet the elf girl again. If he could recruit another elf girl, his territory could develop even faster. Thor's ability to connect with all things, like Alan's, had limited effect on plant growth. If more forest elves joined, the territory's productivity would surely increase quickly. That's why he brought Anna along. After all, Anna was half-elf herself, so she might know the elf girl. That could be useful. As for the elf girl's family, the Campbell family, Thor didn't care much. Now he had powerful backing himself. The Campbell family was just a top-level marquis, which was a big figure to Drius Rosa in the past, but now, to the Drius Rosa family, it was just ordinary. Meanwhile, as Thor headed to the Western Territory, the people of the Eagle Business Guild had already begun their actions. It had been over a month now, and the powerful lords who planned to retreat were getting more anxious. Some had already run away. Out of 27 lords, 3 had already fled during the discussion. Now, only 24 remained. Fortunately, the lords with many resources have not fully left yet. For such a large group, it is not easy to withdraw completely. Especially since the crisis has not fully erupted, they are still hopeful that they can reduce their losses further. But as time passes, other lords also start to notice something is wrong. Their efforts to clean up become more and more difficult. They have to lower prices again and again. Even so, fewer and fewer people are willing to buy. In the middle reaches of the Danube River, this area is at the very heart of the river. The Spencer family has been developing here for over 10 years. Because Sedge Spencer gained his father's trust, he received strong support. In just 10 years, the territory's population grew to nearly 100,000, and its strength reached an unprecedented level, even surpassing most viscounts in inland provinces. If he hadn't lacked enough achievements, he could have had a chance to become a count, or even higher. However, a sudden divine awakening event forced Sedge Spencer to choose to leave. He was reluctant to give up the large amount of supplies and gold coins invested in the territory. So, over the past month, he has been clearing out the territory's assets. At first, it went smoothly. But as time went on, things became more difficult. Inside the castle, are those fools crazy? Selling everything? Are they trying to let everyone know we're running away? They're complete idiots. Sedge Spencer was cursing angrily. His face was very grim. He never expected that the biggest problem in the cleanup would be those who wanted to escape with him. If it weren't for them, he could have cleared out a large part of the territory already. But because of their involvement, he's only managed to clear less than 10% of the items. It will take at least half a year to finish the cleanup. If it takes that long, the divine awakening might arrive by then. His father already said that he must leave by the end of this month at the latest, or something bad might happen. He simply doesn't have time anymore. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door amid his anger. Come in. Suppressing his fury, Sedge Spencer spoke. Soon, a knight entered the room. Sir, Lord Jelly of the Dressrosa family requests to see you. the knight respectfully announced. Jelly, what does he want here? Refuse him. Seychelles Spencer frowned and signaled to refuse. Since it's the Dressrosa family, he didn't need to save face. Yes. The knight responded respectfully and was about to leave. But before he did, Seychelles Spencer called him back. Wait. Bring him to the reception hall, Seychelles Spencer said, his eyes flickering slightly. Yes. Though the knight was a bit confused, he quickly complied. Outside the gate, Jelly was soon led into the castle. Dear friend from Dressrosa, welcome. Seychelles Spencer greeted with a smile as he looked at Jelly. Lord Seychelles, I hope my sudden visit hasn't caused any trouble, Jelly said with a smile, then they shared a simple hug. My friend, your visit is the best thing. No trouble at all. Seychelles Spencer said happily. I think so too, Jelly replied with a smile. Especially, my friend, Lord Seychelles, if you knew the purpose of my visit, you might be even happier, Jelly added with a smile. Oh, Seychelles Spencer's eyes brightened with anticipation. Lord Seychelles, are you selling slaves? Jelly asked directly, not caring if Seychelles Spencer was pretending or not. Oh, are you? My friend, I have many slaves here. Are you interested? You should know, I have the strongest slaves, and they are not like the vampires from the Habsburg Guild. Their prices are very affordable, only 10 silver coins each. Hearing this, Seychelles Spencer's eyes truly lit up, and he smiled. No, my friend, Jelly shook his head gently, speaking softly. Oh, my friend? Seychelles Spencer asked with curiosity, looking at Jelly. A few months ago, the northern province was attacked by orcs. Each orc tribe left behind a strange sheepskin scroll, which described the language of the Titans. Luckily, our Dressrosa family has someone who can interpret the Titan language. My friend, do you know? It's truly amazing that all those scrolls contain the same information. Jelly spoke with a smile, looking at Seychelles Spencer. What a joke, 10 silver coins for A. Is he crazy? Or is Seychelles Spencer the one who's crazy? Now, the price of slaves in the West has dropped to just 2 or 3 silver coins. Jelly's words were brief, almost just a question, with a smile on his face. But what he said caused Seychelles Spencer to tremble deeply. The room suddenly became quiet. Seychelles Spencer's face kept changing color. You actually know? He said, frowning. His expression was uncertain, and his fake smile was gone. Jelly smiled, but didn't say anything more. His smile clearly showed what he was thinking. Lord Jelly, if you came here just to amuse me, I'm sorry, but I'm very busy right now. Please leave. Seychelles Spencer's face kept changing, finally turning cold. His earlier enthusiasm seemed to vanish instantly. He was so friendly before because he thought Jelly might buy some of his goods. Now that Jelly knew the truth, it would be hard for him to sell his items. So there was no need for the friendliness anymore. But facing Seychelles Spencer's unfriendly look, Jelly remained calm. He turned slightly and prepared to leave. But halfway through his steps, he stopped. It seemed he thought of something. Casually, he spoke again. Lord Seychelles, you probably want to clear out some of your supplies now. If you quoted that price earlier, I think I came to the wrong place. Campbell and the others should give me a fair price. After speaking, Jelly didn't hesitate anymore and turned to leave. What? You want to buy? Seychelles Spencer was stunned at first, then his eyes showed shock. Of course. You should know that the descendants of Dressrosa are good at adventure. Divine inspiration is a crisis, but also a great opportunity. We, the descendants of Dressrosa, want to give it a try. More importantly, we believe in the kingdom. Gillidan took a step forward and nodded with a smile. Dressrosa family. Listening to Jelly's words, Seychelles Spencer suddenly found his breathing becoming heavy. He didn't expect that not only Jelly but the entire Dressrosa family had ideas about his supplies. Compared to them, the Dressrosa family is weaker, but united, their strength is not weak. They are even comparable to any powerful lord. Of course, that's not the main point. The key is that the Dressrosa family, as the expansion lords in the northern province, would be willing if they all agreed. His supplies could be completely cleared out. He might even get a good price. With heavy breathing, his expression changed dramatically again. Ha, my friend, there must have been a misunderstanding just now. Come, my friend, I have prepared a grand dinner. We can talk slowly. I believe no one is more sincere than me, Seychelles Spencer. Seychelles Spencer spoke with a big laugh, his face full of sincerity and cheerfulness. If someone hadn't seen his change earlier, they might think he was truly hospitable. Of course, GLE didn't care about these things. All he needed was to secure these resources. As for Seki Spencer, what does it matter to him? Inside the castle, a grand banquet was held. During the banquet, Seki Spencer and GLE talked with smiles on their faces. Whether those smiles were genuine or fake, no one knew. All that was known was that, after one day, they reached an agreement. Seki Spencer was very satisfied with this. Although only 30,000 slaves were sold for 500 gold coins, with each worth less than 2 silver coins, surprisingly, the crazy descendants of Dressrosa in the northern province agreed to take over his mineral resources. A large iron mine, a large copper mine, and several deposits of now. He even sold them for 1,000 gold coins. My goddess. Seki Spencer only feels that these Dressrosa guys are truly crazy. Forget about the upcoming divine revelation. What use are these riches? Once the gods descend, everything will be destroyed. Not to mention, if they leave, the heirs of Dressrosa can easily take over again, without spending a single gold coin. But now, they have to spend 1,000 gold coins. He can't even understand how foolish these people are. Of course, Spencer likes this kind of foolishness. Even though he sold off various supplies at less than 10% of market value, he still gained 3,000 gold coins. That's a significant amount, enough to greatly reduce his losses and help him escape quickly. Truly foolish. Betting, even if you win, these won't be yours. Watching Shelly leave, Spencer chuckled mockingly. He didn't doubt Shelly's words, but he was amazed at how stupid these people were. The Dressrosa family is indeed strong, but for a Count's family to try to protect such power is just a joke. Only a Spencer family has a real chance. The Dressrosa family has no way out. Even if the divine revelation doesn't erupt, it will only serve as a tool for them. He doesn't care about that at all. Take inventory of the supplies. If there's anything left, send it all to that foolish Dressrosa. After 3 days, we will set out to return. Spencer laughed loudly. And this scene was happening in the territories of other powerful lords as well. 3 barons, along with Tono, began their actions. As for barons, meeting with these strong lords was naturally no problem. With the backing of the Dressrosa family, these powerful lords couldn't help but feel excited. For them, the fact that the Dressrosa heirs were willing to accept was like a gift falling from the sky. Even though the prices kept dropping, these lords still happily agreed to Dressrosa's purchase requests, especially since Dressrosa even wanted to buy the mining territories. They had nothing more to say. Of course, despite feeling happy, these guys were secretly criticizing Dressrosa and his heirs for possibly being crazy. However, it was clear that neither Tono nor GLE cared. As long as they could obtain supplies, that was enough. In this situation, in less than a week, over 7,000 gold coins had been spent, exchanged for a large amount of supplies. When Thor arrived at Tono's territory, he received good news that made him smile. Sir, so far, the population has reached 110,000. We have also secured 19 mineral sites, including 4 large iron mines, 2 large copper mines, and 10 resources, costing a total of 7,783 gold coins. Regarding the Campbell family, I followed your instructions and haven't taken any action yet. If we can handle the Campbell family, we will have almost 70 to 80% control of the western region. In a study room, Ragos quickly reported the results of recent efforts to Thor. Thor tapped on the table, looking satisfied. He didn't expect that in just 7 days, these people could be so efficient. They had already accomplished so much. He believed that the rest could be done in about half a month. As for Campbell, he had instructed not to contact them for now. Thor planned to go there himself because there was a young elf girl involved. Keep up the effort. Time is running out. If my guess is correct, they will all withdraw by the end of this month. Also, you four no longer need to be responsible for everything. Other expansion lords can take over. They won't have many demands at this time. If you run out of gold, you can use my noble badge to go to the Habsburg Trading Company. I believe they will lend some gold. Thor tapped on the table and paused for a moment before speaking again, making arrangements for what was to come. It was expected that gold consumption would continue to be high. Although he had spent some gold and lent it to the Eagle Trading Company, and other expansion lords had done the same, it might still not be enough to complete the purchases. He had to consider future gold needs. But this wasn't a big problem. The Habsburg Guild also offers lending services. Given the size of his territory and his status as a baron, the Habsburg Guild is confident that they can lend out at least 10,000 gold coins. It's important to prepare for this in advance. Understood. Rogers nodded respectfully in response. He did not object to Thor's opinion. In fact, even if Thor hadn't mentioned it, he had already planned to say the same. He didn't expect the Lord to have thought of it ahead of time. That's enough. You've worked hard these past few days. Rest well today, and continue tomorrow. Thor smiled and nodded, then waved his hand to signal Rajus to leave. Your servant takes his leave. Rajus bowed and stepped back. Meanwhile, Thor fell into deep thought. Night gradually passed. Daily intelligence system has been updated. A familiar mechanical voice sounded. Thor's thoughts were pulled back as he looked at the virtual screen in front of him. 1. Lord Campbell from the Western region is worried. He's about to leave but finds no one willing to take over his position. Over the past month, he has sold less than 500 gold coins worth of supplies. 2. In the western part of the Toner territory, about 500 miles away, a group of rich crocodiles will pass by. Their meat is delicious and one of the best ingredients. 3. Ivy, a forest elf girl from the natural woods, is searching for her friend Arcia, but has been deceived and left behind at Campbell's castle. 4. About 30 miles to the north, a group of boar-like beasts will pass through. 5. About 100 miles to the east, Lord Flora seems to sense something unusual in the Western Territory and is investigating what's happening. 6. 300 miles west of the Bablis Territory, there is a lake. Near a large rock on the right side of the lake, the third tree from the right is home to a divine fruit. 10. 23 miles west of the Nuat Territory, there is a thorny vine. Extracting and drying its branches and leaves attracts magical beasts naturally, causing nearby monsters to become agitated. The information appears line by line. Compared to the eastern region, the intelligence points in the west are undoubtedly more numerous. Among them, there is a lot of resource information, and Thor even saw 2 points mentioning divine fruits. Nothing else to mention. Of course, Thor only quickly glanced over these resource points and quickly noticed the first and third ones. The first is obvious. It's Campbell's information. The important part is the third. Arcia. Thor whispered softly, his expression showing a strange hint of surprise. He was not familiar with the name Ivella. Based on the intelligence, she was probably the elf girl tricked by Baron Campbell. But he had heard of Arcia. That was from Anna's words. She was Anna's mother, the elf girl deceived by the Carlinine heirs. Thor never expected that these connections would be linked together. He originally asked Anna to come over just to see if he could get close. Since they were all elves, at least he would have more chances than being alone. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a coincidence. The two were actually connected. The elf girl who ran out of the natural forest to find Anna's mother must have a very special relationship with her. After the surprise, Thor's expression brightened with a hint of joy. He even doubted whether the goddess of life was truly watching over him. His luck seemed to be getting better and better. Earlier, when inspecting the dam, he had discovered the giant fish, and now, an elf girl was also somehow connected to Anna. If this wasn't luck, Thor wouldn't believe it. A mix of curiosity and joy appeared on his face. After a moment, Thor shook his head. He temporarily pushed aside these thoughts. Now was not the time to think about this. Night gradually passed. A new day was approaching quickly. Inside the castle, Thor finished his daily training and then began preparing to go to Campbell's territory. It was already late, and he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, if Campbell really ran off recklessly, it would be a big problem. Campbell's territory was about 300 miles from Tono's land. Even with everyone riding horses, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach. Thor and his group set out. After 5 days of sunset, they finally arrived at Campbell's territory. This is Campbell's descendant, named Stein Campbell, the 7th son of the current Marquis Campbell. He is extremely talented. It is said that he became an apprentice knight at 14 and achieved full knight status at 16. By 24, he was already a grand knight. Now, at only 32, he has become a land knight. Most of the frontier lords in the northern province are only full knights. Very few reach the level of grand knight. However, this depends on the numbers. The northern province has a large number of frontier lords, so having some grand knights is rare but not impossible. Among these, some powerful frontier lords have even broken through to become land knights. For others, breaking through to land knight is very difficult. Even mid-level life potions can slightly increase the chance of breakthrough, but that increase is almost negligible. Not to mention ordinary Viscount families. Even Count families may not guarantee enough land knights to be born in their lineage. However, this does not include some strong families within the Kingdom of Tulip. Duke families need no introduction. Even marquis families find it easier to help their descendants break through to land knights. They can continuously provide abundant resources to their family members. Even when becoming frontier lords, they receive much more than typical count families. Their starting point is naturally much higher. Campbell, the uncrowned king of the Western Moon Province, one of the 10 marquis families of the kingdom. Rumor has it they possess Sky Knights. In Thor's mind, information about the Campbell family kept appearing. When he previously traveled to the northern province, he gained enough understanding of the entire region, including some of its major families. The Campbell family, as one of the kingdom's strongest, ranks just below the royal family and dukes, and is also within his scope of concern. Thor didn't expect that, under these circumstances, he would somehow have an intersection with the Campbell family. His thoughts kept flowing, and various ideas intertwined. Pelos and Anna were standing to his left and right. Over a dozen other full knights were scattered around. "Sir, why hasn't that person come out yet?" Pelos frowned and spoke, looking a bit annoyed. "Don't worry, he will come out." Thor chuckled softly, not paying much attention. Stein Campbell, as long as he wants to reduce his losses, will definitely meet him. If he's smart enough, he might even come to greet him. After all, the reputation of the Dressrosa Big Fool has probably been well known for some time. "Yes, sir." Pelos looked a little confused but still nodded in agreement. After Thor spoke, he continued to think. As for Campbell's large territory, it didn't catch much of his attention. No matter how big these lands are, they are destined to be abandoned. They are too far from the Eagle Trading Company and the Western Lords. Even if he wanted to conquer them, it would be difficult. Even the Eagle Trading Company might choose to give up. Of course, Thor wouldn't interfere with their decision. Time slowly passed. Dusk gradually moved westward. Just as Pelos was about to speak again, a group of dozens of riders appeared in the distance. Boom! Rumbling sounds echoed as the riders quickly approached. The leading man pulled on his reins, and his horse stopped suddenly. Then he flipped and jumped down. "My friend, I am truly sorry. Some matters in my territory delayed me." "I hope you don't mind," said a tall, blond man with a gentle and apologetic voice. His face was serious but now full of a smile. Next to him, more than 20 riders followed. What caught attention was a figure wrapped in a white robe beside him. You couldn't see their face clearly, but they looked very striking. Seeing the figure in the white robe, Thor's mind moved. But at this moment, he still smiled. "My friend, Baron Stein, I apologize for the intrusion." "Please don't mind," Thor said with a smile, stepping forward as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, of course I don't mind." Stein Campbell laughed loudly and nodded, then hugged Thor. It seemed like they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. You couldn't tell this was their first meeting. "That's my honor." Thor nodded with a smile. "Come, my friend. I have arranged a grand dinner. Today, we must have a drink. The Eagle of Dressrosa is something even my father praises." Stein Campbell smiled and nodded, then led Thor into the territory. Compared to the Eagle territory in Tono's land, Campbell's territory was gradually taking on a city-like appearance. Within the city, busy people moved everywhere. However, 99% of them were numb slaves, carrying heavy shackles and struggling to move. "Look, my friend, these are the strongest slaves. They can do any work. And I am not like Spencer and his vampires. My prices are cheaper and more abundant. 50,000 people. That's 50,000. You only need to pay 500 gold coins." Stein Campbell spoke with a bright smile, his words full of excitement. His eyes looked eagerly at Thor. He was so enthusiastic because he had heard that the Dressrosa family was buying up supplies from those who were leaving their territories. He was already overwhelmed, and this rare opportunity. No, his guest, Stein Campbell, had to be more enthusiastic. "Indeed, my friend. That is a very good price." Thor's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he responded. "Of course. Our Campbell family values friendship. You are my friend, so I won't let you lose out on the price." Stein Campbell smiled and spoke. It seemed he didn't care much about the 50,000 slaves. He had spent over 5,000 gold coins, and the price had dropped nearly 90%. In Stein Campbell's view, this was expected loss. These slaves couldn't be sold back to the Habsburg Trading Company, which didn't buy slaves anyway. If Thor didn't come now, he would have to abandon them. They had almost no gold, and 500 gold coins was already quite good. More importantly, it was about the resources. With these slaves, his subsequent deals would go much more smoothly. The two walked and talked. Behind them, a figure wrapped in a white robe kept watching Anna with hidden eyes. Since she was outside, Anna was in disguise. She looked just like an ordinary female knight. But this only seemed true to human perception. The girl inside the white robe didn't know why, but she felt a sense of familiarity. She couldn't tell where this feeling came from. This made her look confused. Strange. Why does she have Arcea's aura? The girl whispered to herself, full of doubt. At this moment, everyone had entered the banquet. Since it was Campbell's party, only Thor, Anna, and Peros could participate. The others were being hosted by the Knights of Campbell's territory. Stein Campbell was leading the girl wrapped in a white robe. My friend, come, let's toast to your arrival. Stein Campbell raised his glass with a smile, looking cheerful and friendly, with no airs. Even though he was a land knight and a member of the Stein Campbell family, he was still very approachable. Thank you for your hospitality. Thor also smiled and raised his glass, signaling to Stein Campbell. The banquet began. Everyone seemed very friendly. That day, Stein Campbell and Thor didn't continue their discussions. Stein Campbell prepared a room for Thor. It was clear they planned to continue their talks tomorrow. Thor wasn't in a hurry. Inside the room, Master. Anna looked conflicted, unsure how to speak. Are you trying to say that the person next to Baron Campbell looks familiar? Seeing Anna's expression, Thor smiled and spoke. Master, you? Anna immediately looked up, her mouth opening in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, that should also be an elf, and it's very likely related to you. Thor said with a smile. How could that be? Hearing Thor's words, Anna's eyes widened even more, and she couldn't help but blurt out. Did you notice? That person has been watching you today. Thor said with a smile. He naturally didn't notice the figure watching Anna, but he has daily intelligence, so he naturally knows what is happening. With the results, it is much easier to find reasons. Well, listening to Thor's words, Anna's eyes widened with a look of surprise. Although she is now considered half a natural elf, she is fundamentally an elf. Seeing her own kind and knowing she has a connection makes her very happy. Don't worry first. After I finish handling this matter, I will help you. Rest well. Thor smiled and shook his head, softly speaking. He is definitely going to find a way to get that elf girl, but not now. The most important thing now is to control the resources held by Stein Campbell. As long as Stein Campbell does not leave, the elf girl won't leave either, so there's no need to rush. Meanwhile, in another room decorated with green accents, the white robe automatically fell away, revealing a delicate figure. She wore a beautiful dress decorated with green vines, had bright green eyes, refined features, and a stunning face. Even just a glance made people feel their heart race. Such a strange feeling. Why does it feel like Arcea's aura? The girl slightly furrowed her brows, looking confused. As a forest elf, she had snuck out this time. Because she just came from the Tree of Life, she heard that her good sister Arcea had gone out with humans. She was very worried and wanted to come out and look for her. But forest elves are not allowed to leave the natural forest, so she could only sneak out secretly. Once outside, she became even more confused. She didn't know where Arcea was or where to find her. Along the way, she even encountered some bad people. She was almost caught by humans. Fortunately, her magic was very powerful, and she managed to escape. But after escaping, she felt even more lost. It seemed she still couldn't find where Arcea was. Fortunately, a few months ago, she met a kind person, someone different from other humans, who didn't plan to capture her. Instead, he knew where Arcea was and promised to help find her later. He also helped hide her identity so that other bad people couldn't find her. This moment reignited hope in Ivella's silent heart. Especially in recent days, that kind person had said he would soon take her to meet Arcea, even telling her that Arcea was waiting for her in the human city. He had planned to come, but some things delayed him. This made her very happy and eager for a long time. In her view, since Arcea didn't have time, she could go there herself. The human world wasn't all bad people, so it should be fine. But just as she was looking forward to it, today made Ivella feel confused. She unexpectedly sensed Arcea's presence in a human girl, and that girl's aura was strange. It not only carried Arcea's scent, but also seemed unlike humans, more like elves. The morning sunlight spilled in. In the room, Thor opened his eyes. Anna stepped forward to help him wash up. Soon, there was a gentle knock on the door. Lord Thor. A respectful, gentle voice called. Thor signaled, and Anna went to open the door. Lord Thor, breakfast is ready. The Lord is inviting you. The butler spoke politely. Thank you very much. Thor nodded and followed the butler to the dining hall. After a moment, Thor saw Stein Campbell again. Today, Stein wore casual clothes, his blonde hair simply tied back. Seeing Thor come in, he smiled. "Thor, my friend, did you rest well last night?" Stein asked with a smile. "Thanks for your hospitality." Thor smiled and nodded. Then he and Anna sat down at the table. Servants quickly brought food. There was a beautifully prepared wild boar meat, its juices with a faint aroma filling the air. "Really delicious. Thank you so much," Thor said happily, raising his glass to signal to Stein Campbell. "Haha, my friend, I'm glad you like it." Stein also raised his glass. The two people had a simple conversation, still smiling. An hour later, breakfast ended. Thorin and Stein Campbell began to negotiate seriously. Thorin was led to a study by Stein Campbell. "My friend, you should know that my territory has richer resources. Even the iron mines are the largest, and there is also a large copper mine, along with 3 now deposits. The income from now alone exceeds 5,000 gold coins each year, not to mention the iron and copper mines. Together, these are worth over 10,000 gold coins, plus the land's output, which can also reach at least 10,000 gold coins. My friend, 2,000 gold coins, just 2,000. Is that acceptable?" In the study, Stein Campbell spoke with a smile. "No, my friend. Gold isn't calculated that way. Gaining this territory isn't very useful for us. And although those mines are indeed valuable, we can't be sure they'll last a year. Paying a year's worth of price for them seems too demanding, don't you think?" Thorin chuckled softly and shook his head. "And even if I wanted to, my friend, do you think we could come up with 2,000 gold coins?" After speaking, Thorin couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Ha ha ha, my friend, that's a bit too much. How about 1,000 coins? Just 1,000 gold coins, and we can offer a loan. You don't need to pay immediately." Stein Campbell nodded with a big smile, then paused thoughtfully before speaking. "My friend, that's still too much. How about we base it on 1 month's income? The large iron mine should produce about 500 gold coins a month, the large copper mine around 400, and the 3 now deposits together about 300 to 400, totaling around 1,200 gold coins. How does that sound?" Thorin shook his head, pondered briefly, then responded, "Just joking, 1,000 gold coins, alone." He only agreed because he was momentarily confused. If he really wanted to gamble, he could try, but he wasn't here to gamble. There was no need for that. "Lord Thorin, my friend, that shows a lack of sincerity. 1,200 gold coins, my God. That's simply impossible," Stein Campbell said in disbelief. No. It is very likely that divine revelation is coming soon, my friend. You must understand that only after experiencing the divine revelation can there be follow-up events. The risk is too high. If we need to spend 10,000 gold coins to buy it, then why should we take such a dangerous risk? The vast northern provinces, in the north and east, still have many undeveloped areas. I believe there are plenty of resource points there. 10,000 gold coins could be used for many things." Thor sighed and shook his head. Inside the room, they were talking. The two started to argue over the price. Stein Campbell naturally wanted to sell at a higher price. He saw this as a big chance to make money. Thor didn't want to be taken advantage of. They kept arguing back and forth. This back and forth lasted for 2 days. Thor wasn't in a hurry. He thought Stein Campbell should be the one worried. And indeed, that was true. On the second day, Stein Campbell grew more impatient. His attitude softened, and he became less firm. Thor didn't care about that. All he wanted was enough profit. Whether Stein Campbell was polite or not didn't matter. They would both end up annoyed anyway, even if it wasn't about the elves or this situation. When divine revelation ended and Stein Campbell returned, their conflict would eventually explode. Thor was not worried at all. On the third day, Stein Campbell shouted angrily, "Lord Thor, this price is a joke. 3,000, just 3,000 gold coins? That's impossible." His voice was full of anger. He no longer had his previous smile or enthusiasm, only anger. "Lord Stein, it seems there's no need for further negotiations. This is the maximum I can offer. If it's not enough, I'm sorry." Thor spoke seriously and then stood up. "Thor, no, my friend, 5,000. Just 5,000 gold coins, and I can also lend you some." Stein Campbell looked at Thor getting up and quickly spoke, forcing a smile on his face. No, Lord Stein. 3,000 gold coins is my limit. It was originally worth only 2,500, wasn't it? If you are unwilling, I am truly sorry." Thor sighed softly and shook his head. His figure no longer hesitated and continued toward the door. Wow, my friend, Thor. You've misunderstood. Just 3,000 gold coins, that's all. Sten Campbell spoke, feeling sick like he had eaten a fly, which made him very uncomfortable. But at this point, he could only agree. However, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a fierce light, though he quickly suppressed it. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a misunderstanding. My friend. Thor also nodded with a smile. They reached an agreement, and everything went smoothly afterward. Next, it was just the transfer of ownership, which was not a big problem. After Thor left, Rachos would come to handle the transfer. Inside the castle, watching Thor and the others leave, Sten Campbell's face darkened slightly. The descendants of Dries Rosa. If you hope to die in this divine awakening, then my territory of Sten Campbell is not so easy to swallow. Thor Dries Rosa. Sten Campbell whispered, his eyes cold with a hint of killing intent spreading. Lazio. Sten Campbell spoke. Sir. A knight entered respectfully. Send the message, speed up, in 10 days we leave. Yes. The knight responded respectfully. Thor did not see this scene. Of course, even if he hadn't seen it, he could understand how these powerful lords were thinking. On one hand, they would throw the resources they couldn't take away to them, reducing some losses. On the other hand, even if the divine awakening ended, they could just take them back later. The Dries Rosa family was just a count's family and couldn't really stand up to them. It was never a loss for them. But clearly, they didn't know that the Dries Rosa family was no longer the same as before. When they returned, everything would be completely different. Abandoning it and trying to take it back was just wishful thinking. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the way back, Thor's expression was filled with satisfaction. This move was truly perfect. 3,000 gold coins were enough to take most of the resources from a powerful lord. This was unthinkable in the past, but now it was easily done. As for Sten Campbell's possible anger and resentment, he could only wait and see. First, he needed to survive and get out of the northern province. There was a strong killing intent. Under the contract with the natural spirits, he could feel it very clearly. He was originally considering how to act, how to bring out that elf girl. Now, he didn't need to think about it at all. He might even make a profit. The chaos in the northern province, the divine intervention, was normal. Killing some powerful nobles was common. In the northern defense line, several counts had already been lost during this time. It seemed normal to have another Campbell heir. Of course, he still needed to plan carefully how to proceed. 5 days later, he returned to the Toner territory. Lehos was already there. In the room, Master. Lehos respectfully spoke. Thor remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment, Thor finally spoke. Lehos, on the west side of the Toner territory, 23 miles away, there is a thorny vine. Cut it open, extract its sap, soak it into the gold coins, seal them tightly, and then deliver them to Lord Sten Campbell. His words were slow and deliberate, but what he said made Lehos pause, showing a look of confusion. Understood. Despite his confusion, Lehos quickly responded. He would never refuse Thor's orders. This time was no different. Make sure to seal it well. Do not open it before delivering it to Sten Campbell. This time, I will have Pelos accompany you. You don't need to do anything else. Just hand over the gold coins to Baron Campbell. Thor tapped the table and then spoke slowly. Understood. Lehos nodded, his heart pounding. He wasn't stupid. If he still didn't understand what this meant by now, there would be a real problem. But at this moment, Lehos forcibly suppressed his racing heart. Go now? Thor waved his hand. Your subordinate will take his leave. Lehos pressed his pounding heart and stepped back from the room. Then he quickly found Pelos. The two of them began to act. To stay safe, Lehos did not call others. Instead, only he and Pelos moved together. On the windowsill, Thor watched them leave and then looked away. After nearly 2 years, Lehos's performance still made him very satisfied. He even trusted him completely. Because of this trust, he asked the other person to handle this task. Master. Lehos stepped back, and Anna entered. Anna, can you contact that elf? Thor asked Anna with a questioning look. Yes, I can. I can call other elves through the magic circle. As long as they are within 1,000 miles, they should be able to sense it. Do you want to summon them now? Anna said happily. Earlier, Thor told her not to contact the elf for now, and she obediently listened. Now, hearing Thor's words, Anna couldn't help but feel excited. Wait a little longer. In a few days, it should be possible, Thor nodded with a smile. He wasn't too surprised. Before arriving, he had studied the basic knowledge of the continent. He knew about elves. Elves are different from humans. Forest elves are almost born from the tree of life, while natural elves are born from elements. Natural elves, not to mention, each forest elf is an individual but also part of a community, with very strong connections among them, capable of incredible things. Communication among them is one example. Tor had already thought of this key point. In fact, knowing this key is what gave him the confidence to act. The elf girl, because of her contract with Anna, allowed Tor to sense her strong magical elements, tier 3, or even higher. With her around, it would be very difficult to plot against Campbell's heirs. If problems arise, it would be easy to cause trouble. Only if that elf girl leaves would everything become simple again. Lejos and Pelos quickly completed their task. Meanwhile, the centaurs set out in a grand procession that same day, looking at Lajos and the others leaving. As for Tor's own choice, he felt no pressure at all. It can be said that after the Eagle Guild started its actions, each fleeing lord was destined to become an enemy of the guild in the future. Now they are willing to sell their supplies. As Tor said, one reason is to reduce his losses, and the other is that he is not afraid at all. Tor and his people can't cross the divine revelation, so there's no need to talk about it. Even if they do, if the divine revelation doesn't fully erupt, they are not worried. In their view, with Dressrosa's strength, holding on is impossible. When the time comes, they will return and take back what was lost. For now, these gold coins are just extra gains. Moreover, Stein Campbell also showed signs of hostility. That makes it even clearer. Send a message to let Rain come back. Tor spoke as he left the study. Yes. A figure outside quickly responded. After arranging everything, Tor began to wade in Tano's territory. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, news from all sides kept coming in. The Eagle Guild's actions were undoubtedly very successful. They almost occupied all 37 mines and captured 190,000 slaves, which was 20,000 more than expected. There were also several territories and various resources gained. This wave of the Eagle Guild's expansion was truly a huge success if they could absorb these assets. Of course, such a large-scale acquisition meant a massive expenditure of gold coins. They spent over 20,000 gold coins, which is comparable to what a count might produce in 2 years. But this expense was worth it. As long as they could process these resources, they wouldn't need 2 or 3 years to recover. In less than 2 months, they could earn back the money spent and even make a large profit. There were also many hidden gains. For example, territories. Although most territories had to be abandoned and couldn't be held, that didn't mean none could be taken. Many territories had been occupied by several of the Eagle Guild's lords. The territories promised to Tor had expanded quite a bit. These gains were even more significant. During this time, every leader of the Eagle's territory's pioneers kept smiling on their faces. Meanwhile, the handover between Ragos and Stein Campbell was also completed. Ragos has returned. It is believed that Stein Campbell will soon set out to leave. Once he departs, that will be his chance. Knock, knock. Thoughts drifted, and a gentle knock came on the door. Come in. The voice brought Thor's mind back, and his words followed. Sir, you called for me? Rain entered with a respectful expression. Seeing Rain, Thor's eyebrows raised slightly, showing some surprise. Have you broken through to the late Great Night stage? His voice was filled with surprise. At this moment, Thor could clearly feel the powerful source energy on Rain. It's obviously more than what a mid-Great Night possesses. Just broke through, Rain said with a simple smile. Haha, good. It seems your training is faster than I expected. Very soon, the Eagle's territory will produce a land knight. Thor laughed loudly and stood up quickly. Thank you very much, sir, Rain said earnestly. His eyes were full of gratitude toward Thor. He knew very well that everything he had now was thanks to Thor. Without Thor, he would still be just a villager who was casually scolded and beaten by his father. It was following Thor that he truly changed. Haha, that's all your own effort. Go find Anna first and ask him for a life potion to stabilize your life source energy. We have something to do tomorrow. Thor nodded with a smile and then gave Rain instructions. Yes. Thank you, sir. Rain nodded respectfully. He didn't ask questions. As long as it was Thor's command, Rain would always choose to carry it out. After giving Rain his orders, Thor also wore a smile. With Rain around, everything seemed more reliable, especially now that Rain had broken through to the late Great Night stage. Given his unique life source energy, he could even fight against a land knight. He could fully help complete the final step of their upcoming plan. Stein Campbell, early in the Earth Knight stage, and at the peak of the early Earth Knight stage, it's uncertain if he has advanced to the mid-stage. There are 10 Grand Knights and over 100 formal knights. Their combined strength is truly terrifying. Thor softly muttered, tapping his desk with his right hand. Since he had an idea, he naturally took some time to learn about Stein Campbell's strength. It must be said that he is indeed one of the top 3 powerful lords in the entire northern province. His strength surpasses what a Viscount can compare to, and even some weaker counts probably can't match him. Not only does he have over 100 formal knights, but he also has 10 Grand Knights, and importantly, 2 Earth Knights. The Lawrence family might not even have this level of strength. This is what Thor worries about the most. Since he plans to attack, he wants to do it once and for all. But dealing with 2 Earth Knights won't be so easy. He has broken through to the mid-stage of Grand Knight, enough to handle one. But what about the other? If one escapes, it could cause big trouble. Thor originally planned to see if the beast attack could be resolved first. If not, he would team up with other members of the Dressrosa family to send these enemies away. But now, that's no longer necessary. With him and Ryan, they are enough to handle it. The next day, when news arrived from Stein Campbell's territory, Lehos returned. Thor no longer hesitated and signaled Anna to act. On the training ground, a ripple spread out, and a faint green magic circle began to form beneath Anna's feet. The diamond-shaped crystal pendant around Anna's neck started to float upward. A faint green glow shimmered. As the light spread, the waves quickly expanded outward. The great goddess of nature, hear the call of your subjects. A clear voice came from Anna's mouth, and the green light grew brighter. It gradually spread across the sky. The surrounding plants also began to grow rapidly. Beneath her feet, the stones and slabs started to sprout new buds. Meanwhile, far away, a large group of people and horses was heading toward the distance, led by Stein Campbell, with Ivira wrapped in a white robe beside him. Several days have passed. After completing the transaction with Rajus, Stein Campbell and his team headed back toward Loren City. They have been walking for about 2 days now. In 5 more days, they will reach Loren City. However, on the way there, they must pass through a very dense forest. Because there are few resources here, few people explore this area, making it a paradise for magical beasts. Everyone be careful, there are still many magical beasts here. Stein Campbell's Knight Commander shouted loudly. Ivira, we will reach the capital city soon. Do you know? Your friend has been waiting for a long time. She says she misses you very much. Stein Campbell didn't care and quietly talked to the elf girl beside him. Thank you. You're a good person. Ivira nodded, her delicate face full of anticipation. Hearing her words, Stein Campbell's smile grew even wider. Friends. Girl for seeking help. As long as she enters the capital city, this elf girl will belong to him. This made his smile even brighter. But at that moment, the girl suddenly let out a soft huh. What's that? An elf's call? This scent, it's Alicia. Ivira was hopeful at first, but suddenly she felt something. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her voice became excited. Buzz. A green glow spread out. A magic circle appeared beneath Ivira's feet. In the next moment, she soared into the air, heading straight for the distance. Ivira. Stein Campbell instinctively called out, but then he froze. His expression changed. He wanted to act instinctively. However, Ivira's speed was too fast. In an instant, she disappeared from his sight. Chase her. Stein Campbell finally reacted, cursing angrily, then immediately urged his horse to chase after Ivira's fleeing figure. But Ivira's speed was just too fast. Stein Campbell's speed was simply too slow. Because of the rush, the team became chaotic. Inside the carriage, some items even fell to the ground. Clatter. The sound of coins spilling. Some coins with faint green marks hit the ground. They already had a light smell, which seemed to grow stronger. Whoosh. In the chaos, from the jungle, there was a rustling sound. Lord, there are magical beasts. Knight Commander Stein Campbell spoke in a serious tone, instinctively drawing his knight's sword. Along with him, other knights also drew their swords. But in the next moment, a group of magical beasts with glowing red eyes appeared through the jungle. Everyone was surprised. How is this possible? Knight Commander Stein Campbell exclaimed in shock, showing disbelief. Because at this moment, all around the team, there were densely packed magical beasts. Some were first level, some second level, and there were even third level magical beasts. Third level wind howl wolves. Third level flame tigers. Second level red rock leopards. A bigger commotion broke out among the crowd, with cold sweat on everyone's foreheads. As the smell spread, everyone present didn't realize that it attracted not only nearby magical beasts but also those from farther away along the path. At first, the number was small and their strength was strong, so they didn't pay much attention. But now, as the scent suddenly intensified, these magical beasts could no longer hold back. Ivra! Knight Commander Stein Campbell's voice rang out, and at this moment, his face also showed panic. His expression changed as well. But clearly, his shout was no longer effective. Master, be careful. Protect the Master. We must charge out. Knight Commander Stein Campbell shouted loudly, then quickly gave orders. Boom. The battle erupted instantly. On the other side, Ivira moved very quickly. Wind elements surrounded her, and the breath of life kept spreading out. Following the pull, her figure disappeared in the area in the blink of an eye. Several hours later, Ivira's figure appeared in the territory of Tono. When she saw the green magic circle, she exclaimed happily, Alicia. As she spoke, her figure descended directly. Her disguise completely vanished, revealing her beautiful elven face. However, at the moment she landed, her expression froze in surprise. Who are you? Looking at Anna, Ivira was a bit confused. She also glanced at the pendant in Anna's hand. My name is Anna. Alicia is my mother, Anna said with a smile, seeming to understand Ivira's confusion. You are Alicia's child. Alicia has a child. Hearing Anna's words, Ivira was stunned for a moment. This was given to me by my mother, Anna nodded. Then her disguise faded away, revealing her elven features. Seeing Anna's elven traits, Ivira still felt a bit conflicted. But your aura? She asked instinctively, her figure floating gently around Anna. Aura? You mean this? Anna smiled and spoke. Suddenly, a blue diamond-shaped mark lit up on her forehead, and a small creature flew out. A nature spirit. Oh my goodness, you've actually contracted a nature spirit. Ivira exclaimed in shock. Just as Ivira was called away by the spirit, Thor, along with Rain and more than 20 knights, had already reached the outskirts of Stein's location. With the current strength of the Eagle Trade Association, it was not easy to notice this person's movements. Boom. Rumble. At the moment Thor and the others arrived, a loud noise came from afar. It was mixed with roars of beasts and furious shouts of figures. Even from a considerable distance, one could feel the powerful life source waves emanating from the scene. TSK, truly terrifying. Looking at the scale, there are probably over 1,000 monsters, yet they can still hold up. Thor couldn't help but feel amazed as he spoke. Even he was shocked by Stein's strength. Such a large-scale monster uprising, normally, a pioneer lord or even a baron lord would be silent now. But in the distance, there was still a huge commotion spreading. It was almost unbelievable. Of course, Thor just felt a bit impressed. He wasn't worried at all. As time passed, more and more monsters gathered, and under the stimulation of blood, they would become even more crazy. Being able to resist now doesn't mean they can hold on later. And indeed, that was true. Sizzle. In the distant forest, there was again a loud, intense noise. Thor's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. He instinctively raised his hand. The group quickly retreated. After they stepped back, monsters also emerged from the grass, their eyes glowing red with bloodlust, all looking toward the distant area. Roar. Suddenly, a huge monster roared loudly, and next, other monsters also roared, then charged toward the distance. Far away, in the forest, fierce fighting had already been going on for some time. Stein's knight group had suffered heavy losses, forget apprentices, even the full knights had lost about a third of their number. Even the survivors were gasping heavily. But that wasn't the worst part. The real danger was the dense crowd of monsters around them, their blood-red eyes fixed on them. Boom. Once again, a clash occurred, and a figure staggered backward. His face was pale, and across from him were two large gray wolves, each about the size of a wild boar. They were third-tier monsters, hurricane wolves. He could handle one, but now there were two, and even he found it difficult. Not only him. Stein himself was also being restrained by a third-tier monster. A flame tiger, covered in fire. Its strength was among the top in the third tier. Stein was completely suppressed when facing it alone. At this moment, a huge scar appeared above his left chest. If he hadn't been protected by a golden armor, he might have already been lost. Even so, the inscriptions on the golden armor were gradually fading. Clearly, they might not last much longer. Sir, we can't go on like this. We're about to collapse. The deep voice spoke. As Stein's guardian knight, Adele Bakerville, couldn't help but speak up. They had been fighting for over an hour. Even as a land knight, Adelbeke Revel felt he couldn't hold on anymore. If he felt this way, others must feel even worse. If either he or others couldn't hold out, they would all be in big trouble. Why are there so many monsters? Stein's face was also grim. He never expected that a simple retreat would lead to such a situation. It was almost too much for him to accept, and he was furious. But at this moment, no matter how angry he was, he didn't know where to vent. More importantly, as Adelbeke Revel said, if they kept going like this, they would all perish here. No one knew exactly how many monsters there were. Their life force would eventually run out. When that time came, the outcome was obvious. Stein focused his mind, thoughts swirling, and finally clenched his teeth, making a final decision. He had to survive. He couldn't die here. He was Stein Campbell, one of the most outstanding descendants of the Campbell generation. How could he die in such a place in disgrace? He couldn't accept it. He wouldn't accept it. Stein, you stay behind and cover the retreat. Adelbeke Revel, let's go. The deep voice was Stein's order. At this moment, he was very decisive. He chose to abandon most of his strength, even though these people annoyed him greatly, not to mention the large amount of treasure they carried. But in the face of life and death, he knew exactly what to do. Yes, a sturdy man responded with a sigh, stepping forward. With a wave of his hand, he led a group of official knights to charge ahead. That figure was also emanating a blood-red aura from his body. At this moment, Sir Stein, the knight commander, used a secret magic spell to quickly unleash his life energy. Not only Stein, but several other figures within the Knight Order also performed similar actions. This shows the deep strength of noble heritage. Even if it meant going to death, many still chose to fight. Boom! A red light shot into the sky, colliding with the various magical beasts. For a brief moment, it temporarily held back the powerful monsters. Run! Adelbeke Revel shouted. In the next instant, his power erupted, destroying 2 hurricane wolves. Then he quickly retreated, grabbing Stein and rushing away at high speed. Adelbeke Revel also had a red glow shining on him. At this moment, he also used a secret magic spell. Boom! 2 figures shot out like shooting stars. Some monsters tried to block or attack along the way. The terrifying life force from Adelbeke Revel instantly tore through everything. But just as they emerged, many monsters suddenly pounced again. Ah! A scream of pain. A formal knight had just slain a first-level monster and was about to rejoice. But then a second-level beast lunged at him. Spit. The knight's throat was bitten, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Bright red blood quickly soaked the entire area. The knight's eyes widened with confusion and bewilderment. Such scenes happened constantly. Originally, with Stein and Adelbeke Revel, the 2 Earth Knights, the crowd could barely hold off such a huge group of monsters. But when the 2 rushed out, even with secret magic spells, it was only a desperate struggle. One by one, knights were swallowed by monsters. Screams and terror spread everywhere. Some even began to curse loudly. But in the chaos, no one could hear what was said. After many formal knights were torn apart and killed, it was the turn of the Grand Knights. Grand Knights were indeed stronger than formal knights, but the monsters here were too many. Spit. Sten killed a second-tier monster with his sword. Before he could react, a flash of fire suddenly fell, and in the next moment, fierce flames ignited his entire body. A sharp, painful scream echoed loudly. From a distance, Stein and Adelbeke Revel, who had just rushed out, both looked surprised. Quick, run, Adelbeke Revel said, preparing to lead Stein away quickly. Although they had escaped from the monster group, it didn't mean they were safe. Before they could act, there was movement again in the distant forest. With the sound of rustling trees, both of their expressions tightened. But when they saw the figures emerging from the forest, Stein's face lit up with joy. It's people, he exclaimed, about to step forward. However, Adelbeke Revel held him back. His face was serious as he looked at the figures coming out of the woods. Who are you all? He asked. We are members of the Campbell family, Adelbeke Revel replied, his right hand instinctively gripping his knight's sword tighter. As he spoke, Stein also began to see clearly who was approaching. But after seeing them, his face changed slightly. The dozens of knights appearing now were all dressed in black iron armor, their faces covered by masks, making it impossible to see their features. Black iron armor usually has masks, but they rarely wear them unless in battle. Stein was not stupid. In this environment, his heart sank. His right hand also instinctively clenched his knight's sword. Rain, can you handle that injured guy? Ter whispered, nodding toward Adelbeke Revel. Compared to Stein, who was in good condition, Adelbiak Rivel was clearly worse off. He had already been badly injured fighting 2 hurricane wolves. Then he used a secret magic. Even though Adelbiak Rivel was stronger than Stein Campbell before, now he was probably only at about 2 or 3% of his full strength. Sending Rain to deal with him was definitely the best choice. As for Stein, Thor was obviously planning to take action himself. This is at least a descendant of the Campbell family. Perhaps he has some backup. He has a contract with elves, which provides him with much greater protection. Don't worry, sir. Rain nodded confidently behind his mask. Good. Let's go. Thor nodded and then softly called out. In the next moment, he and Rain's figures moved immediately. Sir. Adelbiak Rivel instinctively tried to speak, but suddenly a figure rushed toward him. Amidst the lightning, a powerful impact locked onto him instantly. What is this? Alien life source energy. Adelbiak Rivel's face changed color, and his words stopped abruptly. The figure quickly responded to the attack. Meanwhile, Stein also rushed toward Thor's figure. No unnecessary words. No need for explanations. This time, Thor came specifically to deal with this person. He definitely wouldn't give him any time. Buzz. The icy aura spread out, with strong ice elements flowing. Nia's powerful wind elements gathered under Thor's feet and also infused into him. Trying to die? Stein's expression darkened with anger. He didn't expect that a Grand Knight would dare attack him. Yes, a Grand Knight. At Thor's move, he sensed the life energy on Thor and was sure he was indeed a Grand Knight. This result made him even angrier. When had Stein ever been attacked by a Grand Knight? Boom. He instinctively raised his hand, and his knight's sword blocked in front. But in that instant, a few dozen meters away, the distance was crossed in a flash. So fast. Stein's face changed color, and only these 2 words appeared in his mind for a moment. Next, a powerful force suddenly surged from the knight's sword. The wind element power, combined with Nia's rapid charge, made this force extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the figure was flung out directly. Spurt. Bright red blood sprayed in midair, but before it hit the ground, it quickly froze into ice. At the same time, a terrifying coldness passed through the knight's sword into his internal organs. A layer of white frost spread across Stein's body. How could this be? Stein muttered to himself, his body falling to the ground with a look of confusion and deep disbelief. He couldn't understand how such terrifying power, especially from a different kind of life force, could appear in a great knight. But his confusion didn't last long. Thor was already in front of him again. He suddenly his knight's spear toward Stein's chest. The villain, known for talking too much, was quickly defeated by this strike, and Thor moved in to finish him off. Boom. Frost and wind magic gathered on the knight's spear, and Thor used all his strength for this attack. Stein's pupils widened as the spear grew larger rapidly. However, buzz. A strange ripple spread out, and a powerful life force suddenly erupted. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and a terrifying burst of life force exploded. A blue light shone on Stein, and the pendant hanging around his neck floated up. Boom. The spear, full of immense power, crashed toward him. It was strong enough to pierce tall trees instantly, but it was blocked. Stein's figure was thrown back, crashing far away. Thor slightly raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he muttered to himself, not feeling too surprised. The Campbell family is the strongest marquis family in the kingdom, and Stein is one of the more outstanding members. If he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, Thor wouldn't believe it. Even Thor, on his return this time, had some protection from his father, not to mention the Campbell family, which has developed for hundreds of years. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? Thor stopped. The distant Stein, wrapped in faint blue light, was quickly healing from his injuries as countless life forces surged out of him. But at this moment, his face looked extremely grim. His eyes were fixed on Thor with a look of endless anger and confusion. In the northern province, who dares to attack him? He is a member of the Campbell family, and his father is the current Marquis Campbell. Forget others, even Marquis Ryman wouldn't dare do this. But now, someone has attacked him. However, his anger and confusion were not answered by Thor. Cold icy elements spread out, and the wind element around Nia also gathered. The cold breath and the violent hurricane merged together. A killing intent kept spreading. Boom. In the next moment, Thor pulled the reins, and Nia charged forward again. It was fast, unimaginably fast. The 3-star unicorn's speed was even faster than that of a normal Earth Knight. Stein, although he quickly healed his injuries, still found this speed beyond his imagination. 3 stars? How was that possible? Stein's pupil shrank sharply. At that moment, he finally saw clearly. But after seeing clearly, he was deeply shocked. Just as he was stunned, boom, buzz. The huge knight's lance swooped down again, and the pendant once more emitted a terrifying life force. In an instant, Stein felt another powerful force coming at him. His figure was knocked flying again. This time, he barely managed to stabilize himself in midair. However, the light blue jade pendant in front of his eyes dimmed noticeably. After resisting 2 attacks in a row, the pendant's energy was clearly greatly depleted. Stein's face grew even darker. He instinctively looked into the distance. And when he looked, his pupil shrank again. Far away, his guardian knight, Adalbike Rivel, was also being suppressed. There was also a different kind of life source energy there. The aura was clearly from a high-ranking knight, yet it suppressed Adalbike Rivel, a land knight. This made Stein's expression show disbelief. When did there become so many different life source energies? And 2 high-ranking knights at that? It was simply unbelievable. In shock, a sudden thought flashed through Stein's mind. Yishan Church? Are you from the Yishan Church? How dare you? Stein shouted, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. As a member of the Campbell family, he knew well the power of the Yishan Church. Even the Tulip Kingdom could only suppress them. That was simply beyond his ability to resist. Not only him, but even his family couldn't handle the Church of the Foreign Gods. He never expected the church members to come and try to kill him. He just couldn't understand it. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. There were so many different life sources, and all of them were great knights. Only the Church of the Foreign Gods seemed capable of this. They had received gifts from the foreign gods, which enhanced their life sources. That was no secret anymore. Listening to Stein's furious roar, Thor was also stunned. His expression beneath the mask looked strange. Wow, this guy actually found a scapegoat for him. It was like giving a pillow to a sleepy person. If he only wanted to rob, Thor might have considered letting the other go. But unfortunately, he wasn't here to steal. He was here to kill. A member of the Campbell family, and someone showing murderous intent, someone who would surely cause trouble in the future, was best dealt with physically. Thor moved again. A powerful aura spread out. This time, the cold life source force was used without holding back. Vaguely, ice spirits appeared around him. As the spirits materialized, the cold seemed to intensify suddenly. Layers of frost around him began to spread rapidly. The powerful ice element life source force surged once more. Stein, who was initially shocked and confused, suddenly felt a deadly threat. His face changed. He no longer cared about the Church of the Foreign Gods. He quickly unleashed his own life source force. This time, he reacted quickly. He instinctively raised his hand. A strong burst of life source force exploded outward. Bang! The knight's spear and sword clashed, and terrifying life force collided instantly. Stein's life source force was undoubtedly larger than Thor's, but Thor now had more than just life force. He also possessed ice element power, along with wind elements and impact force carried by Nia. Buzz! A faint blue light flickered again, but this time, it immediately wavered and started to. A clear sound of splitting echoed. A spread out. Then, the entire light dimmed instantly. At this moment, Stein's face changed again. He hurriedly reached into his chest to prepare. However, Thor was already not giving him a chance. Boom! A powerful burst of life energy exploded again, and the dull halo shattered like a mirror. A cold aura continued to spread, and in the next moment, it directly struck his body. Boom! Stein's figure was once again thrown into the air. Inscribed symbols on the golden armor lit up, blocking the power of the spear again. Cough, cough, cough. Stein, from a distance, ignored everything else. Amid a few coughs, blood was spat out. He paid no attention to these things and hurriedly reached into his chest again. However, in the next moment, a cold, icy aura spread, and his body suddenly stiffened. Inscribed symbols on the golden armor lit up quickly, blocking the cold air. But the terrifying cold kept clashing with the inscriptions, flickering constantly. And just at this moment, splurt! Stein felt a chill at his neck, then his panicked eyes gradually dulled. His body directly fell down. A layer of ice quickly spread over his body, turning him completely into an ice sculpture. It was only at this moment that Thor finally let out a sigh of relief. Whew! He exhaled a breath of stale air. Thor shook his head involuntarily. This kind of top noble air is really hard to kill. An ordinary Earth Knight would have died 7 or 8 times by now. Not to mention, his cold ice attribute life energy, combined with Nia's wind element and impact force, could almost severely wound a beginner Earth Knight with a single strike, and a second strike could finish him off. But Stein was protected first by a life pendant, which he barely shattered, then by the golden armor. He even had other means. If he hadn't been fast enough, who knows what might have happened. Fortunately, he used the power of the Ice Spirit to freeze the inscriptions on the golden armor, preventing Stein from taking further action. The outcome might have been different otherwise. Thor shook his head and then looked into the distance. There, Ryan had just finished the fight. He came over with a breath of relief. His silver armor was almost completely shattered, but in the distance, the figure of Adele Bick-Revell had already collapsed. Not bad. Seeing Ryan approaching, Thor couldn't help but smile and pat his shoulder. Range strength is somewhat weaker compared to him, but even so, it is still quite terrifying. The Great Knight defeated the Earth Knight in a higher rank battle. Even just an injured Great Knight is already considered very impressive. Master. Ryan also shows a smile. Thor nods. Then he moves to Stein's side, and the cold air gradually recedes. Stein's body reappears. Thor kneels down and begins to search. You don't touch the corpse after killing someone. Sorry for the sudden crossing. Clearly, the harvest from searching the corpse is huge. Thor finds 12 gold cards, 15 silver cards, and a mysterious potion on Stein. It seems Stein's final goal was to find this item. Apart from everything else, this alone is a very big gain. It can even be said that he has made a fortune. 12 gold cards are worth 120,000 gold coins, and 15 silver cards are worth 1,500 gold coins. This means his recent actions alone have earned him over 120,000 gold coins. Not to mention, even his territory's annual income, including hidden gains from the Dressrosa family, probably doesn't reach 50,000 gold coins, let alone 120,000. This number is truly shocking, and it is likely just part of Stein's income from his territory. He also has a large amount of wealth and many fixed assets that cannot be taken away. At this moment, Thor has a clearer understanding of the prosperity in the West. Just in over 10 years, a baron's wealth can far surpass what a typical earl can accumulate. And this is partly why Stein can't fully control all the wealth in the West. If he did, his income might be even beyond his imagination. While Thor is deep in thought, knights step forward one after another. Get ready, have someone load everything. Thor quickly gives orders to a knight. Yes. The knight responds respectfully, and soon, several knights begin to act swiftly. Some monster bones were placed around the area, and the thorn juice that had been prepared earlier was also applied to the monsters, as well as to Stein and Adele Bick-Revell. Although the Dressrosa family may no longer need to fear the Campbell family now, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a time traveler, Thor understands this very well. In the northern province, it is very easy to erase all traces of a corpse, especially since he had prepared high-quality materials this time. Several knights quickly moved into action. After a short while, the entire area was cleaned up. Thor waved his hand, and everyone quickly left the area. He didn't look at the convoy left behind by Stein, but instead led his people away directly. What he gained this time was enough. There might still be more leftovers, but they are hard to handle and could cause problems. It's better to leave them for the fated ones. As for the juices he prepared, within a day, all the juices would be completely licked clean by the monsters, leaving no trace or notice. Thor's figure disappeared. Soon, the smell of the thorn juice spread quickly. A huge commotion arose in the jungle. Then, red eyes appeared from the forest one after another. Roar! Woo! Loud beast roars echoed constantly as monsters gathered. They began to quickly devour the monster corpses, including the 2 human bodies, destroying the scene of the battle. In the blink of an eye, all traces disappeared. It's expected that over time, the signs of destruction will become even more obvious. Among the gathered monsters, fights soon broke out again. There were even third-tier monsters fighting among themselves. These battles made the area almost a mess. Unless time could be reversed, no one could find any traces here. And this was exactly what Thor needed. From a distance, hearing the roars of beasts, Thor, riding Nia, couldn't help but smile faintly. The sun in the sky gradually set. Dusk marked the departure of shadows. Tomorrow is destined to be a new day in the Northern Land Province. The morning sunlight shone down as Thor and his group returned to the Tona territory. At this moment, Thor finally saw the face of the elf girl, delicate features, stunning beauty, and a faint aura of life surrounding her, which made Thor feel a little mesmerized. She was different from Anna. The aura of the forest elf gave a very friendly feeling, almost naturally attracting people's attention. Master. Seeing Thor return, Anna quickly approached with a smile. Anna has signed a contract with you. Elvira also flew over, her expression curious, her figure floating in the air as she circled around Thor. Throughout the day, Elvira learned about Anna. And from Anna's words, she heard a lot about this human. This made Elvira very curious. Hello, I am Thor Dressrosa. It's an honor to meet you. Beautiful elf lady, Thor bowed in a noble manner with a smile. Hello, I am very pleased to meet you. I am Elvira. Elvira was a bit flustered but quickly spoke. Elvira, what a nice name. Thor nodded with a smile. Thank you for your compliment. Knight Thor, Elvira said with a smile. But after saying this, Elvira looked a bit troubled. After a moment, she shyly asked, Knight Thor, may I stay in your territory for a while? Her gaze carefully looked at Thor, as she was a forest elf who ran out of the natural forest. She didn't want to go back now, or she would face punishment from the Elf Queen. And she liked Anna very much. Elvira also wanted to stay and be with Anna. Of course, Thor looked a bit surprised but quickly nodded with a smile. He had been thinking about how to keep this elf girl, but didn't expect her to volunteer to stay, which saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't need to think about it at all. Thank you very much. As a reward, I can work for you. Elvira spoke seriously. During Anna's story, Elvira developed a good impression of Thor. This human seemed different from others. He was even better than the person who was willing to help find Arcia. Thank you very much. Thor's eyes lit up again, and he nodded with a smile. The three of them continued talking. After a moment, Elvira curiously looked at other items. Thor seemed to have an idea and took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. By the way, Anna, do you recognize this? Thor asked Anna. Master, let me see. Anna was curious and took the potion in her right hand. She examined it carefully, even removing the cork to smell it. After a moment, Anna's eyes brightened. Master, this seems to be a rage potion. Wait a moment, I need to check its level. Anna said excitedly, then became even more enthusiastic and started testing it further. A rage potion? Thor's eyes widened. He was familiar with rage potions. Like life potions, rage potions are magical potions, but unlike life potions, which boost life energy, rage potions cause a burst of life energy. Usually, a low-level rage potion is enough to make a knight unleash the power of a great knight, and a mid-level rage potion can temporarily give a great knight the fighting power of a land knight. A high-level rage potion can even allow a land knight to reach the terrifying level of a sky knight. Although rage potions have significant side effects and can even destroy the body if misused, their value is much higher than similar-level life potions, often twice as much. Outside, in the northern province, the price is even higher. A low-level life potion costs about 100 gold coins, while a low-level rage potion costs around 200 gold coins. In the northern province, low-level life potions are valued at 200 to 300 gold coins, and rage potions can exceed 1,000 gold coins. Higher-level and mid-level rage potions, as well as high-level ones, are even more expensive. A bottle of high-level rage potion usually costs over 50,000 gold coins, which is impossible to obtain in the northern province. Even Marquis laymen can use such a potion, so it's naturally not for sale. During the ups and downs of 2R, Anna quickly finished her final check. Master, this should be a high-level one. Anna immediately looked up, speaking with a tone of surprise. High level. At this moment, 2R's breathing grew heavier. A high-level rage potion is not just about its 50,000 gold value. More importantly, having it provides extra security. This potion can quickly increase the level of life energy. If used by a land knight, it can even briefly rival sky knights, and even a grand knight using it can temporarily possess the top combat power among land knights. Even for sky knights, a high-level rage potion has some use. Its value is truly immense. Ha ha ha, it seems luck is really on our side this time. With excitement in his heart, even 2R couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, I can also prepare rage potions. But right now, I can only make lower-level rage potions. Seeing 2R's joy, Anna smiled playfully. Anna, you can do it too? 2R's eyes lit up with surprise, and he looked at Anna with curiosity. Yes, I learned how to make them. But to make rage potions, the main ingredient, the bloodthirsty flower leaf, is hard to find. If I can get enough, I can make them myself, and a few others who have studied for a while might also manage. However, it's a bit more difficult. Rage potions are harder to craft than life potions. Anna nodded and smiled as she explained. Bloodthirsty flower leaf? Tuo instinctively asked, looking puzzled. He had never heard of this magical plant before. Yes, bloodthirsty flower. It's a very special plant, usually only found in large numbers in the land of death. The higher the level of the magical plant, the higher the level of rage potion it can produce. Anna nodded and slowly explained to Tuar. I see. Thor nodded. Then he suppressed his excitement. If he could figure out how to make the berserk potion, he would gain another source of wealth. However, bloodthirsty flowers are very hard to find, so Thor decided to give up. Places where many creatures die, even in the northern province, are not easy to locate. And since such places are dangerous, Thor saw no need to take that risk. By the way, Anna, Ivira, you are in charge. Remember, you must hide well and not show your elf features openly. You should know that human society is not always safe. After nodding, Thor seemed to think of something and warned Anna. Elves, these beings are often the root of trouble. When his strength was not yet enough, Thor didn't want to draw too much attention. Understood, Master. I've already told Ivira. Anna nodded seriously. After everything that happened, Anna understood this very well. All right, you can go rest now. We will likely return to our territory in a few days. Thor nodded and waved his hand. Yes, Master. Anna nodded and then left. Thor then went in his study. He still had many things to handle. Expanding the Eagle Business Guild, as its true leader, required him to deal with many issues. Back in Tono's study, until late at night, Thor finished handling recent matters and gave instructions for upcoming tasks. Dusk gradually fell. Thor sat at his desk. His right hand kept tapping the table, while his mind reviewed everything that happened today, checking for any missed details. As his territory grew larger, more things happened, and they became more complicated. Thor had developed a habit of reviewing his actions from time to time. This helped him check for mistakes and deepen his memory, guiding his future actions. The results were clearly excellent. Through constant thinking and review, he handled each task well. And he kept improving. Just like this time, almost guaranteeing that no accidents would happen, unless time travel were possible, which was nearly impossible. After all, Stein Campbell is just a marquee family, and even the Tulip royal family wouldn't have such outrageous power. It is absolutely foolproof. Maybe I can try to eliminate the remaining people. His right hand kept tapping as his thoughts kept flowing. Suddenly, a terrifying idea appeared in Thor's mind. That was to eliminate all the powerful lords. These strong lords will inevitably become trouble for the Eagle Lord in the future. Rather than facing them later, it's better to take them down now. With his current strength, it's simply too easy to do. Once they are gone, he will have the resources, and he can take back the money. He might even make a big profit. Stein Campbell's wealth alone exceeds 170,000 gold coins. What about the other powerful expansion lords? Dozens of these lords, each needing only 50,000 gold coins. That's a lot of gold. In fact, the real number is definitely much higher. Such terrifying wealth. Just thinking about it makes one's eyes turn red. And with the thorny sap, he can ensure these lords and Stein Campbell disappear without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. In a few days, even their bones might not be found. It can be done very secretly. Once this idea appeared, Thor's breathing became even heavier. There's no choice. This harvest is just too great. As long as he can keep it, he can skip the Eagle Business Guild altogether, and this move would be the biggest accumulation. It might even support most of his growth to become a Sky Knight. But just as he was breathing heavily, Thor suddenly shivered, and his mind instantly became clear. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly shook his head and suppressed this tempting but dangerous thought. The plan indeed seems feasible, but the subsequent problems are too big for him to handle now. Even the Dressrosa family might not be able to bear it. Right now, the Dressrosa family, with Count Engel becoming a Sky Knight, will inevitably rise to a marquee family in the future. The marquee family does have Sky Knights, and offending one or two is manageable. But offending the entire family is truly risking death. As for his actions, they are quite secretive. However, no matter how hidden, when everyone is dead, some clues will inevitably be noticed. The entire northern province is now dominated by the Dressrosa family. There's no need to say more. In this extraordinary world, sometimes proof isn't necessary. Suspicion alone can be enough to accuse someone. At that point, Even if he has special advantages, he might not be able to protect himself. On the contrary, although he just eliminated Stein Campbell, the risk of exposure is almost non-existent. Killing a pioneer lord in the northern province is normal, especially with the chaos caused by the Orc disturbances. Even if discovered, it would just be a matter of the Campbell and Dressrosa families arguing with each other. He wouldn't be involved. After all, the Dressrosa family now has Sky Knights, and they are led by his father. Even if the Campbell family has Sky Knights, they are not led by Stein Campbell himself. Recently, it seems I've become a bit arrogant. Thor sighed and shook his head. Things have gone too smoothly lately, making him somewhat overconfident. He even thought about swallowing all the powerful pioneer lords. That's just madness. In the study. Thor exhaled slowly after a long moment, then all his thoughts were suppressed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that, even as a time traveler, he would start to swell with pride because of a series of successes. If he hadn't been so reckless just now, he might have truly done it. But if he did, it would be a big problem. Even with a daily intelligence system, he couldn't guarantee his safety. The system can predict dangers 3 months in advance, but under absolute strength, a few months are meaningless. And even if he had a way to escape, what about the entire Dressrosa family? If he leaves, the whole family might plunge into chaos. That's not what Thor wants to see. He has been in this world for nearly 2 years now. Whether it was Count Engelbert or other family members, they all treated him well. If he caused the family to fall apart, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Just as Thor was feeling this way, the door was gently knocked at that moment. "Come in." Thor took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, and then spoke in a deep voice. Creak. The door was pushed open. A figure quickly walked in. "Brother?" Seeing the person who appeared, Thor was momentarily stunned. Because it was Tono who entered. Ha ha ha, surprised, Thor? I rushed back quickly. You probably don't know, but I have good news this time. I almost ran my beloved horse to death to speed up. Per Niver, it's now lying paralyzed in the stables. It might not be able to move for a few months. Tono spoke excitedly with a hint of enthusiasm. Good news? Thor raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. His attention was immediately drawn in. He knew Tono was supposed to arrive tomorrow, but he had returned early, which surprised him. It also made him feel a bit suspicious. In the daily reports, there didn't seem to be any particularly useful information yesterday. Hee, Thor, you won't believe it. We found a nest of boar beasts about 70 miles west of the territory. My goodness, there are more than 10 boar beasts there, including 2 at the 2nd level. Thor, we're leaving immediately. I'm so eager I can't wait. Tono said excitedly, his eyes shining. Originally, he planned to rest for a while before reaching the territory, waiting until tomorrow to return. But that group of boar beasts made him so excited. As a special magical beast, even a first-level peak boar beast is worth over 100 gold coins. A second-level peak boar beast could be worth around 200 gold coins. He estimated there were about 20 of them, including 2 at the 2nd level. Altogether, they were worth roughly 3,000 gold coins. Even now, this is a very valuable gain for him. So he hurriedly returned, first to gather more knights, and second to bring his brother along. 3,000 gold coins, even split between 2 families, would give each 1,500 coins. Listening to Tono's words and seeing his excited expression, Thor's mouth twitched slightly. It made him think something big was really happening. He naturally noticed the pig-like beast. But at this moment, he no longer felt the same mood as before. Although 3,000 gold coins was a lot, compared to Stein Campbell, it was not worth mentioning. As for what came next, although he had dealt with Stein Campbell, with the more than 170,000 gold coins in profit, this small amount of 3,000 coins didn't even cross his mind. Brother, you go ahead. This is your territory, and those belong to you. I won't go. Thor hesitated briefly, then shook his head and spoke. Yes. Hurry up. Wait, what did you just say? Hearing Thor's words, Tono instinctively agreed, but soon he sensed something was wrong. He looked at Thor in surprise, even wondering if he had heard incorrectly. Brother, I said I won't go this time. This land belongs to you. Thor spoke again seriously. Hey, Thor, what are you talking about? That doesn't belong to me. It's outside my territory. Come on, let's go together. Tono quickly said. Brother, no need. I plan to return to my territory tomorrow. Thor smiled and shook his head again. At this moment, Tono was completely sure Thor wasn't joking. This made Tono look confused. He didn't even know how Thor had managed to send him out of the room. Inside the room, waiting for Tono to leave, Thor also couldn't help but smile. Time has passed. Now, even more than 1,000 coins, he could be so indifferent. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. But he quickly regained his focus. After all, he wasn't really indifferent to 1,000 coins. It was just that since this group of pig-like beasts had been discovered by his brother, Thor didn't bother to share the loot. Having more gold coins allows Tono to develop more quickly. In the northern province, Thor hopes not only for his own growth but also for his family's prosperity. After all, the family's success will benefit him as well. His smooth progress in the northern province shows this clearly. Leaving Thor's room, Tono, although confused, quickly took action. Soon, a cavalry group of over 100 people set out toward the pig beast's nest. Time slowly passed. The next morning, as the sunlight shone, Thor just woke up. He learned that Rajus had returned. Thor didn't bother with breakfast and immediately met with Rajus. "How are things going?" Thor asked Rajus with a hint of nervousness. More than half a month had passed, and all the lords planning to leave the northern province had already done so. This means now is the time to see the results of this operation. Thor cared a lot about this. Although they gained 170,000 gold coins this time, once the Eagle Business Guild is established, the earnings could be much higher, possibly 1.7 million gold coins. In this situation, paying close attention is understandable. Sir, 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 1 silver mine, and 17 mineral deposits have been reached. In total, we have acquired over 42 mines. Rajus, hearing Thor's question, showed excitement on his face and quickly explained their achievements over this period. 42 mines? Thor was surprised and looked a bit shocked. Yes, 42. The previous count was only 37, but actually, the Spencer family added a large iron mine, and the Watt family also found another iron mine. Besides that, 2 other families had not been explored before and have now decided to leave as well. So, in total, we took over 42 mining sites, 15 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 1 silver mine, and 19 mineral deposits. Additionally, we also captured 210,000 slaves. Lehos spoke as he opened his mouth, his voice coming out, and his face was flushed. It was caused by excitement. This time's gain far exceeded what Lehos had imagined. Such a huge benefit made him unable to imagine how valuable it would become if it developed further. Even if he only held 4% of the profit, that was still a staggering number. How could he not feel excited about this result? Good. Ha ha ha. It really is a pleasant surprise. Excellent. Hearing Lehos's report, Thor also stood up without hesitation, his eyes shining with excitement. In his excitement, Thor's figure moved back and forth across the room. Lehos, what should we do with the extra territories now? After pacing for a moment, Thor suddenly remembered something. His excitement gradually calmed, and he looked back at Lehos with a focused gaze. After the excitement, Thor quickly realized the problem. Previously, 37 mines were already hard for the Eagle Guild to manage. Now, with 5 more territories, controlling them would become even more difficult. If this problem isn't solved, these extra mines will be meaningless. This point is very important. Sir, we currently lack enough personnel. But just because we are short-handed doesn't mean the Habas Guild is also short. The Beastman attacks have ended recently, and the price for borrowing the Great Knight has returned to the original rate, 1,000 gold coins per year. It's still quite affordable, Lehos said with a smile. Hearing Lehos's words, Thor was momentarily stunned. Habas Guild? He instinctively spoke. Then his eyes lit up. It seemed he had been stuck in a dead end before. Since the Eagle Guild and Habas Guild are theoretically competitors, he instinctively avoided contact with the Habas Guild. But he forgot one thing. The Eagle Guild and Habas Guild are not truly competitors in practice. Habas Guild mainly trades in slaves, primarily targeting new territorial lords. A new pioneer lord has arrived, and they need to buy slaves and supplies. These are all provided by the Habsburg Trading Company. For transactions with experienced pioneer lords, they mostly occurred during auctions held every few months. Apart from that, the Habsburg Trading Company has no trading caravans and does not engage in deeper trade activities. It is fundamentally different from the Eagle Trading Company where Thor is involved. There is almost no competition between them. The Habsburg Trading Company also rarely concerns itself with affairs within the northern province. Previously, the Stein Campbell and Spencer families had no involvement in the Western trade guilds, so naturally, They also paid no attention to the Eagle Trading Company. In this situation, hiring a great knight from the Habsburg Trading Company doesn't seem impossible. Thinking about this, Thor's expression subtly showed a strange look. After all, from any perspective, such an action seems a bit excessive. Of course, Thor was strange, but Rachos didn't notice. After Thor's doubt, his words quickly resumed. Yes, my lord. The Habsburg Trading Company has enough great knights. We don't need to hire many. Just 10 great knights for 1 year will be enough for our current needs, and it will only cost 10,000 gold coins. After a year, I believe the strength of the major lords will improve greatly, and we probably won't need to do this anymore. And 10,000 gold coins, considering the output, is not worth mentioning. The 42 mines alone could produce over 300,000 gold coins annually, maybe even much more. Rachos spoke seriously. It was clear he had thought about this a lot and even had some plans for the future. Hearing this, Thor nodded without hesitation. You're right. Leave this matter to you. As for the gold coins, I have 20,000 here. You can take it first for the payment. If more is needed, you can increase it accordingly. Thor took a deep breath, then nodded. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 gold cards from his right hand. These were the 2 gold cards contributed by Stein Campbell. They were just right to use now. Of course, this expense also needs to be recorded, as the Eagle Trading Company will need to repay it later. Yes. Looking at the 2 gold cards, Rajus's eyes brightened, and he quickly spoke. He didn't expect that Thor would once again pull out 20,000 gold coins. He had already spent quite a bit of gold recently. Go ahead. Do as you think best. Also, this time, when you go to Lorenz City, register to become a pioneer knight. Thor nodded, then seemed to think of something and added a sentence. It was this sentence that made Rajus breathe more heavily. Rajus is different from Ryan, Pelos, and Steve. Rajus is more like a subordinate who has joined voluntarily. Although he is called Sir, there is no real hierarchy between them. In theory, he also has the potential to become a pioneer knight. Thor is very satisfied with this person. The Eagle Merchant Guild was almost founded by him from scratch, and even during this period, he has been actively working hard. Even this time, he clearly had the chance to make a request, to become a pioneer lord. But Rajus has not made any requests so far. It's just that Rajus hasn't asked. Thor believes that Rajus wants to become a pioneer lord. After all, this is the best way to gain a noble title. So, after thinking for a moment, Thor decided to give him a chance, an opportunity to earn a noble title. This is not ancient China. In ancient China, to avoid embarrassment, sharing profits was necessary. But in this medieval feudal era, making subordinates into nobles or lords is the best and simplest way to win people's hearts. So Thor had no regrets. Anyway, even if Rajus becomes a pioneer lord, it won't change much. The core of the Eagle Merchant Guild is still in his hands. Sir. Hearing Thor's words, Rajus trembled, and his voice slightly shook with excitement. This time, he truly had a chance. But thinking about everything Thor had given him, he held back. Unexpectedly, Thor was the one to bring it up first. Do your best. Rajus, I look forward to the day you become a baron. Looking excited and blushing, Rajus, Thor spoke seriously. Yes, my lord. Rajus respectfully responded, raising his voice slightly. Go now. Also, I plan to return to my territory later. If anything happens, you can go back to the Eagle territory. Thor waved his hand with a smile. Understood. Rajus replied respectfully. Then, full of excitement, he stepped back and watched Rajus leave. Thor fell into a slight thought. He was considering his next move. Until Pelos entered the room and told Thor everything was ready, he brought his thoughts back. During Anna's preparations, they set out eastward to return. Before leaving, Thor did not forget to send a letter to Tono, informing him of his departure. The centaur slowly moved forward. After 7 days, Thor and his group returned to the Eagle territory. Compared to when he left, nothing much had changed in the Eagle territory. However, in the fields, the once golden wheat had been clearly harvested. In the farmland, many slaves were busy plowing the land, preparing for next year's planting. Everyone's smile was brighter than before. In the Eagle territory, even slaves enjoyed a life they couldn't have imagined before. Free people experienced even more. Not only their lives, but also their hopes. In the Eagle territory, life was no longer dull and lifeless. Slaves had the chance to become free people, and free people had the opportunity for their children to become knights. Even just the chance filled many with hope. Knights, on the other hand, had the potential to improve quickly. As long as they earned enough merit points, They could achieve a series of social jumps in the Eagle territory. Such a life was almost like paradise. Master, Lord, Master, Lord of the territory. Thor and his group returned, walking through the town, and everyone respectfully bowed. Whether knight, free person, or they all did so. Seeing this, Elvira's eyes lit up. She could feel that these people were very sincere, which made her curious about the figure ahead. The elf girl kept watching the distant figure, her lively eyes flickering with curiosity. Thor noticed this, but didn't pay much attention. The figure led everyone back to the castle. Anna arranged a place for Elvira to stay. Thor then returned to his study and summoned the official from Eagle Town to learn about recent changes in the territory. It had been nearly a month, and the territory had changed a lot, especially now that Eagle territory had taken over the lands of Baron Glatton, Baron Valmy, and Baron Sachi. The area had expanded significantly. Compared to before, Eagle territory's size had nearly doubled. The population had also increased greatly. Various industries were starting to develop. A new small town was being built, so now Eagle territory had 6 towns in total, with a population close to 50,000. It was a very large area. Not only in the west, but in the east as well, Thor's Eagle territory was now a major power. However, it would still take some time to absorb all these people. The 3 baronial lands were only just beginning to come under control, and reforms had just started. Fully integrating them might take at least half a year. Thor was not in a hurry about this. He cared more about the overall plan for the territory, especially the development plan described by Kuwait. Kuwait, how's the situation? Thor lightly tapped the table with his right hand, his gaze turning to Kuwait among the officials. Compared to before, Kuwait's skin was now very dark, and he even smelled of dirt, but he was smiling the most. Sir, it should be finished within 4 months at most, Kuwait excitedly reported. Eagle River has already been crossed by a third. Good, Thor said. But 4 months is still too slow. I will send you an additional 5,000 slaves, including 3,000 goblin slaves. I will also have Peros and 30 knights, 50 apprentice knights, be dispatched. Can this be done within 3 months? Thor pondered for a moment before speaking. Since Kuwait's progress was so fast, Thor couldn't help but have some ideas. Less than 4 months remain before next year's spring planting. If completed within 3 months, it can still be included in next year's planting schedule. If the surrounding areas are fully developed, the harvest of next year's crops will greatly improve. Master, I promise, in 2 months, just 2 months, I can finish this. Hearing Thor's words, Kuwait's eyes brightened, and he quickly spoke up. All right, then 2 months. If you can finish within 2 months, I will reward you with 500 merit points. Thor said. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Kuwait's eyes shone even more. Even after the merit system was upgraded once, 500 merit points is still a very large amount, enough to give his descendants a chance to join the young Eagle Knights. How could he not be excited about such a result? All right, that's all for now. First, take good care of those 3 territories. Remember to report any issues promptly. Thor nodded and waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Yes. The others bowed and left. Inside the room, Thor began to handle the backlog of documents related to the Eagle territory. It wasn't until nightfall that Thor's busy figure finally slowed down. Phew. He exhaled a deep breath, and even Thor couldn't help but stretch. It seems I really need to find a butler. Thor sighed lightly and shook his head. With 3 more territories added, the Eagle territory has more to manage. Even with over a dozen officials sharing the workload, there's no one to coordinate everything. This means many matters still come to him. And that doesn't include the affairs of the Eagle Trading Guild. If this continues, he might never leave this room. But finding a butler or a chief administrator is a tricky task. Such talent is extremely rare everywhere. Even powerful nobles need them. The Habsburg Trading Guild definitely won't sell one. He's searching for his father. It's been too long. The process will take at least 3 months, maybe longer. He simply doesn't have that much time to wait. Knock, knock. Inside the room, fingers rhythmically tapped on the table as Thor pondered how to solve this problem. After a moment, Thor's expression suddenly brightened. Maybe I can choose from the people my father gave me. He muttered to himself, then his gaze shifted to the 3 newly established territories. His thoughts became clearer. Someone, come here. The voice rang out. Soon, a maid entered the room. Master, Sophia, informed them that Kuwait, Moken, and Joseph should come to the castle tomorrow. Kuwait, let's hold off for now. Have Raymond come instead. Thor gave instructions to the maid as she entered. Kuwait, Moken, Joseph, and Raymond were the 4 people he was most satisfied with. He planned to choose from these 4. Since Kuwait was still responsible for Eagle River, Thor considered for a moment and decided to exclude him for now. He planned to select from Moken, Joseph, and Raymond first. Kuwait still had a chance later. Thor had already made up his mind. He didn't want a steward like his father or other nobles. He wanted a chief officer in charge of overall affairs. This chief officer wouldn't be a lifetime position but would rotate among different people. Everyone would have a chance. This way, it would prevent poor performance or a situation where someone is brilliant at first but then fails later. Most officials would see opportunities. Of course, he still needed to think carefully about the details. After all, the world was different, and things couldn't be copied exactly. But there was no rush. He could take his time. He could even start implementing some ideas and improve them gradually. Yes, master. Sophia responded respectfully and then stepped back. With Thor's orders given, the news spread quickly. The 3 officials received the message soon after. On the 3rd day, all 3 officials returned. However, when summoned by Thor, their expressions were filled with curiosity. At this time, they were responsible for 3 new territories. This was a deliberate arrangement by Thor, as these 3 were the best among the 15 officials. Their responsibility for developing new territories would help these lands stabilize quickly. Indeed, it is true. In just 1 month, all 3 territories have become quite stable. In the study, Thor is busy handling official matters. Soon, knock, knock. The door gently knocks. Come in. Thor responds, pausing his work. With the soft sound of the door, 3 officials quickly enter. Sir. Seeing Thor, all 3 bow respectfully. They hold even greater admiration for him. Even now, when they think back, they find it hard to believe. In less than 2 years, their lord has expanded the territory to such a scale. As officials of the Dressrosa family, they clearly understand that even many Viscount families haven't achieved such territory size. Some of these families have been around for 300 or 400 years. This achievement makes them feel deeply respectful. You're here. This time, I called you because I plan to appoint a chief officer in Eagle territory. I think you all are suitable. I want to give you 3 a chance. What do you think? Thor looks at the 3, pauses briefly, then speaks in a serious tone. Hearing Thor's words, the 3 are first stunned, then breathe heavily. By the way, the chief officer will earn 30 merit points each month. Thinking of something, Thor adds again. This makes everyone even more excited. After arriving at Eagle territory, they all understand what this means. Usually, earning 50 merit points among free people qualifies someone to join the reserve knight group. Currently, they earn 5 points a month. To have a chance to join the Young Eagle Knights, it would take nearly a year, assuming nothing unexpected happens. If something does go wrong, merit points could be deducted, making the process even longer, since no one can guarantee they won't make mistakes. With 30 merit points, their children could join the Young Eagle Knights in just 2 months. In the study, the 3 breathe heavily, their eyes fixed on Thor. That is 30 points of merit, nearly 400 points in a year. This means that in just 1 year, they can help 7 members of the family join the Young Eagle Knights and even provide better environment and resources for their future training. Such an outcome is exciting to think about. Of course, even with this excitement, the 3 people still forced themselves to stay calm and waited for Thor's next words. Chief Administrator, responsible for all affairs in the Eagle territory. Non-essential matters can be decided by yourselves. The position will be rotated every 3 years. As for how to choose, since you 3 are handling different territories, the decisions will be based on those territories. You will have 1 month to improve your management. After a month, the one who manages the territory better and gains more acceptance from the Eagle territory will become the first chief administrator. Seeing the excited expressions of the 3, Thor's words rang out again. At this moment, everyone's breathing grew heavier. 3 years, it's really 3 years. Earning nearly 360 points of merit each year. In 3 years, that's over 1,000 points. This is a huge gain, not to mention the value of being a chief administrator. It cannot be measured by 1,000 points. The Eagle territory is expected to become more prosperous in the future. Becoming the chief administrator of the Eagle territory also means their status and position will rise significantly. Yes, sir. I will not let you down. The 3 answered respectfully, their faces showing a more excited flush. Go now. I hope you won't disappoint me, Thor said, waving his hand. The three forced themselves to stay calm and slowly left. Watching them leave, Thor then turned his gaze back to his desk. After a brief pause, he moved the documents aside, took a blank sheet of paper, and picked up a quill pen, beginning to think carefully. Since a decision had been made, now it was time to improve and plan. The chief administrator is expected to be the most important position in the Eagle territory for a long time. Thor also needed to consider his powers and responsibilities. He also had to make some plans. This would surely be a challenging task. Fortunately, with thousands of years of political experience from previous lives, Thor found it not too difficult to improve the system. The only issue was that it required time to sort things out. Time slowly passed. During this period, Thor began managing government affairs while planning the overall administrative system. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had gone by. During these 20 days, Joseph, Munkin, and Raymond were completely focused on governing their new territories. Thanks to their efforts, the results were very impressive. The three territories no longer felt unfamiliar, especially the one governed by Joseph, which after 20 days looked almost indistinguishable from Eagle Town and Flame Eagle Town. Figures of all kinds, whether peasants or free citizens, began to smile more often. Even Raymond and Munkin's territories saw great changes. It was expected that soon, these two areas would truly become part of Eagle's domain. However, it was clear they were still a bit behind. If nothing unexpected happened, Joseph was likely to be the winner this time. Thor was quite pleased with this. He hadn't made a mistake in choosing these three. All three were top tier in their ability to handle affairs. Even if Raymond and Munkin didn't become the chief administrator this time, they still had a chance in the next round. Especially because they understood and improved the system well. Thor had experience, memories, and knowledge from another world, but he also had flaws. Many things were just vague concepts to him. This included the merit system and territory development, which were somewhat rough and had many problems. When the territory was just starting to grow, these issues didn't cause much trouble. But if they continued to spread, the consequences could be serious. Thor had long been worried about this. Now, the current situation was the best possible outcome. All three had the ability to improve these systems. Once they became the chief administrators, they could make the territories even better. Even if they couldn't solve all problems perfectly, they could handle most of them. Thor was naturally very satisfied. In his study, knock, knock. Thor gently tapped the table. In front of him was a densely written document. This was the summary of his responsibilities and duties, compiled over the past 20 days. In his system, the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, holds decision-making power over everything in Eagle territory except the Night Order and the merit system. He is responsible for the development and planning of Eagle territory. The CAO is rotated every 3 years but can serve consecutive terms, up to a maximum of 3 times, totaling 9 years. After 9 years, a new CAO is chosen from among other officials. The candidate with the most extra merit points becomes the new CAO. Merit points, aside from basic merit, are used for this selection. Once appointed, the CAO earns 30 basic merit points each month. After 3 years in office, their governance is evaluated. If the territory develops well, they receive additional merit points. If not, points are deducted. This role is similar to a prime minister or chancellor in previous worlds, but with less authority. For example, the Night Order and merit system are beyond the CAO's influence. Without these, all final decisions ultimately rest with Thor himself. This outcome is inevitable. In this feudal era with extraordinary powers, Thor cannot truly adopt modern systems. Doing so would be unrealistic and a trap for himself. Despite that, the position of CAO remains highly attractive. Once the document is released, over 10 officials in Eagle territory would be stunned. Becoming a CAO means a significant leap for their entire family. If they serve 3 consecutive terms, their family's status could rise to levels they once only dreamed of. I should improve some details, Thor murmured. Let's see after this term, then announce it. He paused his tapping on the table, then carefully placed the document back into the drawer. Right now, it was just a draft. Everything still needed refining. He wouldn't release it immediately. Just as Thor was about to close the drawer, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Thor called out, turning his gaze toward the door. Master, Christine respectfully spoke. How's the situation? Thor looked at the girl in front of him. Master, the low-level life potion is now being produced at a rate of 1 bottle per day. In about a month, we should be able to produce 2 bottles daily. Christine reported respectfully to Thor. 1 bottle? Not bad. Thor nodded with satisfaction. He was quite pleased with the progress. In just a month, they had increased from 1 bottle every 2 days to 1 per day. At the prices in the northern province, this yields about 200 to 300 gold coins a day. Just from the life potion, his monthly income exceeds 6,000 gold coins. This income surpasses most of the lords in the northern province. However, after hearing Christine's follow-up words, Thor also felt a bit puzzled. Master. Seeing Thor's satisfied expression, Christine relaxed a bit, but then her face showed some hesitation. What is it? Thor was a little surprised and looked at Christine. Master, the letter I wrote, my friend currently has no plans to come to the northern province. Please thank you for your kindness. Christine spoke awkwardly. She had previously promised that her friend would come, but now she was rejected, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. It's okay. Christine, you don't need to worry about this. Everyone has their own choices. Thor paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. A month ago, Christine said she had a friend who was an extremely powerful alchemist and was planning to write a letter to invite him over. Now it seems likely that she was rejected. Thor naturally didn't mind too much. An alchemist, after all, he wasn't really lacking one. Not only did he have Christine and 2 other alchemists, but now there was also an elven girl. Every elf is born a mage, and mages are also natural alchemists. In fact, life potions originally came from natural forests. Avara, a top-tier level 3 mage, might not be very strong in combat, but her potion-making skills are definitely top-notch. They naturally don't lack an alchemist. Not willing to come is not his loss, but the other person's loss. Thor can offer conditions to pharmacists that no other place can match. Constant supplies of materials for practice, along with guidance from a mage. Even top nobles may not be able to give their pharmacists such great opportunities. Thank you, Lord Xie. Hearing Thor's cheerful voice, Christine couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. It's really nothing. Compared to this, how is your meditation going now? Thor waved his hand and then spoke thoughtfully. It's going well. I can sense the mental sea. Hearing Thor's question, Christine's face lit up with a smile, and she looked excited. She didn't expect that her mage talent was actually quite good. In less than 2 months, she had already sensed the existence of the mental sea. With her current progress, she would soon be able to open her mental sea and become a qualified mage. Good. Keep practicing well. During this period, focus more on low-level life potions. Have them put in extra effort. The success rate is still too low. Thor nodded and then gave instructions to Christine. Yes, my lord. Christine respectfully nodded and then stepped back. After Thor learned about the potion results, he continued handling related matters. The next 10 days passed quickly. In the end, nothing unexpected happened. Joseph became the first chief administrative officer of the Eagle Territory. The Varmi Baron territory he governed had completely changed in less than 2 months, with no trace of the original Varmi Baron territory remaining. It was indistinguishable from Eagle Town and Fierce Eagle Town. At the same time, the cultivated land that originally exceeded 3,000 acres in the Varmi Baron territory expanded directly to 5,000 acres. The population of Varmi Baron exceeded 13,000 people. Originally, 99% were slaves, with fewer than 500 free people. But under 2 months of governance, even strictly following Thor's merit system, the number of free people in Varmi's territory exceeded 2,000, and living standards had significantly improved. Compared to this, both Raymond's Glatten Baron territory and Mankin's Sachi territory were much worse. This is the center of Eagle Town. Thor handed Joseph the badge symbolizing the role of Chief Administrative Officer, officially announcing Joseph as the first person to hold this position. He also briefly explained the duties and responsibilities of the Chief Administrative Officer. Once this news was shared, all the officers became excited. They even took deep, heavy breaths. 3 years. One officer murmured to himself, clearly already looking forward to the re-election in 3 years. Soon, the other officers also thought about this and started to look forward to it as well. This was exactly what Thor wanted to see. On one hand, he wanted to give these officers more hope. On the other, he wanted to put pressure on the Chief Administrative Officer. Only with enough hope and pressure could these officers do their best. Thor's plan was that his territory would not fall into decline like other noble lords, but instead develop fully and reach its best potential. Joseph, the first Chief Administrative Officer of Eagle, officially took office at sunset. The next day, Joseph brought a thick stack of plans for Eagle's development to Thor. Is this what you prepared? In the study, Thor looked at the thick documents with some surprise. Yes, sir. This is my plan for the future development of the territory I've thought about this month. Please review it and see if it's feasible. Joseph shyly rubbed his head. A month ago, when he learned about the powers of the chief administrative officer, he wasn't just competing for the position but preparing for it. After a month of preparation, he was ready, so when he became the officer, he couldn't wait to show Thor. Let me see. Thor raised his eyebrows, nodded, and then focused his gaze on the documents. Joseph didn't disturb him, feeling nervous inside. This was his first major effort as chief administrative officer, and he didn't want anything to go wrong. As he watched, only the sound of papers turning could be heard in the study. Thor's expression changed gradually as he followed the papers. First, he smiled, then became serious, and finally frowned. In the end, his frown relaxed again. Until half an hour later, Thor finished reviewing the last document in his hand. He paused and fell into gentle contemplation. This document covered many aspects. It could be considered a future development plan for the Eagle territory, including the advancement plan. It involved agriculture, economy, population, and daily life. Clearly, Joseph put a lot of effort into it, even gaining a comprehensive understanding of the entire Eagle territory. Even from Thor's perspective as a traveler, many points caught his eye. For example, Joseph's plan suggested expanding Eagle Town and building a large city directly. As the core of the Eagle Guild, it would attract major pioneers and become the second center of the northern province, after Lorenz City. Since the Campbell and Spencer families could organize auctions, the Eagle territory could do the same. Apart from Lorenz City, only their territory would remain. Once started, it would surely attract many pioneer lords. In just 2 or 3 attempts, the entire Eagle territory could become another key hub in the northern province. Honestly, when Thor saw this proposal, his eyes lit up. It was indeed a good development plan. If the Eagle territory could become the second center of the northern province, his own territory would undoubtedly reach a new height. Moreover, this method was highly feasible. Joseph didn't know that he had the ability to produce low-level and mid-level life potions. With these 2 points as attractions, he almost didn't need to worry about other lords not coming to the Eagle territory. His appeal might not be much less than Lorenz City. Knock knock. Thor lightly tapped the table with his finger and fell into thought. Hearing Thor's tapping, Joseph couldn't help but become tense. Just as he was about to hear his own heartbeat pounding loudly, Thor's voice rang out. Try to do it. How many people do you need? How long will it take? His words were soft, but at that moment, for Joseph, it sounded like heavenly music. His expression couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Master, 5,000. I only need 5,000 goblin slaves. Within a year, it should be enough to complete the project. Joseph quickly spoke up. That's possible. I will ask Steve to send you 5,000 goblin slaves, 5,000 in total. That's too small a scale. Expand it to 5 times larger. I don't need the entire project finished within a year. Just complete the initial plan within that time and finish all the construction within 3 years. Thor spoke, and his words made Joseph's heart jump again. 5 times. Gulp. Joseph couldn't help but swallow hard and instinctively asked, Yes, 5 times. Use Pat City as a model. Not to match Pat City, but at least half its size. Thor nodded, speaking confidently again. Understood. Joseph finally reacted, his face flushing with excitement, and he quickly agreed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. He hadn't expected Thor to agree not only to his city-building request, but also to expand it 5-fold. A city 5 times larger, half the size of Pat City. Just thinking about it made Joseph's hair stand on end. Go ahead and do it. Thor waved his hand. Understood, my lord. Joseph nodded excitedly, then bowed and stepped back. Watching Joseph leave, Thor's eyes flickered with a hint of sparkle. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. Time slowly passed. Joseph began his work. With Joseph as the chief officer, Thor's workload suddenly eased. Much of his time previously spent on government affairs was freed up. He had more time for cultivation and planning for the future. Meanwhile, the expansion of the Eagle Trading Company was also nearing completion. 42 mines, once the personnel from the Habsburg Trading Company were in place, stabilized quickly. By this time, Thor and his team had spent over 50,000 gold coins. But the results were worth it. They not only gained 42 mines, but the Eagle Territory's lands expanded, and they acquired many assets and numerous slaves. Without mentioning the other 200,000 slaves, just considering the Habsburg commercial guild's well-equipped slaves, each costing at least 10 silver coins, possibly even 20 silver coins, these slaves alone are worth over 20,000 gold coins. Not to mention the value of territories and mineral resources. Everyone is very satisfied with this. Especially when these slaves are gradually assigned. Each Eagle Merchant Guild Lord can't help but feel excited. This is especially true for Rachos. A month ago, he officially registered as an exploration knight. Now, with enough slaves in hand, he naturally becomes a powerful lord. With some more development, his territory will become very strong. Recently, his father learned that he became a lord of exploration and gave him a new batch of resources. Once he has these resources, his strength can improve even further. By then, even if he can't match Thor, he will definitely be strong. After all, the Assad family is quite powerful, much stronger than the Dressrosa family before. Of course, this will take time. But even so, during this period, Rachos' smile has never faded, and he is even more grateful to Thor. He knows very well that all of this was made possible by Thor. Without Thor, he would still be trapped in Lorenz City, unable to achieve what he has now, nor gain his father's attention. So, even after becoming a Lord of Exploration, Rachos still respectfully calls Thor Lord and shows great respect. Nothing has changed. Thor is very pleased with this. Clearly, he did not misjudge people. Amid this anticipation and excitement, the first month's earnings have already appeared. Even though the expansion is still ongoing, and despite the fierce competition from other powerful lords, the income for this month still surprised everyone. The Eagle Merchant Guild earned over 6,000 gold coins this month. Such a figure made everyone unable to contain their excitement. Remember, this is just 1 month, and even under great pressure, they achieved this result. Currently, those powerful lords have already withdrawn, and no one can imagine how high the earnings will be next month. It could be 20,000, 30,000, or even more. Even with just 20,000, 1% of that is over 200 gold coins, which adds up to nearly 3,000 gold coins in a year. Such earnings are even more than some noble families can compare to. If the percentage increases to 3%, it would be close to 10,000 gold coins, enough to match the visible income of a typical Count family. Moreover, the recent orc outbreak has just ended. Once divine enlightenment is subdued, the land expansion can enter a new booming period, and the profits could grow even further. Earning 30,000, or maybe even 50,000 gold coins a month, is not impossible. How can such results not excite people? The Eagle Trading Guild, whether it's other expansion lords in Dressrosa, or Babulus, or Baron Pape and Baron Jose, all have shining eyes. For a moment, everyone's enthusiasm grows even more. Even Thor, who received the news, was shocked. He knew that only a few of the 42 mineral sites had been used so far. The entire Eagle Trading Guild had not yet fully expanded. The Western expansion lords had only spread to less than a third of the area, not to mention the northern and eastern regions. If they could connect the entire northern land province, the profits could be truly terrifying. Based on the current speed, how long will it take for the Eagle Trading Guild to cover the entire western region? Thor took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and looked at Rachos, asking softly, "Sir, if we only consider the western region and ignore some remote territories, it will take about 3 months. If we include those remote territories, it might take at least half a year," Rachos replied after a slight pause. 3 months? Half a year? Thor instinctively asked. Yes, the western region is very large, almost twice the size of the eastern region. You might not know, but the environment there is much more complex. Many lord territories are actually very remote, and the recent orc attacks didn't even affect some of them. Rachos nodded and then smiled bitterly. After managing the Eagle Trading Guild, Rachos realized how complicated the entire northern land province was. It covers several times the area of the Frost Moon province, with thousands of expansion lords. These lords are somewhat concentrated in the western region, but no matter how tightly they gather, they are still separated by distant areas. These pioneering lords, either because they feel they lack strength or for other reasons, have not joined together with the main pioneering knight orders. Spreading out these pioneering lords is the most difficult task. Not to mention half a year, Rachos even doubts that spending a full year might not be enough to connect them all completely. Is that so? These can be temporarily ignored. First, we should connect all the main lords in the west, then the north and the east. Can we achieve a basic connection within 3 months? Thor tapped on the desk, pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. He couldn't afford to delay. There is at most 1 month before the Divine Awakening begins. At most 3 months. If the Divine Awakening does not occur, those powerful lords who have retreated will surely return. Conflicts will inevitably happen then. 3 months is crucial for the Eagle Trade Guild to rapidly increase its strength. How to gather more gold coins and improve strength during these 3 months is the most important task. In that case, 3 months should be enough. After a brief thought, Rachos nodded. If we ignore those remote lords, it should be possible to initially connect the Western, Eastern, and Northern pioneering lords within 3 months. After all, the North and East had already expanded quite a bit before for the Eagle Trade Guild. Now, with more manpower, it will naturally be easier. Good. Do it as soon as possible. Rachos respectfully responded, his expression becoming more serious. Although he didn't understand why, he did not oppose Thor's request and simply agreed. By the way, stay in the Eagle territory these days. Also, send someone to inform the other pioneering lords of the Eagle Trade Guild to come here together. Thor nodded, then seemed to remember something, speaking in a serious tone. Understood. Rachos was a bit confused but still nodded in response. The Divine Awakening is about to begin, less than a month away. Thor is also preparing to go to the Autumn Leaf territory. He doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity in the Divine Ruins. Of course, he didn't invite those pioneering lords just to bring them along into the Divine Ruins. After all, doing so would make some things hard to explain. His special ability allows his father to know certain things, but for now, others are kept in the dark. The main reason he gathered the pioneering lords is to prepare for upcoming matters and to plan the future development of the Eagle Merchant Guild. Only after completing these plans will he set out. Nightfall gradually arrives. The familiar mechanical sound rings out. Over the next few days, Thor prepares for his trip to Autumn Leaf territory while waiting for the other pioneering lords to arrive. On the 7th day, all the pioneering lords from the Eagle territory have arrived. Despite Thor's requests, even the lords from the western regions did not delay and hurried to come. In a large meeting room, the pioneering lords gather again. They look at each other with curiosity. Everyone, take a look at this. Thor speaks, then waves his hand. Several maids quickly step forward and hand each pioneering knight a document. What is this? Seeing another document, each lord's eyes light up. The previous plans now seem to have achieved great results. Looking at the documents, they immediately think about the future development of the Eagle Merchant Guild. Only Rajuz looks a bit confused. He doesn't know what the guild's future plans are. But even with his confusion, he quickly picks up the document. As soon as he looks at it, his pupils shrink slightly. At this moment, it's not just Rajuz who reacts this way, many surrounding pioneering lords are also stunned. Lord Thor, this Baron Pape can't help but speak, his eyes immediately turning to Thor. With his words, others who are shocked also come to their senses, all looking at Thor with disbelief. They are wondering what they have just seen. Thor's Eagle territory surprisingly provides life elixirs for them. Your Excellency Thor, it's true. We can really buy life elixirs here. Eyes shining, Bobris also spoke. Life elixirs are very rare in the northern province. They are usually only available at auctions in Lorenz City, and even then, in small amounts and at very high prices. However, the demand for life elixirs is enormous. Low-level life elixirs, in particular, are key to quickly strengthening one's territory. Of course, every month, members of the Eagle Trade Guild are allowed to exchange for 1 low-level life elixir, and this is just the current limit. In about a month, the limit is expected to increase to 2. Thor nodded with a smile, speaking confidently. But as soon as he finished, everyone present took a deep breath. Even though the price of a low-level life elixir in the documents was 200 gold coins, double the outside world, that was still very high. This is the northern province. Even outside, life elixirs are hard to buy, and obtaining them is not easy. Families that produce life elixirs are very limited. The Assad family might have some, and perhaps the Josen family as well. Plus, Thor and Torno's Drius Rosa family owns some, but others do not have this ability. Even among the Assad, Josen, and Drius Rosa families, smuggling might bring in a few bottles, but large quantities are impossible. This is the strict rule of Marquis Layman. Even the Campbell and Spencer families haven't broken it. Others are even less likely to. 1 bottle per month means 12 bottles a year. 2 bottles per month means 24. 24 bottles could train many apprentice and official knights, even giving some a chance to become great knights. Such potential makes everyone excited. As for 200 gold coins, with the huge profits of the Eagle Trade Guild today, it doesn't seem like a big deal anymore. Your Excellency Thor, is it really possible to exchange for a life elixir every month? In excitement, Jozen couldn't help asking. Of course. And the beginner life potion is just the start. You probably don't know, but I have already started breeding giant viper fish. Believe me, soon higher-level life potions will also be available. Thor smiled and nodded, then suddenly dropped another big surprise. Listening to Thor's words, everyone present could no longer stay calm. Several people immediately stood up. Even Byrne, Jelly, and some senior lords did the same. Giant viper fish? Byrne couldn't help but speak, showing shock. Yes, it's the giant viper fish. Within half a year at most, we should be able to produce mid-level life potions. Then, everyone will have the chance to exchange for them. Thor nodded with a smile, still looking calm. Crash. My goddess. This. Lord Thor, are you joking? Thor. People spoke one after another, even with chairs falling. But at this moment, no one paid attention to that. If the lure of low-level life potions was already strong, the mid-level ones made their hearts race even more. Mid-level life potions are very rare in the north. Although Thor had a few bottles during the Loren City auction, there are probably only a few auctions for mid-level potions throughout the year. Even in other provinces, mid-level potions are scarce. They didn't expect Thor to be able to provide mid-level life potions. More importantly, what this means. Mid-level life potions are different from low-level ones. They require a mage to help, and even a first-level mage often can't guarantee success. Only second-level or higher mages have a good chance. Thor's words almost confirmed that the Eagle territory has a mage, likely a second-level or even higher-level mage. This made everyone even more shocked. A second-level mage is much rarer than a great knight, even more so than a land knight. The price is also incomparable. Of course, Thor didn't care about their reactions. The main reason he did these things was to bring everyone's spirits together. Everyone has selfish desires. Even in a community with shared interests, there are many problems. As these interests grow stronger, more issues will appear. Currently, there needs to directly eliminate these problems. With low-level and mid-level life potions, the Eagle Trading Guild is surrounded by a closer-knit group. He has revealed that he can produce mid-level life potions and even guarantees their effectiveness. These pioneering lords will naturally know how to choose. After all, mid-level life potions can help their territories produce land knights, which can lead to opportunities to become viscounts or even counts. Most people would understand what to do in this situation. And that is exactly what Thor wants. He has invested a lot of effort into the Eagle Trading Guild and hopes nothing goes wrong. The results are clearly very impressive. At this moment, everyone looking at Thor has changed their feelings. Even Rajuz Assad and Jaz Anabai are the same. The Assad family can produce low-level life potions, but they do not have mid-level ones. It's not just about collecting materials. It also requires second and third-level mages, which are very rare in the Tulip Kingdom. Not even counts or marquises usually have such mages. But now, Thor has shown he has this ability. Rajuz's eyes light up. He seems to see a broader future. Even Jaz Anabai looks surprised. His family can produce mid-level life potions, but Thor's level and influence are much higher. Thor's Eagle Guild, and even his family, the Dressrosa family, are considered small compared to Thor's. Yet, someone like Thor has the ability to produce mid-level potions. What does this mean? Jaz Anabai understands clearly. As everyone reacts with shock and amazement, Thor simply smiles calmly. Once everyone's feelings settled down, his voice finally spoke again. All right, everyone, the matter of the intermediate life potions will take some time. This time, I called you here partly to announce this matter, and partly because I hope you can send some more strength over. Torl's voice rang out, and the entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. Send more strength? Baron Pape instinctively spoke, looking a bit confused. The others felt the same. At this moment, everyone suppressed their excitement and looked at Torl. Yes, send more strength again. Everyone, don't you think those powerful expansion lords won't come back after they leave? If the Divine Awakening doesn't happen, they will definitely return. With our family strength, we can protect ourselves, but only if we can hold on. Even though we've been quickly increasing our power recently, it's still not enough. Torl sighed softly, his expression serious. Seeing Torl's words, everyone exchanged looks, then also became tense. They hadn't considered this problem before. Only Jaz Anabai frowned slightly. The Dressrosa family. He muttered to himself, looking surprised. Even though he had guessed earlier, Toril must have been confident to do this, but he didn't expect it to be like this. The strength of the Dressrosa family might be much stronger than he thought. Of course, Joza Anabai was surprised now, but he didn't speak. He quietly waited for others and Toril to speak. Lord Toril, but if the divine awakening really happens, the outcome might be uncertain. And the family might not agree, and some family members might not be able to provide strength. Baron Pape couldn't help but speak. Yes, Lord Toril, I don't have a family to support me. Bobris also smiled bitterly and spoke. As they spoke, the others' eyes also turned to Toril. Everyone, what I mean by support isn't right now. You can all request support from your families after the divine awakening, as long as it's faster than those powerful lords. Regarding those without family support, they can also hire help using gold coins at the Habsburg Guild. The amount of support is based on shares, with 1% increasing the rank of a Grand Knight. I also sent a letter to my father requesting assistance. Thor tapped on the table and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. He was naturally prepared for this. A few days ago, he had already written to his father. Thor does not underestimate the power of noble families, especially the strong ones. Those who rise quickly in the northern provinces have resources and strength that should not be ignored. For others, the biggest problem with the Eagle Chamber of Commerce is the divine awakening. But for Thor, the main concern is the counterattack from the powerful lords after the divine awakening. Since the divine awakening is unlikely to happen again, the threat of the lords' counterattack is inevitable, even if there is no current intelligence. Only after surviving this counterattack can the Eagle Chamber of Commerce fully establish itself. Usually, as a pioneer knight, Thor wouldn't ask his family for help. But this is different now. The huge profits are impossible to swallow just by himself and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. It's almost a dream. As he said, the Dressrosa family can indeed protect such large interests, but only if he can defend them. Under these circumstances, Thor naturally couldn't insist. A few days ago, he wrote a letter, hoping his father would support 2 or even 3 Earth Knights. With the breakthrough of Marshall, he would have at least 3 Earth Knights under his command. Even if faced with the counterattack from powerful nobles, he would have some confidence. As for involving the members of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, that would require building a united effort. The Chamber of Commerce belongs to him and the Pioneer Lords. It's impossible for only him to work hard. Everyone needs to contribute. Thor wouldn't foolishly face everything alone. Regarding Thor's proposal, everyone present had no objections, especially since Thor also considered the threat of divine awakening and suggested waiting until after it occurs to act, which made the plan even easier to agree on. Even using this excuse, the support from the family would only grow stronger because it meant they had made the right choice. Soon, everyone agreed and accepted the plan. After handling this matter, Thor prepared to leave. However, just before he set out, another event also came to an end. Thor had to delay his journey again because, after several months, the Kuwait Canal project was completed. A huge structure, over 10 meters wide and more than 3 meters deep, appeared at the center of Eagle Town and Falcon Town, stretching more than 20 miles. By opening the upstream river mouth, the water from the main river would flow into this new channel and eventually reach the downstream main river after traveling over 20 miles. Early in the morning, Kuwait took Thor to the river mouth. Many people had gathered there. A large group of slaves, smiling, and Kuwait, with visible excitement, couldn't hide his joy. Over the months, his skin had become darker, but he looked healthier. "My lord, please do the final step," Kuwait said respectfully and excitedly. "All right." Thor nodded slightly without hesitation. He then moved to the magic crystal cannon in front. The Thunderstone brought back from Pat City had been turned into 3 magic crystal cannons, and this was one of them. Because of better materials, the remaining 3 cannons would be even more powerful. One cannon was almost as strong as 2 of the old magic crystal cannons. Thor took out a second-tier magic core, without hesitation, and inserted it into the cannon. As the magic core was inserted, the entire crystal cannon lit up with a faint blue magic circle. Boom. In the next moment, a dazzling light shot up from the crystal cannon, heading straight for the distant river mouth. A loud explosion followed, and lightning began to flash at the river mouth. As the terrifying power poured out, the loose soil at the river mouth disintegrated. Accompanied by the soil collapsing, suddenly, a powerful surge of water rushed down, directly pouring into the excavated river channel. Boom. Rumble. The river roared forward with great force, unstoppable. It was mighty and grand. Without any obstacle, everyone could only hear the thunderous sound. From a high altitude, one could see the water flowing like a dragon, quickly spreading along the prepared riverbed. The speed increased, and a large amount of soil was washed away. At the same time, the entire river channel gradually took shape. Nice. Feeling the distant river, until the roaring sound gradually diminished, Thor couldn't help but feel satisfied and patted Covet on the shoulder. Although Covet had previously said it would take 2 months to complete, Thor didn't expect it would really only take 2 months, and the work was done very well. He had just looked at the terrain map. This river extended downwards, and within 20 or 30 miles along the way, the land would turn into fertile soil, which could also help reduce the risk of flooding from the main river. Although this reduction only affected the upstream, the downstream would not be influenced. But that was enough. After all, he didn't need to worry about the downstream. Let's go. Now it's time to plan carefully. I want to hear your next steps. Thor smiled and looked at Covet. Yes, sir. Covet was also excited. Then the two returned to the Eagle Fortress. Back to the castle. Thor asked the maid to prepare the map of the Eagle Fortress. Compared to the previous map, it was much clearer now. Additionally, a large line running from north to south appeared, which was the newly created Eagle River. Sir, building this Eagle River cost the lives of 1,423 goblin slaves. Additionally, 23 slaves were slightly injured, and 3 were seriously injured. This river is currently 27 miles long. Covet respectfully explained, describing the losses during the canal construction and the current situation of the canal. Register the 23 slaves with Joseph, and give them 5 merit points each. The 3 seriously injured will receive 20 points each. Thor nodded, thought for a moment, then responded. To put effort and pay the price for territory building, Thor usually grants generous rewards. For example, this time, over 2 months, even if they build a canal, the S contribution points would be slightly higher but still not much. In Thor's reward system, free citizens only earn points through helping the Lord build, while serfs get a fixed amount each year. Extra points are only awarded during wars or unexpected events. Building a canal counts as an unexpected event, giving 1 point per month, with a maximum of 3 months, totaling 3 points. 3 points are a lot for slaves, almost 3 years' worth of effort. And only 3 months have passed. So, becoming free is still a distant goal. Wounded individuals gain 20 points, which, combined with previous efforts, could almost free them from slavery. This is also an opportunity Thor gives to these people. Thanks to these glimpses of hope, the entire Eagle territory, whether free citizens or slaves, is full of hope, quite different from the dull atmosphere elsewhere. Other frontier lords might offer slaves opportunities, but even becoming free wouldn't bring much change. But Thor is different. When a serf becomes free, they qualify to join the Young Eagle Knights, allowing their family to climb the social ladder. This is very important. Even for serfs, this is a strong incentive, let alone free citizens. And even knights can earn more points to train faster, which is also very attractive. This is the core of Thor's system. Of course, this only applies to humans. Thor doesn't care about goblin slaves. These are just consumables. With goblins' breeding ability, if they run out, they can just be captured again. With Anna around, there's no need to worry about saving resources. A contract is enough to solve most problems. Yes, sir. I'll handle it soon. Kuwait nodded respectfully, ignoring the goblin. All right. Tell me about your next plan. Thor nodded with satisfaction and then spoke again. Opening the canal is not the main point. The key is to develop the entire Eagle territory farmland afterward. In previous descriptions of Kuwait, it was possible to reclaim an additional 2,000 acres of farmland. Thor was very focused on this moment. After all, food is the foundation of a territory, especially for a lord who wants to develop. Sir, look. The Eagle River runs through the entire north and south, stretching up to 27 miles. The territory can rely on this to extend water channels to the north and eastern regions. Currently, I have a preliminary plan to develop this area. I believe that just this region alone can reach 2,000 acres. If needed in the future, we can continue eastward. This entire area is flat plains with no obstacles. The previous inability to develop was due to lack of water sources. Now, with the Eagle River flowing through, we only need to further divert water. The only issue is during dry seasons. When water is scarce, these areas might face some impact, but it won't be serious. You built a dam on the upper main river, So during dry seasons, we just need to divert water downstream. That should be enough for farming in this region. We can also build water reservoirs here to divert more water during floods and use these reservoirs as backups during dry periods. Hearing Tor's words, Kuwait looked excited. He briefly organized his thoughts, which had already been in his mind for a while, and then started pointing at the map to explain. Kuwait clearly had ideas about how to expand farmland after opening the Eagle River. He had even perfected his plans. Now, his explanation was very clear. Even Tor's eyes brightened as he listened. It must be said that Kuwait's ideas were very well thought out, progressing step by step. With the successful opening of the Eagle River and Kuwait's plan, they might really be able to develop most of the Eagle territory. At that point, it wouldn't just be 2,000 acres, 10,000 acres could be possible. Thinking of that 10,000 acres, Tor's breathing grew heavier. That's 10,000 acres, about 1 million acres of land. Even with the current grain yield, roughly 300 pounds per acre, 10 million acres would produce about 3 billion pounds of grain. Currently, the entire Eagle territory owns nearly 10,000 acres of land, which could produce around 600 million pounds of grain. This amount of grain is enough to make anyone feel overwhelmed. At least, at this moment, no noble lord in the northern province can produce such a large amount of grain. Even Torda couldn't help but breathe more heavily, especially since he hasn't forgotten that he now has an elf girl, Ivira, a forest elf, who has methods to greatly increase grain production. If they work together, the output might not be just 600 million pounds, perhaps a billion or even 20 billion pounds. Just thinking about such results makes people excited. Sir, this is my current plan, said Cowett. The first step should take about a year, and the entire process might take around 3 years to complete. Torda was excited inside, and Cowett's voice gradually became more serious. After speaking, his gaze nervously looked at Tordu. His plan was very large, requiring a lot of time and manpower. He could only proceed if Torda supported him. 3 years? Yes, I can do it. Those people will still be under your control, and I will have Joseph send another 3,000 goblin slaves to you. Torda's thoughts returned, and he paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Most other lords might not accept such a large project taking 3 years, as grain, though valuable, isn't as profitable as a mine or hunting magical beasts. With that time, they might as well look for mines or hunt monsters. But for Tordu, it was different. He was planning to settle here permanently, so he cared deeply and was even willing to pay a higher price. Thank you, sir. I will complete all the construction within 3 years. Hearing Tordu's confident words, Cowett's originally tense expression finally relaxed, and he spoke with excitement. Keep working hard. Tordu nodded with a smile. Cowett's plan to develop the farmland still excited Tordu. If Eagle territory could cultivate over 20,000 acres of farmland, the entire territory could rise to a new level. Of course, Thor also knew that achieving this goal was not easy. The canal had already been built, but improving the entire canal and turning the surrounding plains into fertile land was a very complicated task. In the present world, unlike in his previous life, there were no modern fertilizers, so developing farmland was quite difficult. In the early stages, it was also hard to keep the soil fertile. This was different from land that had been cultivated before. Previously, the chosen land was either made up of silt deposits or marshy areas, which had long been filled with decayed plants and animals, creating very fertile soil. The new land, even with a canal running through it, only had enough water, but its fertility was far from comparable. Normal land could produce about 200 pounds, but whether these new lands could reach even 100 pounds was uncertain, or more precisely, whether the planted seeds could be harvested was a problem. Reaching a certain yield required long-term farming. This type of land was called ripe land in ancient China, while uncultivated land was called raw land. Similar terms exist in this world as well. Although he had taught the Eagle leaders how to fertilize the soil, clearly that was not enough. In ancient times, grain production was extremely difficult. Even in modern times, high-yield wheat produced only 2 to 3 gene, while low-yield wheat sometimes only produced a few dozen gene, or even less, making it impossible to even harvest seed. There was a term called pulling wheat, which referred to a method of harvesting wheat that was fundamentally different from cutting it. Wheat that had been sown but received no water or rain grew very sparsely and was short. Because the soil was not irrigated, it was loose and soft, making it impossible to harvest with a sickle. It had to be pulled out by hand, one stalk at a time, so the yield was obviously low. While waiting for Kuwait to leave, Thor fell into deep thought. He also picked up paper and pen with his right hand. As a traveler, relying on a lot of time to increase farmland yield like other lords was clearly not acceptable to him. At this moment, he wanted to recall if there were any good methods or if his previous life's experience could help. After thinking for a moment, Thor shook his head and gave up. He realized that even if he wanted to improve things, it was not so easy. In his previous modern society, there were many methods, but he could hardly remember them now. Thanks to following my grandmother when I was young, I can remember the ways of other methods. I don't know any traditional or homemade fertilizers. But that's normal, after all. No one knows they will travel across worlds. Looks like I have to ask Ivira for help. Whispering softly, Thor put down his pen and stood up. The methods from my past life are unreliable, but in this extraordinary world, I might not need to rely on them. Elves, as nature's favorites, especially forest elves, are naturally close to plants. Probably no one knows this better than elves. Recently, Ivira should be quite familiar with the Eagle territory. Plus, with Anna's help, it shouldn't be hard to get some assistance. Anyway, increasing food production still depends on them, so it's better to see if I can solve everything at once. Thor got up and left the study. After asking the maid, Thor learned where Ivira and Anna were. They were in a forest in the Eagle territory. It seemed Ivira was teaching Anna magic. Thor thought for a moment and then decided to go over. On the west side of Eagle Town, there is a large jungle. Anna and Ivira arrived there early in the morning. Recently, they practice magic here every day, mostly led by Ivira. Although Anna has a contract with an ice spirit, she still doesn't understand magic very well. Ivira, a top-tier third-level mage, took the initiative to teach her. Thanks to Ivira's guidance, Anna's magic has greatly improved recently. In the jungle now, Anna holds a magic staff. Ivira stands beside her. Remember, when casting magic, focus your mental energy into the staff. Yes, exactly like that. You can start chanting now. This time, don't hold back. Use all your mental and magical power. Ivira's gentle voice is serious and focused. Okay, I understand, Ivira. Anna nods heavily, her mental energy weaving together, and her powerful magic energy is fully mobilized at this moment. Oh, great snow goddess, please lend me your anger to help us reach the lost shore. Blizzard. A clear voice sounded. Along with his words, a wind began to appear around Anna, gradually turning into a fierce gale. Amid the swirling wind, snowflakes started to fall from the sky. The snowflakes grew larger, and the fierce wind swept them around, causing the temperature to drop quickly. This was a third-level magic, Blizzard. Unlike ordinary magic, the power of this magic depends on the user's level. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. Anna used all her magic and mental strength to cast it. The wind and snow swept over a radius of about 50 meters. Trees shook quickly, and frost spread outward from Anna in all directions. The frost expanded, and the temperature continued to fall. In the jungle, some insects couldn't react in time and were covered by ice. Not only insects, but also flowers, trees, and even the ground began to freeze rapidly. However, this fierce wind didn't last long. In less than 10 minutes, the storm gradually calmed down. At the very center, Anna staggered and nearly fell. Fortunately, Ivira caught her quickly. Even so, Anna's face was slightly pale. This third-level magic drained all her magic and mental energy. Although the power of the ice spirit was helping her recover, she couldn't fully replenish her strength at once. Anna, are you okay? Ivira asked with concern. I'm fine, Ivira. Anna took a deep breath and shook her head. Her face was a little pale, but she looked excited. She had actually cast a third-level magic. She always believed she could do it, but besides the contract, she had never tried. Now she knew she could do it. That made her very happy. Hee hee, Anna is so amazing. She was able to cast third-level magic even at level 2, Ivira said with a smile. Thanks to Nicole, I couldn't have done it without her. After Anna's excitement, she shook her head. She knew very well that this wasn't just her own ability. Without Nia constantly providing her with magic power, she definitely couldn't have performed it. Even so, Anna is very impressive. Being able to contract a nature spirit among our forest creatures, it seems only the queen can do that. Evelyn shook her head and spoke seriously. While the two were talking, they both seemed to sense something and looked into the distance instinctively. Soon, a figure appeared in their sight. Master! Seeing Thor, Anna's face lit up with joy. and she quickly ran over. Evelyn was momentarily stunned but also flew over. "Master," Anna said with a bright smile. "Thor," Evelyn also called out. "How are you, Anna?" Thor smiled and spoke, looking at Anna and nodding at Evelyn. "Thanks to Nia, I can now use third-level magic," Anna said excitedly, her words full of enthusiasm. "Third level?" Thor raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Yes, Anna is very powerful. Look, Thor, that's Anna's third-level magic, a snowstorm." Evelyn flew over, also excited, and pointed at Thor to look ahead. At this moment, Thor noticed the messy scene in front of him. Even Thor's expression changed slightly. "Higi, it's not as impressive as Evelyn said. It was Nia who helped me." Anna looked a bit embarrassed. "Ha ha ha. Anna is indeed very strong. But you need to work hard." Thor came back to himself and praised her. "I will, Master. By the way, Master, you came over. Is there something you need?" Anna looked at Thor curiously. As Anna spoke, Evelyn also looked over with curiosity. They knew Thor had been very busy lately. Right now, her coming over voluntarily probably meant she had something to ask. "Well, Evelyn, could you please help me with something?" Thor nodded slightly and paused thoughtfully, then looked at the nearby elf girl and asked, "Can you help? Me?" Ivira asked with some confusion, instinctively pointing to herself. "Yes, I heard that forest elves have the ability to make plants more friendly. I need to plant some crops in my territory soon. Could you help speed up their growth and increase the yield?" Thor smiled and explained his plan. "Of course, I can do that. Just let me go over there. It's very simple." Ivira listened to Thor and happily agreed. Although Anna called Thor the Master, Ivira didn't dislike the human in front of her. Especially after hearing about Anna's situation, she was very grateful to Thor. Helping Thor was natural for Ivira, so she didn't refuse. "Thank you very much." Thor expressed his gratitude with a smile. "No problem. You helped Anna, so you're a good person. Elves like to help good people," Ivira said with a smile. Hearing Ivira's words, Thor's mouth twitched slightly. Wow, was he being hit with a good person card? And it was from the elf in front of him. If he remembered correctly, the last time an elf gave him a good person card, the grass on their grave might have grown 3 inches tall. Of course, Thor knew she didn't mean any harm, so he quickly chuckled. He then explained some farmland matters and other things that needed handling before leaving. Ivira then began helping Thor speed up crop growth and evolution. The elf's role was undoubtedly significant, with visible changes almost to the eye. In just 3 days, the newly planted seeds had sprouted, faint green light interwoven, and they looked much more vibrant than before. It was clear that their yield would greatly increase. Even without considering the newly reclaimed farmland, the current fields would see a big harvest this year. Thinking about the forest elves' role recorded in history, Thor couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Of course, amid his expectations, Thor also remembered the important task at hand. The time until the divine revelation was getting very close, less than 15 days now. No matter how much he delays, he should be ready to leave soon. This time, he doesn't want to miss the chance for divine inspiration. Just as he prepares to depart, a figure appears in Loren City. A young boy rides a white horse, followed by 3 apprentice knights, all wearing the crest of the Dressrosa family. When others see the boy's crest, many knights, or even territorial lords and nobles, automatically step back. Compared to before, most powerful lords have withdrawn, and the Dressrosa family's reputation is growing daily. Even in Loren City, most people still give the Dressrosa family respect. "Brother Tor, you should be in the east. I'll go check the city hall first," Carter thinks quietly to himself. He's the young eagle who just left the Dressrosa castle. A month ago, he became a qualified apprentice knight by gathering his life seed. Usually, he would become either a family guardian knight or an exploration knight, but he chose the wandering knight path when he didn't need to choose. In Engel's surprised gaze, Carter, with 3 other apprentice knights, set out toward the northern province. 10 days later, Carter and a few apprentice knights arrived at Eagle's Nest. Seeing Eagle's Nest, Carter was stunned by what he saw: endless wheat fields and a large city under construction in the distance. People were busy and energetic. It was very different from the remote small town he imagined. It even felt more lively than Dressrosa Castle. "Brother Tor, you're amazing," Carter whispered, his eyes shining. His face was slightly red with excitement. He had seen many territories in the northern province, but never one as prosperous as his brother's. This made him feel even prouder. In the study, Thor was preparing for something, but soon received news of Carter's arrival. Carter? Thor was surprised and looked a bit shocked. Yes, the knight calls himself Carter Dressrosa, a maid respectfully said. Okay, I understand. Bring him over. Thor nodded. Yes. The maid respectfully responded and quickly stepped back. Watching the maid leave, Thor's brow furrowed slightly, showing a hint of surprise. But it was just a brief surprise, and he quickly resumed handling some matters before him. Half an hour later, the door was gently knocked again. Come in, Thor said, and the door was pushed open. The maid led a figure into the room. Brother Thor, Carter said nervously. It's really you, Carter. How did you come here? Seeing the familiar young boy, Thor couldn't help but smile, and his words followed. Brother Thor, I've now become an apprentice knight. I want to help you. Carter was excited inside. At this moment, he finally saw Thor again. Since the day Thor praised him and gave him a chance, Thor's figure had been deeply imprinted in his mind. So, after becoming an apprentice knight, Carter couldn't wait to come here. Ha ha ha, good job, Carter. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Thor carefully sensed him and then laughed loudly. He stood up and went over to pat Carter heavily on the shoulder. By the way, Brother Thor, my father asked me to tell you that the kingdom has probably started moving recently. You should be prepared to see if there's any news from the northern side. Do you know what he meant? Hearing Thor's praise, Carter's excitement grew even more. But amid his excitement, he seemed to think of something and quickly spoke. Until he was about to go to the northern province, Count Engelbert specifically asked him to bring some words. News? The kingdom? Thor was slightly stunned and then reacted. His expression showed a hint of surprise. Father, did he give any other instructions? Thor asked curiously, his gaze once again on Carter. Father didn't say anything else, just asked me to pass these words to you. Carter shook his head in confusion. All right, Carter, you've traveled hard. Go rest first. I'll have someone prepare a banquet. Thor looked thoughtfully at Carter, then nodded. Yes. Carter nodded back and stepped back. Watching Carter leave, Thor fell into deep thought. Since his father already knows, the kingdom's plans to act are probably no longer a secret. After all, his father is only a count at the moment. Thor isn't sure if this is good or bad. But since he has come this far, he must see the divine revelation for himself. He won't miss this chance. Originally, he planned to go with Steve, Pelos, and Rain. Now, Thor is thinking of adding one more person, Carter. He believes his father probably agrees with this. Also, Carter traveled a long way to help him, so Thor definitely won't treat his brother badly. Compared to others, Carter, as his brother, is more reliable, second only to Rain, the guardian knight. Thor gently tapped his right hand. After a moment of deep thought, Thor stood up. Inside the castle, the banquet was ready. Thor took Carter into the celebration, hosting the guests. Throughout the banquet, Carter's smile never faded, and Thor also kept a smile on his face. The seeds planted that day had finally taken root and sprouted. He was beginning to see the first fruits. Carter's talent was only average, but with such determination, his future achievements would surely be extraordinary. For Thor, this also meant gaining extra strength. Especially after the banquet, under the light of the goddess of life, Carter chose to become Thor's guardian knight. This meant his core power was once again increased. The next day, as the morning sun shone, Thor slowly got up. Served by a maid, he finished washing and went to the training ground, ready for another day of practice. But he found that Carter was already there training. Thor raised an eyebrow, surprised, but soon a faint smile appeared. Carter's diligence and perseverance hadn't changed since arriving at the Eagle's Nest, nor had they changed after becoming a trainee knight. This made Thor breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried Carter might lose that determination and hard work. Carter's core qualities are perseverance and hard work. Without these, his value would significantly decrease. Fortunately, that was not the case. Thor did not disturb Carter and instead continued his own training nearby. After 2 hours, Thor stopped his movements. Even though he paused, Carter's figure in the distance was still practicing. Thor glanced at him but did not call him to stop, knowing he had enough life potions to recover from any training losses. There was no need to worry. Thor returned to the study. At this moment, Steve, Pelos, and Rain had already returned to the territory. In the study, the three gathered together. Has the transfer of the items been mostly completed? Thor asked, looking at the three. Yes, sir. Everything has been handled, Rain replied respectfully. In about a month, there shouldn't be any big issues, Pelos nodded. Good. Prepare yourselves. We will depart soon, Thor said with satisfaction, then gave some instructions to the three. Yes, they responded, quickly stepping back. A moment later, outside the castle, Thor, Steve, Pelos, Rain, Carter, and more than 20 official knights gathered. Everyone was a bit excited. Thor's reason for this was simple: to participate in the Northern Front line to earn enough merit points to be granted the title of Viscount. He was only a few hundred points away from becoming a Viscount. The Eagle territory was stable, and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce was well organized, so they could act now. Everyone had no doubts about this. They didn't consider the danger of heading to the Northern Front line. Danger was constant in the northern provinces. Without taking risks, there would be no gains. Even Carter looked excited. Let's go. Thor looked ahead, pulled the reins, and started heading north. Behind him, Steve, Pelos, Rain, Carter, and the more than 20 knights followed. Initially, Thor planned to bring only 4 people to fight. However, it would be too obvious to go into battle with just 4. After some thought, he decided to add 20 official knights. This was also a chance for these 20 knights to prove themselves. Everyone set out together toward the Northern Land Province. Meanwhile, during Thor's group's movement, a different scene was unfolding in Loren City. Several groups of people and horses appeared suddenly. When they arrived, the city became a bit chaotic. "Oh my goodness, those are members of the Kalnina family," someone exclaimed. "And there's more. That's the Lopu family from the Southern Moon Province. My goddess, are all 3 major Duke families here? Can anyone tell me what's happening? Don't the 3 Duke families usually stay out of expansion?" "No, it's not just the 3 Duke families. I also saw the Campbell family and the Spencer family. They are some of the top Marquis families in the kingdom." "Haha, Marquis and Duke titles are nothing. Do you know what I saw yesterday?" "What?" "You won't believe it. I saw the symbol of the royal family." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I saw a heraldic badge with a tulip. Only the royal family can wear the tulip badge in the entire Tulip Kingdom. Oh my goodness." Suddenly, Loren City became lively. People kept talking and pointing. Knights, expansion lords, and even noble lords were all shocked by the many powerful figures arriving over these days. Strong nobles, who were rarely seen in Loren City before, appeared one after another. Some were heirs of powerful Marquis families. Others were children of the 3 major Duke families, and some even showed signs of royal blood. Everyone was stunned and didn't know how to react. They realized something big was happening, but most didn't understand what it was. No one was there to explain. Most people could only stare blankly at this group of visitors. Among this group of people, previously, many powerful lords who had withdrawn were also among them. However, at this moment, their faces looked quite grim. They had just retreated and returned, only to be scolded harshly by their father. Then, they had to slip away again in shame. This time, not only did they come back, but their brothers and sisters also followed. Because right now, something very crazy might happen in the northern region, which could make everyone below the Earth Knight level go wild. Thinking about the information from their father, Seki Spencer couldn't help but look even more unhappy. Especially when he thought about the family's resources worth over 100,000 gold coins, which they sold for just a few thousand to the Drius Rosa family. Seki Spencer felt his anger rising constantly. Drius Rosa, they must have found out earlier. He couldn't help but speak out, and if he didn't need to go north now, he would have already gone back to fight. Of course, he wasn't the only one with this idea. Many other retreating pioneer lords also thought similarly. Only the Campbell family's nobles had shining eyes. Stein Campbell, from the northern province, seemed to have encountered an accident. So, the land originally belonging to Stein Campbell now belonged to them. Once this divine awakening ended, they would have a chance to gain it all. Just thinking about it made them very excited. For a while, each top noble's heir had completely different feelings. But these had nothing to do with Tor. He didn't even know that most of the noble heirs had already arrived in Loren City. And even if he knew, he might not care. Since the kingdom was playing this way, they must have been prepared. This scene was not surprising at all. In fact, if this scene hadn't happened, it would be strange. It's unlikely the kingdom would just make others their pawns. Night gradually fell. It took about 7 or 8 days to reach the northern front from Eagle's Nest. Tor and his group didn't rush, but traveled at a normal pace. Along the way, with the daily intelligence reports, Tor gained a lot. The entire northern province was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove. Even though much of the western, relatively barren northern and eastern regions have been developed, good things are never scarce. Even if the first piece of information isn't accurate, the second and third always are. There are many things that even Thor can't help but be amazed by. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. 30 miles west of your location, there is a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. If you split it open, you can find a divine wood fruit inside. 2. 50 miles east of your location, in 3 hours, a group of one-horned ants will pass by. They have a very strong biting ability. 3. 20 miles ahead, around noon tomorrow, a herd of one-horned horses will pass through. 4. 1,000 miles west of your location, a star moon fruit is about to ripen. 5. 500 miles north, in 5 hours, a group of earth dragons will come to search for food. 8. 10 days later, at Autumn Leaf Ridge, bloodthirsty werewolves will hold a grand divine awakening ceremony. However, due to the arrival of the Tulip Kingdom and surrounding kingdoms' forces, the ceremony fails midway. The divine event does not occur, only the fall of the divine ruins remains. 9. 15 days later, the bloodthirsty werewolf leader's divine awakening fails. Part of his body splits and he secretly enters the northern province, trying to reach the North Icefield via the main river. As the intelligence reports appeared one after another, Thor led everyone along the road to the north. Within just a few days, they gained a lot 2 divine wood fruits and information about a star moon fruit. They also obtained some other magical plants. In less than 5 days of travel, this harvest was worth over 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins. Even without relying on the territory or the Eagle Business Guild, Thor felt that just the daily intelligence system alone could bring him great gains. The entire northern province is enormous, with resources beyond imagination. Even the parts touched by the Tulip Kingdom are just the tip of the iceberg. The vast northern province holds unimaginable wealth waiting to be discovered. Thor, like having a god's eye view, receives daily updates on all the good things within his range. This means he doesn't need to search, he just needs to obtain. Even the potential dangers they might face each day, there are ways to avoid them through intelligence reports. Compared to others, this advantage is naturally unmatched. However, this thought only briefly appeared in Thor's mind and was quickly suppressed. The gains from exploration are indeed significant, but compared to the territory, it is unstable and lost territory. In this world, he would find it very difficult to advance in rank. Having a territory allows him to gain the title of Baron now, and in the future, he could become a Viscount, Earl, Marquis, or even a Duke. Losing the territory makes it almost impossible to be promoted again. More importantly, owning a territory is not just about status. A noble with a territory can attract many talented people and make them willing to serve. Without a territory, even a noble might struggle to attract talent. The difference is quite large. In the jungle, a huge bonfire burns brightly. A wild boar is quickly dealt with and then placed on the fire. How far is it to the northern defense line? The smell of roasting meat fills the air. Thor looks at Steve beside him and asks with curiosity, "Sir, it's about 100 miles to the Autumn Leaf territory. We should arrive within 2 days." Steve checks the map and reports seriously to Thor. 2 days? We need to speed up a bit. Thor nods and makes a firm decision. 5 days have passed, and the day of divine awakening mentioned in the intelligence report is getting closer. If they delay further, something unexpected might happen. Thor considers it and decides to go ahead first. As for other gains from the daily intelligence reports, they can wait for later. There's no need to rush. Yes, although Steve and the others are a bit confused, they do not object to Thor's words. The next day, the group sets out again, and their pace quickens a little. 2 days later, Thor and his group arrive at the Autumn Leaf territory. At this moment, the territory has changed dramatically from before. Looking around, it's a barren, scorched landscape. The entire view is covered in burn marks. The ground was also showing a dark red color. A broken and battered fortress stretched from one end of the view to the other. It was not only dotted with dark brown patches but also full of pits and holes, with one section visibly damaged and currently being quickly repaired. Even Thor, who had already guessed what he would see, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene at Keweiling. Wow. Pelos also instinctively spoke, but halfway through his words, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. The others were not in much better shape. Rain, Carter, and others looked at the scene with surprise. Even Thor took a deep breath. Now, the area looked like this, which showed how fierce the battle was. In fact, it was indeed fierce. The kingdom's second wave of support arrived, with 3 great dukes and royal forces. They not only cleared many orc tribes in the northern province, but also stabilized 3 defensive lines. Keywiling was one of these lines. However, that was all. Over time, continuous waves of orc tribes kept attacking the 3 defensive lines where Keywiling was located. Some of these tribes were at the 3rd or even 4th level of strength. In this situation, many orcs fell before the fortress every day, and many strong fighters from the Tulip Kingdom also died here. Even the noble support troops suffered significant losses. The noble lords who came earlier to earn merit and gain recognition lost even more. As a result, fewer noble lords tried to come here to earn merit during this period. Thor and the others' arrival also made the defending knights here pause in surprise. Resisting the orcs? You dare to come here? Wait a moment. The knight spoke, a bit surprised, but quickly went to report. Soon, Thor met a court count responsible for the defense line. Good. The kingdom needs leaders like you. Descendants of Drius Rosa. All right, the western side is also under the responsibility of your Drius Rosa descendants. You can go to the western side. Right. He spoke. Soon, a knight stepped forward quickly. Sir. The knight respectfully spoke. Please Lord Baron Thor to the western side where Brian is located. The command was given. Yes. The knight respectfully responded. Thor then thanked a court count. Under the watch of the court count, Thor followed a knight named led to the west side. He felt curious inside. He didn't expect to hear news about his family here. After a day of curiosity, Thor was quickly led to his destination on the west side. There, he met a man named Brian, a descendant of Drius Rosa. He was a middle-aged man with a beard, strong build, and one eye was completely blind. By rank, he was Thor's older brother. The Drius Rosa family was spreading across the Tulip Kingdom. The Brian family was one of them. But unlike others, Brian's father became a court viscount, and Brian inherited his father's title. This time, he arrived at the northern front line with the kingdom's support. Ha ha ha, Thor. Seeing Thor, Brian's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. Brother Brian. Thor also smiled and stepped forward. They embraced. Thor, I just heard that a baron named Thor from our Drius Rosa family has come to the northern front to fight orcs. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect it was really you. You're quite impressive. I've heard many stories about you lately. Those northern nobles praise you endlessly. Brian said with a smile, showing some emotion. His gaze on Thor was full of genuine admiration. He wasn't joking. He truly heard about Thor's deeds. Initially, even hearing this news surprised him. As a descendant of Drius Rosa, he knew how hard it was to be a pioneer lord. Thor had become a baron in less than 2 years, which was very rare in Drius Rosa's hundreds of years of history. Brother Brian, you flatter me. Thor shook his head with a smile, then followed Brian to the fort's battlements. This group is responsible for guarding this outpost and the 10 magic crystal cannons. The battle here is also very fierce, with a noticeable gap in front of the large fortress. Walking on the fortress, you can see the stone slabs soaked in blood. That's not overpraising. This is your ability. Even Uncle Engelbert would probably praise you. Brian spoke with admiration, showing a hint of envy. Although he is now a viscount, he clearly understands the difference between territorial nobles and court nobles. Thor's baron status is much higher than his own. Moreover, Thor has a brighter future ahead. By the way, Thor, how long do you plan to stay? This isn't a place to stay long. Recently, the attacks by orcs have become more frequent, and it's very dangerous here. Brian, feeling envious, seemed to think of something and looked serious as he spoke softly. More frequent? Thor raised his eyebrows and asked instinctively. Yes. After we came to support, the orc attacks initially eased a bit, but for some reason, since this month, they have become more frequent. The northern area even saw several new 4th-tier orc tribes. If you want to earn merit, this place isn't suitable. Brian looked around and, seeing no one else nearby, spoke again with a serious expression. Thank you, Brother Brian. I understand. I probably won't stay long, about half a month. Mainly because I am very close to earning enough merit points for the Viscount title. I only need a few hundred more. Once I get it, I will leave. Thor nodded and expressed his gratitude, speaking earnestly. This is his reason for heading to the northern province. Whether others care or not, Thor has made some preparations. Only a few hundred points? Yes, indeed. That's mainly what can be gained here recently. All right, let's see if there are any orc attacks in the next few days. If there are, I'll help you out and see if we can take down a 3rd-tier orc and some 2nd-tier orcs. Brian nodded, not surprised. Tor's choice is quite normal in his view. Falling short of some merit points, heading to the northern front is almost the choice of most noble lords. Several pioneers and lords had arrived before. Thor was just one of them. Wow. Listening to Brian's words, Thor hesitated a bit. Don't refuse. Uncle Engel helped my father a lot back then. But, Thor, you must promise me one thing. After this, you'd better leave quickly. If we really face a fourth-tier orc attack, we might not be able to hold it. Brian shook his head and then spoke seriously. Understood. Thank you, Brother Brian. Thor took a deep breath, calmed his nerves, and then expressed his gratitude to Brian. He didn't say anything more. After all, the divine revelation was about to begin. There would be no need to explain then. Why thank me? We are brothers. Let's go. It should be mealtime soon. The food here isn't as good as in the mainland. I wonder if you'll get used to it. Brian smiled and then led Thor into the wall enclosure. This was a small gathering place. As soon as Brian entered, several figures greeted him. Hey, Brian, you're bringing a new person again. Oh, wow. Is this one of your Dressrosa's young eagles? Brian. Hi. Voices mixed together, and Brian responded to each, sometimes helping Thor introduce himself. Thor also smiled and greeted everyone. With Brian's introduction, Thor learned about the people at this defensive point. Over 500 people gathered here, mainly to defend the 10 magic crystal cannons. The highest-ranking person was Brian, a court baron. Besides him, there were 7 knight squads, some with over 100 members, others with only 50 or 60. Including Thor, there were 8 knight squads. Ignoring the troops Thor brought, these 500-plus people included 1 Earth Knight, 3 peak-level Grand Knights, 10 Grand Knights, over 300 Knights, and more than 200 trainee Knights. Yes, Brian was already an Earth Knight. According to Count Engel's information, Brian was clearly not originally an Earth Knight. Indeed, Brian was not an Earth Knight before. His period of breakthrough was not long, only about 10 days. Because of this, Brian became the person in charge of this place. If nothing unexpected happens, after returning this time, Brian is very likely to be granted the title of Count at the court. Congratulations, Brother Brian. Tur smiled and congratulated him. A land knight, even if not a noble lord, is still very important. Haha, just lucky this time. Come on, let's have a drink first. There's no wine here, only water. Brian smiled and raised his water cup to signal to Tur. It's okay, Brother Brian. Tur nodded with a smile, then also raised his cup. The two talked happily. Occasionally, the knight captain would speak. Tur fit in very well, with no obvious barriers. The main reason was that Tur's strength this time was quite impressive, unlike the previous northern expansion lords. Those earlier expansion lords only had the strength of a high knight, or sometimes even less, just trying their luck. This made the knights fighting hard not very pleased. But Tur was different. The troops Tur brought included not only regular knights, but also 3 high knights. Even at this defensive point, 3 high knights were a force not to be ignored. With 3 high knights and 20 regular knights, their defenses would be much easier. They naturally became more willing to accept Tur. Plus, Tur had no heirs of nobility. Even though he was a descendant of the Dressrosa family, he was very humble, making it easy to blend in. During the conversation, a knight captain's eyes flickered with hesitation as he spoke. Lord Tur, I've heard that your northern province currently has a lot of land available. Is that true? His words were quiet, but immediately drew many eyes. Even Brian couldn't help but feel a stir inside. It should be quite a lot. Almost all of the north is empty, and even in the west, many noble lords have fled or retreated. Looking at the hopeful gazes, Tur smiled and nodded, then spoke. He clearly understood what these people were thinking. But this is not a big deal. He certainly didn't mind talking about it. Really? When Thor's words were heard, the captain of the knights, who had just spoken, brightened his eyes. The others felt the same. Although the northern province has been expanding continuously, with many lords venturing into new lands each year, after 20 years of development, most good territories have already been taken. Now, in the entire northern province, anyone with some ability knows there aren't many good places left. This is one of the main reasons why fewer and fewer people have been going to the northern province to become expansion lords in recent years. If it were just about low success rates for investments, many nobles in Tulip would still take risks. The only difference would be fewer people doing so. But no matter how few, With such a large noble population, it wouldn't be much less. However, when investment risks increase sharply and returns drop significantly, it becomes a completely different situation. At this moment, with the impact of the orcs and the Divine Awakening, many nobles are fleeing or facing ruin, leaving many good lands in the northern province empty. The knights stationed at the northern front line are undoubtedly the first to know this. Naturally, they have some ideas. Thor wouldn't interfere with their thoughts. The northern province is too large, relying solely on him or the Eagle Trading Guild is difficult to manage. Allowing more nobles and expansion lords to come would actually help develop the northern province further and boost the economy, which would maximize his benefits. Of course, it's true. Last time, the orc attack destroyed many territories and many fled. Everyone, if you want, you should prepare quickly. Otherwise, after the orcs settle down, it might be hard to find such opportunities again. Thor sighed and then spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Lord Thor, for the reminder. Understood. Understood. Thanks a lot. One after another, voices responded. Hearing Thor's sigh, they didn't pay much attention. It wasn't their lands that were destroyed, so they didn't feel much. Instead, they felt more hopeful. Even Brian's expression showed a hint of an idea. Thor also noticed this and subtly signaled to Brian. Brian was momentarily stunned but then nodded gently. Afterwards, everyone resumed their conversation, and this meal came to an end. Once finished, they all took their leave and prepared to go back to rest. Today, they had no free time. They needed to rest quickly, as no one knew when the orcs might attack again. They watched as everyone left. Then, Thor hesitated briefly and spoke to Brian. Brother Brian, if you have any plans, it's best to send someone to become a pioneer lord within this month. Thor spoke seriously. This month? Brian was surprised. Yes, within this month. There is a territory in the west that used to belong to the Felon family, but they have already left. That place is still quite good. Brother Brian, you might want to try sending someone there. Thor nodded but didn't explain further. Some things are hard to explain, and it's not clear where to start, so it's better to be direct. Listening to Thor, Brian fell into thought. He didn't ask questions. Since Thor didn't tell him the reason, he wouldn't push for answers. He was contemplating whether to act. A month is too short. Many preparations hadn't been made. At most, he could only send his eldest son along. He probably couldn't send much force either. His troops, except for his eldest son, belonged to the royal family's forces. He had no authority to take them away. He only had control over them, not full ownership. A month is too short. I can only send Stuck. Even if I support him with some gold, it might still be difficult. Would 3 months be possible? After a brief hesitation, Brian shook his head and asked Thor with some doubt. 3 months is too long. By then, other nobles will probably have already acted. Brother Brian, how about this? If you want, I can temporarily assign 20 knights from the territory to help Stuck. Thor shook his head, joking. 3 months later, if conflicts have already broken out, it would be almost impossible to develop the territory. However, Brian understood roughly what he meant from his words. He hesitated slightly and gave an answer. As a family member, Thor still tries to help whenever possible. Especially now that Brian has become a land knight, Thor naturally doesn't mind showing some kindness to strengthen their bond. Is that really possible? Hearing Thor's words, Brian's eyes lit up, and he instinctively spoke. Of course it is. Brother Brian, if Stuck is truly ready to become a pioneer lord, I can support him at any time. Thor nodded seriously. Great. I'm very grateful. Thor. Brian spoke with gratitude, his eyes shining with determination. Brother Brian, you are too kind. We are brothers. Isn't that right? This is my token. Let Stuck take it to the territory. Uncle Marshall will assign him 20 official knights. Thor smiled and shook his head, then took off his noble badge and handed it to Brian. Yes, we are brothers. Brian quickly nodded, feeling a firm resolve inside. This time, no matter what, he was determined to help Thor earn the appropriate credit. Of course, there was no need to say these words aloud. Then Brian called his eldest son, Stuck. The three began to talk. Mostly, Brian asked questions, Thor answered, and Stuck listened nervously nearby. After Brian decided to support Stuck in becoming a pioneer knight, Thor also explained the current situation of the entire northern province and the challenges they would face next. These details needed to be clearly communicated. Listening to Thor's description, even Brian couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Stuck's heart pounded even more fiercely. He looked at Thor with a shocked expression. Neither Brian nor Stuck expected Thor to be so bold, daring to forcibly take over the territories of powerful lords. More importantly, Thor even dared to gamble on divine inspiration. Thor, you can't do this. Brian couldn't hold back and spoke. Brother Brian, are you saying it's too risky? Brother Brian, you should know that since I can discover it, the kingdom probably has as well. The chance of divine inspiration erupting is actually quite low. Thor spoke with a smile, still calm. I'm not talking about that. Thor, the matter of divine inspiration is actually not too bad. In fact, the kingdom already knew about it a few months ago. It's very likely it won't happen as you fear. But have you thought about it? With our family's strength, we can't take on so many territories. Brian shook his head softly and spoke quietly. As a court noble and because of his teacher, he knew much more than ordinary nobles. He was very aware of how powerful the kingdom is. Other nobles might worry about divine inspiration, but he wasn't too concerned. What made him frown was Thor's boldness. He dared to use this divine inspiration opportunity to forcibly take over the lands of strong lords. It was almost crazy. If divine inspiration didn't erupt, Thor would face a storm that's hard to imagine. Not just the Dressrosa family, even the Assad family might not withstand it. The gap between counts and marquises is huge, especially with powerful marquis families like Campbell and Spencer. These families truly have Sky Knights. At this moment, Brian didn't know how to describe his feelings. Yes, it's true that it was hard for the Dressrosa family to support him taking all these lands before. But that was before. Facing Brian's ups and downs in silence, Thor naturally understood what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile. Before? Brian was stunned for a moment and instinctively spoke. Stuck's expression also showed some doubt. It's just that before, Brother Brian, you probably didn't know, my father broke through to become a Sky Knight a few months ago. Now, the Dressrosa family might not fear Campbell and Spencer. Thor chuckled softly. But what he said made Brian and Stuck both suddenly widen their eyes. Thor, am I dreaming? Uncle Engelbert actually broke through? When Brian heard Thor's words, he couldn't help but stand up. His eyes showed excitement and trembling as he asked eagerly, Brother Brian, of course this is not a dream. And not only has our father already broken through, Uncle Marshall is also about to reach the Earth Knight level. Perhaps he has already broken through. Thor nodded with a smile, expecting their reactions, as he had already seen this scene before in the Western region. Transitioning to tomorrow's divine awakening. Haha. Good, good. It seems this is truly our Dressrosa family's chance. Thor, you did well. Brian couldn't help but speak, his face full of excitement and joy. Having a Sky Knight in the family changes everything. Thor's actions weren't reckless but strategic. Stuck. After the excitement, Brian looked at his eldest son. Father. Stuck quickly responded, still recovering from his shock, a bright smile on his face. Set out now and go to Loren City to register. Remember, once you become a pioneer lord, follow Uncle Thor's arrangements and everything. Brian said seriously. Yes. Stuck nodded, looking very serious. Brother Brian, you are too kind. Thor shook his head with a smile. This isn't just kindness, Thor. From now on, I'll rely on you to take care of things. Brian shook his head and then spoke earnestly. Although it was just a simple conversation, Thor's series of actions made Brian realize that his younger brother was not simple. His methods were impressive, even to him. Having his eldest son with him was definitely beneficial. Thor smiled but said nothing more. More family strength was always welcome. The entire northern province was huge. Even if he was only a baron now, or even a count or marquis later, he couldn't control the whole province. Gaining more family power would help the family grow stronger in the northern province. Especially since Brian's strength was not weak. He was a court vassal and had already broken through to the Earth Knight level, with a legendary teacher said to be someone very powerful. The only problem was that there wasn't enough time to adjust the power yet. But this wasn't really a problem. Adding this kind of strength could help the northern province's family power grow stronger again. After making the decision, Tor Brian discussed some other matters. Brian then arranged a place for Tor and the others to rest. On the battlefield, there are naturally no proper resting places, but temporary tents could be set up. Behind the entire mountain pass, there was a large open space enough to accommodate everyone. Tor also settled down at the northern defense line. Stuck then rode his horse back toward Loren City. Night gradually passed. Familiar mechanical alert sounds rang out again, just like every time before. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. About 120 miles west, a group of Earth dragons will pass by. Their leader has reached the third level too. From the royal capital, Viscount Muhan has a pocket watch with an unexpected treasure inside, containing a secret unknown to others three. Tomorrow morning, a third-level Orc bull tribe from the Orc territory will attack your defense line 4. About 150 miles to your right, a group of Earth-rich creatures will appear. Their meat is very delicious and can enhance life. Energy 5. The divine revelation is about to reach its final moment. The bloodthirsty wolf leader is going crazier, even encouraging the 5th-level beast tribes to attack the northern defense line 6. In 5 days, 20 miles to your right, the bloodthirsty wolves will hold a grand divine revelation. However, due to the arrival of the Tulip Kingdom and surrounding kingdoms, the divine event failed midway. The divine presence did not occur, only the fall of the divine ruins. Lines of intelligence appeared, but this time, there weren't many useful pieces of information. The entire mountain pass was almost completely destroyed. Even the monsters had either been wiped out or had already fled. There was nothing valuable to be gained. To find anything worthwhile, one would need to go over 100 miles away. Of course, Tur couldn't go there himself. His current goal was the divine ruins. He wouldn't let himself get distracted. His thoughts flowed. The northern night carried a touch of coldness. And so, the night passed peacefully. What reassured all the knights was that their current fortress was not attacked tonight, although distant sounds of battles and magic crystal cannon fire could still be heard. For all the knights here, this was good news. At least they could rest well for one day. The night passed with loud noises. When the morning sun rose, a new day began quickly. On the entire fortress, knights began to move quickly. They needed to eat soon. Based on past experience, after a night without attack, the Orc tribes would attack again in the early morning. At that time, they wouldn't have time to eat. A huge bonfire was lit, and soon, food was prepared. The food was quickly distributed to each knight group. Thor and his companions also received their share. Brian even personally came over. Brother Brian, Thor greeted him. Thor, eat quickly. The Orc tribe will attack soon, Brian softly warned. Understood. Thor nodded, not daring to delay. Remember, later, you and your men stay close to me. Don't rush out blindly. There's a magic circle here that could explode. If you rush out, the danger will increase greatly, Brian explained further. Seeing Thor nod, Brian continued giving some instructions. Thor listened carefully. Although he was strong, this was the battlefield, and accidents could happen at any time. Even though he had daily intelligence reports indicating that this attack was only from a third-level Minotaur tribe, he still wanted to learn from battlefield experience. The kingdom's war was about to start soon. Learning more wouldn't hurt him. They sat on the fortress wall, eating and talking. But not long after, they had only eaten less than half of their food. Suddenly, a loud horn sounded. It's starting. Brian's face changed. He quickly shoved the remaining food into his mouth and rolled over to stand up. Thor didn't dare delay either and followed suit. Then, knights from all over the fortress stood up. Above the fortress, a knight signaled with flag signals. This is the third-tier Minotaur tribe. It seems to have more than 7,000 members. Brian spoke, explaining the flag signals to Thor. Third tier? Thor nodded and looked again at the flag signals, memorizing them carefully. Be careful later. Follow me. I'll try to help you kill one of those third-tier Minotaurs. It could earn you 50 military points. Brian hesitated slightly before speaking softly. Thor nodded but said nothing. He understood that this was Brian's kindness. All right, prepare for battle. Seeing Thor nod, Brian immediately picked up the knight's spear beside him. Remember, use the knight's spear on the battlefield as much as possible, and avoid using the knight's sword. Brian reminded him again, as if recalling something. Understood. Thor nodded. He had already noticed this during previous battles with Orc tribes. This time, he was fully prepared. Not only he, but also his troops, were ready. While they talked, on the city wall, knights had already prepared for battle. Meanwhile, distant figures began to appear densely, and soon everyone could see the appearance of the monsters, each with a bull's head. The numbers were huge, forming a massive black shadow from afar. As the black figures approached and became clearer, the city wall's magic crystal cannons lit up with a bright blue glow. Boom, boom. With the glow of the crystal cannons, sharp beams of light shot straight into the sky. Next, loud explosions echoed in the distance. Under the cover of terrifying thunder, The Minotaur tribe in the distance fell into chaos. Many low-level Minotaurs were burned and scorched. But this chaos didn't last long. Soon, the Minotaurs scattered quickly, and although the crystal cannons lit up again, they could no longer cause large-scale damage. These guys have gotten smarter. One knight couldn't help but curse quietly. Initially, the magic crystal cannons had posed a big threat to the orc tribe. Over time, these orc tribes also found ways to respond. For tribes above the 4th rank, it goes without saying that a 4th rank orc can withstand the impact of these magic crystal cannons. 2nd and 3rd rank orcs also have their methods. That is, to scatter widely. When they are sufficiently dispersed, the threat posed by the magic crystal cannons becomes very limited. Just like the scene before us. 10 magic crystal cannons keep firing. However, only a few Minotaurs manage to escape. A large number of Minotaurs scattered toward the fortress, charging forward. One particularly tall and strong Minotaur, about 3 or 4 meters high, stands out clearly. Around it are many 2 or 3 meter tall Minotaurs. It's obvious that this is the leader of the Minotaur tribe, a 3rd rank Minotaur. Get ready to attack. Brian speaks, then gives a signal, and with his spear, he leaps down. One by one, the knights behind him also jump down. Thor doesn't hesitate either, leading Steve, Pelos, Rain, and more than 20 knights to jump down as well. Many knights on the city wall do the same. A 3rd rank orc tribe isn't a big threat, so they take the initiative to attack. Only when facing a 4th rank orc tribe does this defensive point rely on a magic array for protection. Of course, this so-called defense only determines whether the 4th rank orc tribe will break through the magic array first or be stopped by reinforcements. The strength of this defensive point is hardly enough to hold back a 4th rank orc tribe. That's the dilemma of all the defense points. A 3rd rank orc tribe can be pushed back or even defeated. But facing a 4th rank tribe is a different story. It's almost hopeless. This is normal. Although 4th rank orcs are not as powerful as Sky Knights, they are still stronger than peak Earth Knights. However, there are not many knights who reach the peak of Earth Knights. Usually, only powerful noble families or higher families have such knights. Throughout the northern defense line, there aren't enough peak Earth Knights to guard everywhere. Without enough peak Earth Knights, almost no one can stop a 4th rank orc tribe. But luckily, right now, it's only a 3rd rank orc tribe. Kill. Brian's voice rang out as he charged into the orc herd wielding a knight's spear. One by one, others quickly followed behind him. Thor was also in the same situation. When they made contact, Thor felt that these orcs were completely different from the ones he faced in the northern province. The orcs enhanced by magic were weaker in strength, speed, and agility compared to these real orcs. Previously, he could easily cut through thousands of orcs because most of them were magically created. Now, all the thousands of orcs were genuine. Each orc was as strong as a trainee knight, and some of the 2nd-tier orcs were even more powerful than ordinary knights. Fortunately, the magic crystal cannons had taken down many orcs before. Plus, among the over 500 knights, there were many grand knights, including some at the peak of their power. Compared to that, in the 3rd-tier orc tribe, there were only about 10 2nd-tier orcs. They managed to hold their ground quickly. Brian even single-handedly suppressed the leader of the 3rd-tier orc tribe and 3 2nd-tier orcs. The battle kept erupting. Thor's life force was surging wildly. His powerful aura kept spreading out. His figure, or rather, his and Ryan's figures, were very noticeable. The moment they collided with the orc tribe, many orcs were thrown flying. Even the 2nd-tier orcs were almost instantly defeated. They couldn't stop them at all. Frost and lightning spread everywhere. Around Thor, the area was almost instantly cleared out. The cold aura spread out, showing that both Thor and Ryan demonstrated their strong strength. Not just ordinary orcs, even the 2nd-tier orcs blocking the way were no match. Boom! Lightning flashed, and a 2nd-tier orc's eyes widened as its body was pierced through. In just one strike, Ryan instantly defeated it. Next to him, Thor's foot also struck down a 2nd-tier orc. Cold air spread out, and frost was spreading over its corpse. More than 20 enemies were like wolves attacking sheep, quickly wiped out in an instant. A knightly group was fighting fiercely, but suddenly, the enemies around them seemed to vanish. The knight commander looked up in surprise and immediately saw Thor and Rain cutting through enemies like slicing vegetables. "That's him," the knight commander exclaimed, feeling a shock inside. His eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect Thor, a noble from the northern lands, to be so powerful. At first, he couldn't tell how strong Thor was. He didn't pay much attention because it was common for noble children to hide their true strength. He thought Thor's strength was probably just that of a regular knight, given his age. But now, it was clear that was not the case. The terrifying life force Thor emitted, though not reaching the level of a Grand Knight, made even a peak Grand Knight like him feel a shiver. Of course, he wasn't the only one who noticed Thor's unusual power. Many other knights saw it too. Everyone was shocked inside. But Thor didn't care much about their reactions. He held his knight spear, working with Rain, with Steve and 20 other knights led by Pelos behind him, fighting their way forward. His only goal was to kill the second-tier Minotaurs. Each second-tier Minotaur was worth about 10 points of merit. He still needed a few hundred points. If he killed dozens more second-tier Minotaurs, it would be enough. With Thor and the others acting like sharp blades, the pressure on everyone eased a lot. The Minotaur tribe was gradually pushed back. The knight spear swung again, killing another second-tier Minotaur. Thor looked around and then spoke in a deep voice. Rain. Yes, sir. Rain quickly ran over. You lead the others and keep killing. I'll go help Brother Brian. Thor ordered and then set off to find Brian. Yes. Rain nodded without hesitation. Thor then left the battlefield and headed straight toward Brian. Brian was fighting alone against a third-tier Minotaur, with 2 second-tier peak Minotaurs nearby. As a recent breakthrough, Brian managed to hold his ground for a short time, but it was only temporary. As time went on, Brian started to struggle more and more. Although, given the current situation, waiting for the other knights to deal with those second-tier Minotaurs might soon help Brian respond. But it still takes time. Thor, however, is not willing to wait any longer. On one hand, to avoid any accidents. As Brian's older brother, Thor doesn't want anything to happen to him. On the other hand, that is a third-tier Minotaur, and each one is worth 50 points of merit. In fact, his choice is undoubtedly correct. Because the moment Thor begins to act, 3 second-tier peak Minotaurs in the distance start to show signs of blood energy spreading from their bodies, and their forms begin to grow taller, with a fierce aura spreading out. Not good. Brian's face changes. He instinctively prepares to act. However, the third-tier Minotaur leader, wielding a wolf-tooth club, swings his weapon down toward him, while the other 2 second-tier peak Minotaurs attack from the sides. His attempt to stop them is suddenly halted. Brian's expression darkens. He can only forcefully unleash his life energy, trying to defeat the 3 Minotaurs' attacks first. Boom. The Knight Spear and the Wolf-Tooth Club clash, releasing a terrifying burst of life force. The Minotaur leader is forced to retreat. But before Brian can feel relieved, the 2 other Minotaurs rush toward him. He can only grit his teeth and brace himself to face them again. At the same time, he sees that the nearly twice as large Minotaur-like creature is about to strike his head. Brian can only twist his body forcefully to avoid the deadly. Even so, he can only hope to dodge the worst, likely suffering heavy injuries. The battlefield shows that heavy injuries usually mean defeat. Just as Brian grits his teeth, ready to accept the outcome and focus on defeating the 2 second-tier peak Minotaurs in front of him, the space in front suddenly clears. The next moment, the Minotaur on the other side also pauses. Good opportunity. Brian's eyes light up. Without hesitation, he unleashes his terrifying life energy again. Thud! The spear, like a rainbow, pierces into the stiff body of the second-tier Minotaur, and the powerful force drags it away from its position, blood splattering everywhere. With blood splattering everywhere, the sound of air being crushed followed. The attacking Minotaur head but missed completely. Feeling the strong wind rushing past his back, Brian couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that, in such a dangerous moment, he would actually survive. The second-tier Minotaur attacking him suddenly stopped for no clear reason. If the enemy had attacked again, the outcome would be obvious. Even in just a moment, his head would be crushed, and his body would be badly damaged. Now, he was already prepared to die. Fortunately, none of that happened. He even used this chance to kill a peak second-tier Minotaur directly. After feeling happy, he also felt confused. His eyes involuntarily looked at the pierced second-tier Minotaur. What is this? Seeing the white frost on the second-tier Minotaur and the cold air coming from the spear, Brian was momentarily stunned. But luckily, this moment of confusion didn't last long. Brother Brian, let me handle the Minotaur leader. Please go deal with the other 2 Minotaurs first. Thor's voice sounded. His figure stepped forward, releasing bursts of life energy. White frost spread across the ground, and the air seemed to grow colder. Thor, retreat quickly. You. Hearing the voice, Brian's face changed. He instinctively spoke, but halfway through, he stopped himself. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Thor. At this moment, with his strength, he could clearly feel the terrifying life energy emanating from Thor. More importantly, Brian suddenly remembered the white frost on the body of the pierced second-tier Minotaur, and the fact that the enemy had suddenly stopped. An unavoidable thought appeared in his mind, and a look of shock crossed his face. Thor paid no attention to Brian's surprise. He held his knight's spear and charged directly at the third-tier Minotaur leader. Now, his strength was at the peak of mid-level Great Knight, just one step away from late Great Knight. With the addition of Ice Element life energy, he was not afraid even of a true Earth Knight, let alone a third-tier Minotaur. A powerful burst of life energy erupted. The cold air spread out, and frost covered the knight's spear in layers. Under Thor's feet, each step caused white frost to spread. The cold aura radiated from him into the surroundings. Galloway, a strange sound came from the third-tier Minotaur leader, whose eyes were wild. He swung his Wolf Fang club, charging at Thor. Boom! The knight's spear clashed with the Wolf Fang club. A terrifying cold spread out, instantly covering the spear and the club. Visible white frost spread along the Wolf Fang club. It even extended along the club toward the Minotaur leader's arm. The cold penetrated his body, causing the third-tier Minotaur leader to shiver involuntarily. He instinctively prepared to use his vital energy. But at that moment, frost had also spread beneath his feet, unknown when. The frost kept expanding and even formed ice. His body instantly stiffened in place. His vital energy erupted, and the ice shattered instantly. In that moment, Thor had already struck the Wolf Fang club with his spear, piercing directly toward the Minotaur leader's chest. Boom! Splurt! The spear was blocked at first, but only for a moment. Soon, it slipped in smoothly. Thor didn't hesitate. He pushed off with his feet. In the next instant, he lifted himself with the knight's spear and drove it deeper into the Minotaur's body. Clang! The third-tier Minotaur leader was knocked into the air, then pressed firmly to the ground by Thor. Meanwhile, terrifying cold air spread from all directions, threatening to freeze his body completely. His massive body struggled constantly, but the cold was rapidly freezing his blood. The spear inside him kept releasing cold energy. He tried to resist, but at this moment, he couldn't hold out. Within his sturdy body, his surging blood gradually froze. Even the frost outside began to spread over him. Eventually, this third-tier Minotaur leader became completely stiff, unable to move. Thor also let out a small breath of relief, gently pulling out his spear. Even after the spear was removed, no blood flowed from the wound, and the icy cold had frozen everything inside his body. During this period, Thor's ice element power has been growing stronger. Now, it has reached a very frightening level. Even third-tier beings and Earth Knights can be easily frozen. For example, at this moment, a third-tier Minotaur is almost completely frozen by his ice element life force. He exhales a breath of air. Thor looks into the distance. There, Brian is fighting a transformed second-tier peak Minotaur. Brian's strength is much greater than that of the second-tier peak Minotaur. Even when transformed, it is hard to compare. But the transformed second-tier Minotaur is fighting recklessly, and there is also a second-tier peak Minotaur involved. Up to this point, they haven't been able to defeat them. Thor hesitates for a moment but still charges forward with his spear. Bang! Thor quickly joins the battlefield. A powerful aura erupts. In an instant, it freezes the second-tier peak Minotaur. Brian's eyes light up, and he doesn't hesitate. His powerful life force erupts again, and his spear pierces through instantly. The second-tier peak Minotaur has no time to react. Its head is shattered. At this moment, only the transformed Minotaur remains. Brother Brian, let's attack together. Thor speaks and strikes again. At this moment, only one second-tier peak Minotaur remains. Even though it is transformed, its strength is comparable to a typical third tier. But facing their combined attack, the outcome is already decided. Soon, it is also defeated. Meanwhile, thousands of Minotaurs from this orc tribe are also being slaughtered by a few knights. The soldiers Thor brought are especially impressive. Their presence changes the way the knights and soldiers look at everyone else. Just as the battle erupts at this defensive point, war also breaks out at other points along the fortress. Several fourth-tier orc tribes appear in the distance. Fortunately, the kingdom's strength here is enough to hold them off. However, the losses are significant. By evening, the war ends, and everyone begins to clean the battlefield. Suddenly, exciting news spreads throughout the fortress. Third batch of support from the kingdom? Hearing Brian's report, Thor is momentarily stunned. That should be the case. It is said that several heirs of the great nobles have come this time. Brian also felt a bit confused and hesitated before speaking. From his perspective, there's no need to use the third support at this point, and the third support is a large-scale aid. Yet, there's so little activity, something feels off. Several heirs of the great nobles? Hearing Brian's words, Thor instinctively asked. Then before Brian could answer, Thor's eyes sharpened, and a thought appeared in his mind. The Divine Awakening is about to begin, and the heirs of the major nobles are arriving one after another to support. The outcome is obvious without saying more. It's clear even to the point of being obvious with just a glance, especially since Thor knows that the Tulip Kingdom and other kingdoms are preparing for the Divine Awakening but are not planning for the bloodthirsty werewolves to activate the divine power. Naturally, he understands even better. The Sacred Ruins. Undoubtedly, these noble heirs are probably all heading toward the Sacred Ruins. At this moment, it's possible that not only the noble heirs of the Tulip Kingdom are arriving, but also those from several surrounding kingdoms. Of course, Thor has guessed this, but others don't know. Even Brian is still confused. I wonder what the adults in the kingdom are really doing. Do we still need support now? Brian spoke with a sigh and some doubt. Brother Brian, this has nothing to do with us. Those noble heirs probably don't need us to worry about them. Hearing Brian's words, Thor couldn't help but chuckle. That's right. Those guys probably won't come to our side. Brian was a bit surprised but then nodded with a smile. He had no doubts about this. These are powerful noble heirs. Why would they come to a small defense point like theirs? If something really went wrong, it would be a big problem. Brother Brian, could you tell me about the terrain around here? Also, I want to learn a bit about the war. Hearing Brian's voice, Thor shifted the topic. That's a good idea. You should get familiar with the situation now that the kingdom's war is about to start. Come on, since you have some free time, I'll tell you everything. Brian nodded, and as expected, his attention quickly shifted away. He then began to pull Thor aside and start talking with him. Thor's gaze casually looked into the distance for a moment before returning. He had no intention of paying attention to the upcoming noble heirs, nor did he plan to do anything about them. There was nothing he could do. The best approach was to pretend he didn't see anything. Like those noble heirs, he would wait for the divine ruins to appear. On the battlefield, Brian was earnestly explaining, and Thor was listening carefully. Although Brian's words seemed aimed at distracting Brian, they also came from his genuine feelings. The kingdom's war was about to begin, so it was necessary to prepare. Time gradually passed as the two talked. Meanwhile, at the center of the northern defense line, a number of powerful noble heirs had arrived one after another. Just as Thor had imagined, not only the strong heirs from the Tulip Kingdom had come, but also heirs from the surrounding two kingdoms, the Fiery Kingdom and the Violet Flower Kingdom, had arrived. The entire defense line in the Autumn Leaf territory became lively and noisy. Hey, Joseph, this time you're the one representing the Campbell family, someone said. Ha ha ha, Arcadia, long time no see, another replied. My God, the goddess of life didn't take away your corrupt life, Demantia. That's a miracle, someone else exclaimed. Hey, human, sorry, even if the goddess of life takes you away, I won't go, another voice added. The sounds mixed together, and the gathering of powerful heirs from one kingdom could cause many conflicts. With three great kingdoms' heirs present, the chaos was even worse. The lively scene soon turned into some disorder. Even Ryman Marquis, who was currently the de facto ruler of the Autumn Leaf territory, felt troubled by the chaos. He had to seek out Duke Kalnina. Your Grace, if this keeps up, the entire Autumn Leaf territory might fall into chaos. These people don't seem here to support us, Ryman Marquis said, rubbing his forehead as he approached Duke Kalnina. His arm, which had been broken, had already healed. Ha ha ha, Marquis Lehman. Those are just young people. Naturally, they can be a bit troublesome. However, don't worry, their strength is not to be underestimated. Let's have them spread out around to guard the area. With their help, even if some defensive points face the fourth-tier orc tribes, they can hold their ground. Perhaps they can also eliminate more orc tribes as much as possible. Duke Kalnina looked at Marquis Lehman, who was rubbing his forehead, and chuckled softly before speaking slowly. Although he knew what these powerful noble heirs were here for, he couldn't reveal it openly yet. Officially, they were here to support. So he focused on resolving this issue first. Otherwise, if these people really fought on the northern front and something went wrong, it would be a big problem. Fortunately, Duke Kalnina had already discussed this with the other two dukes and made a decision. They just needed to follow it. Thank you, Your Grace. These people haven't left yet. I feel like I'm about to lose all my hair. Marquis Lehman's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his thanks. All right, Marquis Lehman, you can go and give the orders. Just say it's the king's will, which also represents their king's will. If they're unwilling, they can leave now. Duke Kalanina's face showed a serious expression. Understood. Marquis Lehman nodded and then let out a sigh of relief. Soon, he quickly left the room, clearly going to handle this matter. Watching Marquis Lehman leave, Duke Kalanina shook his head. Such a pity, this time the level was too low. Otherwise, we might have had a chance to join in. He sighed lightly, feeling helpless. To accommodate the Sky Knight Divine Ruins, at least a mid-level Divine Realm is needed. Small Wolf God's Divine Ruins aren't enough. But after this, a few young ones in the family might have the potential to break through to become Sky Knights. That's not bad. As Duke Kalanina sighed, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. In the room, a figure appeared silently. Grandfather. Seeing the figure, Duke Kalanina's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed. However, the figure did not seem to care. Instead, it moved to the window and looked out at the distant sky. Only 150 years left. I wonder if our Kalanina family can survive this time. The old man sighed softly, with a look of worry on his face. Grandfather. Duke Kalanina instinctively spoke, but his words were stopped halfway by the figure. Seize the opportunity well. Unless something unexpected happens, after the kingdom's war, our king will likely start a war with the orcs to prepare for the final battle. That is your only chance to break through to the Holy Domain Knight. The old man's voice was slow and full of regret. Orc war? Duke Kalanina's brow twitched involuntarily. His heart also tightened with tension. The Orc War was different from the Kingdom's War. Even for the three great dukes, the scale of the war might be too much to handle. But clearly, the old man had no intention of explaining further. Train well. This time, we will try to expand the Holy Spirit scale as much as possible. But that Wolf God's position is too low, so it's unlikely the Sky Knights will be able to step in. Hopefully, they can at least reach the level of the Earth Knights. As he finished speaking, his figure gradually became illusory as his voice faded. Grandfather. Duke Kalanina instinctively called out, but the room was now empty, as if he had never been there. In the end, Duke Kalanina sighed and began to carefully think about what his grandfather had just told him. Orc War. 150 years. His whispering voice turned into deep thought. Of course, no one knew about this scene at the moment. After Marquis Lehman left, he quickly arranged for the children of these powerful nobles. Initially, these noble heirs were unwilling to accept Lehman's arrangements, but once he explained that it was the king of the Tulip Kingdom's wish, and also their king's, each noble heir no longer objected. The arrangements went smoothly. To avoid trouble, Marquis Lehman also made an effort to place familiar nobles together. The powerful noble heirs of the three great kingdoms were divided among themselves. After this series of arrangements, the entire Autumn Leaf territory finally settled down. Marquis Lehman also let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of one or two strong noble heirs, but with so many, including core members of the Karenina family, one of the three ducal families, even he felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and everything went smoothly. Watching everyone leave, Marquis Lehman wiped his sweat. As he wiped his brow, his eyes flickered with thought. He paused briefly. Send someone. Marquis Lehman ordered. Sir. A knight quickly stepped forward. Go back to Lorenz City and bring Yuriko and Kotz to me. After a moment of thought, Lehman clenched his teeth and spoke. Although he didn't fully understand what had happened, he made a quick decision. Yes. The knight was a bit confused but agreed quickly and then left swiftly. Could there be an opportunity? Lehman muttered to himself, his expression thoughtful. He had just become a marquis. His background was not comparable to most marquises, and even less so compared to some powerful count families. Some things were clearly beyond his knowledge. At this moment, he could only hope that when his two heirs arrived, they might gain something together. That was all he could do. Thoughts swirling, Lehman sighed, and then suppressed his ideas, continuing to handle affairs. Meanwhile, the powerful noble heirs were assigned to different positions. Along the long defensive line of the Autumn Leaf territory, almost every defensive point was assigned some noble heirs. Brian's defensive point was no exception. As the sunset painted the sky, Thor was consulting Brian on battlefield matters, preparing to train seriously, when a group of people approached from afar. His movements also paused. His brow slightly furrowed. He was a bit surprised. He had just said at noon that those powerful noble heirs wouldn't come, but by evening, They had arrived directly. His face twitched slightly. Are these guys crazy? Are they really coming over? At this moment, Brian also approached, speaking with a surprised tone. His expression was also filled with a strange look. I don't know, but with them here, it's good. The defenses can be strengthened further. Thor shook his head and then chuckled. Indeed, as he said, with these people added, the defenses could be improved even more. Even from a distance, Thor sensed the presence of 2 Earth Knights. There are quite a few high-level knights. With these people joining, the strength here probably doubles or more. By then, even if the 4th Order Orc tribes attack, they might be able to hold them off. This might not be a bad thing. These guys are not easy to deal with. Compared to Thor's optimism, Brian shook his head. As a court noble, he was familiar with these powerful noble heirs. He clearly knew that their arrival would bring not only increased strength but also more trouble. Sometimes, trouble is even more than the benefits. Thor smiled but didn't pay much attention. It might be more troublesome in the inland provinces. But here is the northern defense line, not the inland provinces. Trouble. It all depends on strength. If your strength is enough, then trouble doesn't really exist. However, with 2 Earth Knights at the early stage, he wasn't too worried. His current strength was much stronger than that of a typical early-stage Earth Knight. Even facing mid-stage Earth Knights, he wouldn't worry. Plus, with Ryan, his strength alone was comparable to theirs. And with Brian, he naturally didn't need to worry. Just as he chuckled lightly, his brow suddenly furrowed, and his expression became a bit surprised. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward one of the 2 leading figures walking in the distance. Marquis Layman is really unreasonable, making us come to such a place. A girl's voice rang out with some annoyance. All right, Aisha, this isn't the time to throw a tantrum. Joes, you should be more familiar with this place, right? I heard the defense point we're heading to might belong to the Dressrosa family. Do you know them? The woman frowned and scolded, then looked hesitantly at Joe's Anabai beside her. House of Dressrosa. I should be somewhat familiar. Don't worry, sister. Joza Anabai nodded with a smile. That's good. I'll leave the communication with Viscount Brian to you. We might need to stay here for a while. The woman nodded. Understood. Joza Anabai nodded again. He felt a bit excited inside. He was busy building his territory and expanding the Eagle Trading Company. But over 10 days ago, he suddenly received a message from his sister asking him to go to Chiyoya territory. He hurriedly rushed over in shock. Unexpectedly, he met his sister and his younger sister directly in front of him. He was momentarily stunned. His sister was the heir of the Anabai family and had personally arrived in the Tulip Kingdom. What happened next was even more unbelievable. The Chiyoya territory might soon face the arrival of the Divine Ruins. When he heard about the Divine Ruins, Joza Anabai couldn't help but feel excited. He came to the Tulip Kingdom looking for opportunities, and now one has suddenly appeared. Thinking about the Divine Ruins, Joza Anabai shared with his sister the situation in the Tulip Kingdom and information about the Dressrosa family. Just the Count's family. Joza, I heard you became someone's subordinate. Aren't you too useless? Hearing Joza Anabai's story, the girl next to him couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Hearing his sister's words, Joza Anabai frowned. But before he could speak, his sister spoke first. Shut up, Aisha. If you keep acting like that, go back now. Her voice was tinged with anger. Big sister. Hearing her angry tone, the girl looked annoyed and quickly shut her mouth. But her face showed some defiance, and she muttered softly. However, when her sister looked over, she immediately closed her mouth completely. Big sister, that Dressrosa descendant is very different. Joza Anabai glanced at the girl and said nothing. He wasn't very fond of his sister, but he deeply respected his older sister. After a moment of thought, Joza Anabai explained everything happening in the northern province. He talked about Tuor entering the northern province, quickly defeating 2 barons, forming the main alliance, defeating the Minotaur tribe, and during this time, using divine inspiration to establish the Eagle Business Guild. Oh, I see. He's quite impressive. Always catching the right moment, the girl said. Joes, after this is over, take me to see that descendant of Dressrosa, she added. Listening to Joza Anabai's story, the girl nodded, then hesitated slightly before speaking. Older sister, Lord Tor has also arrived in the northern province. Maybe we can meet him. Joza Anabai smiled and replied, Oh, he's here too? The girl looked surprised. Older sister, he didn't come for the Divine Ruins. He arrived quite early, probably to earn enough merit to become a viscount. Joe's explained with a smile. I see. That's lucky, the girl said with a strange tone. It seems he's always been lucky, maybe blessed by the goddess of life, she added. We're almost there. Older sister, it's right ahead, Joe's Anabai said, smiling. What a small place. Aisha couldn't help but say. Before she finished, her words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp look from the girl. Joe's, let's go. Let's go say hello first, she said, quickening their pace. As they got closer, Joe's Anabai's expression showed a hint of surprise. What's that? He asked, surprised. What's wrong? The girl looked at him with curiosity. Older sister, that descendant of Dries Rosa, looks like we won't need to wait for the next time, Joe's Anabai said strangely, glancing into the distance. Oh, he's right there? The girl asked, surprised, and a smile appeared on her face. Yes, Joe's Anabai nodded. It seems our luck is really good. The woman chuckled softly and then signaled everyone to speed up. Meanwhile, Thor's surprised look was quickly noticed by Brian. What's wrong? Brian asked with a curious tone. Brother Brian, it's nothing. It seems I know one of them, Thor said with a smile. Know one of them? Brian looked a bit confused. Yes, one of them is a member of my Eagle Guild. It looks like there will be less trouble, Thor said happily, then led Brian forward. They soon approached each other. Lord Thor. Lord Joe's. As they got closer, Joe's Anabai and Thor both greeted with smiling voices. I can't believe you also came to Autumn Leaf territory. Who are these two? Thor asked as if surprised, looking at the two women. One was brave and beautiful, dressed in golden armor, with long hair, delicate features, and a stunning face. Her presence was strong, like a knight of the land. The other looked about 16 or 17, wearing simple golden armor, with her hair naturally loose, also very beautiful. When you looked at them, both resembled Joe's Anabai somewhat. Their identities needed no explanation. Lord Thor, let me introduce you. This is my older sister, Isabel Anabai. And this is my younger sister, Isa Anabai. Big sister, this is the one I told you about, the Dries Rosa Eagle, Thor Dries Rosa. Joe's Anabai smiled as he introduced Thor first, then the women. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Isabel, Miss Isa. Thor smiled and gave a slight knight's bow. Likewise, Baron Thor, Isabel and Isa responded with bows, even Isa, who was a bit spoiled. Noble manners were never to be ignored. Three of you, I almost forgot to introduce someone. This is my older brother Brian, the person in charge here. After the greetings, Thor smiled and introduced Brian to everyone. Once everyone exchanged basic courtesies, they were led toward the city tower. The arrival of three top noble heirs made the knight squads on the city walls feel a bit nervous. However, soon Isabel's humble attitude made everyone feel more at ease. Even Brian felt the same way. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. Thor continued to talk with the three of them as usual. At this moment, he finally understood why the Anabai family was not known in the Tulip Kingdom, even though Joe's Anabai was clearly extraordinary. Not only was his strength stronger than most noble lords, but he also knew about divine revelations when others did not. Now, all these unusual things made sense. It turned out that the Anabai family was not part of the Tulip Kingdom but belonged to the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom. Of course, Thor was only initially surprised and quickly stopped caring much. Nobility status was fully recognized within the kingdom. Members from other kingdoms also had the right to go to other territories as pioneer knights. The Dries Rosa family had many descendants who went to other kingdoms. Naturally, other kingdoms also sent pioneer knights to the Tulip Kingdom, which was not surprising. What surprised Thor was that Isabel was actually the heir of the Anabai family. Unlike the Tulip Kingdom, most heirs in the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom were women. But this was only a bit unexpected. Different regions had their own customs, especially when comparing different countries. As everyone talked, Isabel appeared very friendly. During this casual chat with the heir of the Anabai family, Thor learned more about the three major northern kingdoms. The Tulip Kingdom is in the far east, the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom lies to its west, and further west is the Fiery Kingdom. These three kingdoms form the northern defense line to protect against orc invasions. The Purple Golden Flower Kingdom is the main force, while the Fiery Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom play supporting roles. This is not just Isabel boasting about her country, it is truly the case. The Purple Golden Flower Kingdom faces the Orc tribe's royal court, with the Baiman Giant Beast tribe being closest to them. In comparison, both the Fiery Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom are still quite far from the Baiman Giant Beasts. Even the Empire has garrisons in the Purple Flower Kingdom to prevent orc tribes from breaking through the human defenses. Neither the Flame Kingdom nor the Tulip Kingdom has this kind of protection. As Thor learned more, he began to feel confused. The system across the continent is very strange. The kingdoms cooperate with each other, while the Empire remains dominant. Yet, every 100 years, a kingdom war breaks out. This doesn't seem right. Of course, Thor didn't ask about it openly. Some things can be discussed later with his father. There's no need for outsiders to be so curious. After the others finished their casual chat, Joza, Anabai, Isabel, and Aisha settled down here. But compared to their harmony, other defense points were not so peaceful. The children of noble families who arrived unexpectedly didn't respect the original knights of the defense points, and conflicts inevitably arose. Fortunately, with the divine ruins present and the threat of orc tribes, these conflicts didn't escalate quickly. But peace was definitely not guaranteed. Nightfall gradually arrived. Another day was coming to an end. However, this time, luck was not on their side. Soon, the sound of urgent horns echoed. At the large fortress, torches lit up one after another. It's 3-tier orc tribes, over 10,000 orcs. It might be 2 3-tier orc tribes. Brian's voice sounded. Thor glanced at the signal flags and memorized the message again. When they gathered, Joza, Anabai, Isabel, and Aisha also quickly came together. What's the situation? Isabel asked with a serious tone. The confirmed information is about 3-tier orc tribes with over 10,000 orcs. Most likely, there are 2 tribes. Thor explained to the 3 of them. 2. Hearing Thor, Joza, Anabai, and Isabel both breathed a sigh of relief. Aisha's eyes shone brightly. Everyone, let's attack together later. Try to break through the orcs with 2 or more levels, so the losses can be minimized. Brian spoke softly, with caution. An orc tribe with over 10,000 members is not a small number. If there are 2 third-tier orc tribes, it's manageable. But if there is only 1, this orc tribe might become extremely powerful. Seeing 2 or even 3 third-tier orcs is not surprising. More importantly, even a small orc tribe with over 10,000 people, mostly second and third-tier orcs, would have a terrifying number. There could be more than 20 or even 30 of them. If we don't act quickly, the defenses might suffer serious damage, and casualties could be very high. Aisha instinctively wanted to speak, but Isabel stopped her. Understood. Viscount Brian, your orders. We will follow your arrangements. Isabel spoke seriously. Thank you. Brian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect such a noble descendant to be so obedient to orders, but he nodded. Right now, following the plan is the best outcome, as it might help avoid heavy losses. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed as thunder roared, and terrifying power poured out recklessly. But this was only the initial attack. The same scene as yesterday happened again. Many orcs scattered and surrounded the city walls. Kill. Brian spoke, and in the next moment, he rushed forward first. Tuar didn't dare delay and followed closely. Then came Joz, Isabel, Aisha, and other knights from the city walls. They quickly collided. At the moment of impact, Brian's brow furrowed. This was not 2 third-tier orc tribes, but just 1. There were even 3 third-tier orcs among them. The second-tier orcs numbered over 30. Tuor. Brian looked at Tuor. Lord Joz, Miss Isabel, please, hold back the 2 third-tier orcs. Be careful of their strength. Tuar understood Brian's words and looked at Joz and Isabel, speaking seriously. Understood. Joz looked at his sister, and Isabel simply agreed. Tuor, leave these to us. When Joz Anabai heard his sister's response, he also spoke up. Thank you. Thor nodded. Then without hesitation, led his knights directly toward the powerful second-tier orc tribes. He needed to deal with these second-tier orcs quickly, or else the losses would be significant later. Boom. A terrifying burst of life energy exploded, spreading a strong cold aura. At this moment, Thor no longer held back. Under his power, the cold spread in all directions from beneath his feet. Ryan, take them down quickly, Thor called out. In the next moment, he took a step forward, his figure like a shooting star rushing into the orc crowd ahead. Understood. Ryan nodded, also releasing a powerful burst of life energy around him. Lightning flickered, and even the spear he carried shimmered with sparks of electricity. At this moment, Ryan gave his all, unleashing his full strength. As the 2 of them erupted with power, Steve and Pelos exchanged a glance and also released their own life energy. Soon after, 20 knights following Thor did the same. Thor's Knight group acted like a sharp sword piercing into the enemy. On the way, some peak second-tier orcs tried to block them, but they were quickly frozen by Thor or torn apart by Ryan's lightning. Not to mention the orcs below the second tier. Boom. Bang. Sounds of clashes rang out. Thor and his team moved like they were in a world of their own, unstoppable. No orc could stop their advance. In just a moment, more than 5 of the over 30 second-tier orcs were slain. The ground where Thor passed was covered in a layer of white frost, which had spread unknowingly, causing the temperature to drop noticeably. Even faintly, snowflakes seemed to fall around Thor, though it was not very obvious, just a sense of cold spreading around him. As for Ryan, his approach was even more aggressive. Thunder roared. Any orcs he killed had burned marks on their bodies. Their combined strength was so great that even second-tier orcs could not resist. However, these orcs seemed to have gone mad. Even though many orcs were killed, new ones kept rushing forward. Their eyes had turned a bright red, and a sense of violence and madness was spreading through their bodies. At first, they were just normal orcs, but soon even the second-tier orcs showed some changes. As their pupils turned red, their strength clearly increased. The tide of battle was no longer one-sided. Thor's spear grew heavier and heavier. Suddenly, the spear pierced through a second-tier orc. With a forceful swing, the orc was thrown far away, crashing into the orc tribe. Instantly, many orcs' bodies exploded, unable to withstand such power. Yet, these orcs seemed completely crazy, showing no fear and continuing to charge forward fiercely. Their eyes were red. As more orcs died, a stream of blood energy gathered on the surviving orcs, making them even stronger and more frenzied. Bang! Thor's spear stabbed into another second-tier orc, pinning it to the ground. Is this the influence of divine power? Thor asked, frowning. His mind involuntarily recalled the daily intelligence reports. It now seemed to be confirmed. The first wave of attack was nothing special, just information about an orc tribe. But the second wave indicated it was an attack contaminated by divine energy. Thor hadn't noticed anything at first, but after fighting, he realized there was something unusual about the two. Looks like I need to deal with this quickly, Thor muttered. Otherwise, it will only get worse. This is just the beginning. His gaze turned to the distance, and suddenly, his life force surged again. At the same time, the shadow of an ice spirit began to appear around him. As the ice spirit's shadow emerged, the temperature around him dropped sharply. Snow and wind started to swirl around Thor. Boom! A powerful life force surged like a wild wind. Thor held his knight's spear, and at this moment, he looked like a war god amidst the snowstorm. Rain! Thor called out. Understood. Rain replied. At this moment, Rain also unleashed an even more terrifying burst of life energy. Neither of them held back now. Their attacks became faster and more fierce. As they fought harder, more dying orcs appeared around them. The air grew thick with blood. The remaining orcs became even more savage. Gradually, the three-headed, third-tier orc leader's eyes turned a shade of blood red. Brian, Isabel, and the great Earth Knight from the Anabai family all sensed something strange. Not good. Retreat quickly, Isabel shouted softly. Without hesitation, she quickly stepped back. Following her words, the other two also reacted instantly and retreated. Just as they moved back, roar. A beast-like roar rang out. In the next moment, the three-headed, third-tier orc's eyes turned bright crimson, and a fierce, overwhelming aura burst out suddenly. The blood-red energy swept through the air, while a dark, black aura spread rapidly. Fortunately, the three of them retreated in time, so they were not tainted by the black and blood-red energy. What is this? Brian exclaimed in surprise, feeling a sense of unease. He sensed a dangerous aura within that energy. If they hadn't instinctively retreated just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What shocked Brian even more was that the orcs they had been suppressing now seemed much stronger. Previously, the orcs were probably only at the ordinary third tier, but now they seemed to be approaching the fourth tier. This made him feel deeply shaken. Fallen God's power. Be careful, their strength must have increased. Even if they're not quite fourth tier, they're probably close to the peak of third tier now. Isabel's cold voice sounded, and her grip on the knight's spear tightened slightly. Fallen God's power? Brian felt confused, but at this moment he understood that it was not the time to ask questions. He took a deep breath, and his life energy surged once again. The battle resumed. However, the situation quickly turned worse. The three of them had originally managed to suppress the three-headed third-tier orc. Now, with the orc's transformation, its strength suddenly increased to a new level. Only Isabel could hold on. The other two were struggling. especially Brian. He had just broken through to become a land knight. Facing a normal third-tier orc was manageable, but a peak third-tier orc was clearly too much for him. At this moment, Brian knew he had to hold on. If he couldn't, along with the transformed third-tier orc, Isabel and the other land knight wouldn't be able to stop them. His figure gritted his teeth as his life energy kept exploding. Even so, wounds began to appear on his body. What frightened Brian even more was a dark, ominous aura seeping into his wounds. This power, called the Fallen God, he didn't know what it was, but one thing was certain: if he continued, he would definitely face serious problems. Meanwhile, Isabel and the other land knight from the Anabai family were also not doing well. Isabel could barely hold her ground, and the family's land knight was in an even worse state. His eyes also started to turn blood red, and his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. Given the current situation, continuing like this was not an option. Not only would they fail to defeat the enemy, but even just holding on would be very difficult. At the same time, other knight groups were also suffering. They began to lose members. Some trainee knights' eyes turned completely red, and they suddenly attacked their own comrades. Puff! Bright red blood sprayed out. A spear pierced directly into a knight's chest. "Enko, what are you doing?" A surprised voice sounded. One knight looked at his own pierced chest, with disbelief on his face as he stared at his comrade. This was his life and death partner, someone he trusted more than family. But at this moment, the other knight's spear had pierced his heart. His life was slipping away, yet his expression was filled with confusion. Then, they fell suddenly with confusion. This kind of scene kept happening one after another, causing the already struggling knight order to fall into chaos. "Control them." A knight captain, despite the pain in his shoulder blades from a lance piercing through his shoulder, quickly spoke with a streak of blood in his eye. He was the most loyal guardian knight, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. As he spoke, another knight responded quickly. Everyone began to act fast. However, on the battlefield, controlling these out-of-control knights was not easy. Casualties started to rise rapidly. Compared to that, Thor's side was doing much better. This time, Thor brought only regular knights and even a grand knight. The only trainee knight, Carter, was left behind in the battlements, and the blood-red aura around him made him seem slower. So far, no one had gone out of control. But Thor sensed the chaos around him, and even identified the source of the disorder. His expression was serious. Yet, he kept moving without stopping. Now, many second-tier orcs had been defeated by him, leaving a large part of the orc tribe empty. "Reen, I'll leave this to you. Finish them quickly. I'm going to help Brother Brian." Thor looked around and quickly made a decision. He knew he had to resolve this quickly. If he delayed, even the regular knights would be affected. Leaving might cause some damage to his troops, but he couldn't care less now. "Yes." Reen nodded and responded quickly. Thor then left the battlefield and headed straight toward Brian. A fierce fight was ongoing. From above, if you looked down, you'd see that every defensive point in the Autumn Leaf territory was experiencing similar scenes. A large number of orcs kept attacking the defenses. Their eyes were blood red, and an ominous aura spread constantly. Many knights couldn't help but be infected. If you looked further, you would see that many orcs in the entire orc territory were gathering toward the Autumn Leaf territory. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100. A large number of orc tribes, their eyes turned a deep crimson at some unknown time, with drool uncontrollably flowing. Madness and bloodlust filled their minds completely. On the vast plains of the orc tribes, fierce orcs surged forward endlessly.